Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 276-300. Chapter 276, New Problem. Sitting around a large wooden table in a dining room decorated with enough luxuries to allow a person to build a whole house if they were to sell them in the past, a group of 7 people was enjoying all kinds of delicacies while chatting with each other. On the table were different kinds of dishes. There were cold dishes, hot dishes, and the variety ranged from meat soup to stir-fried and sautéed vegetables. Such a food lineup might not have meant much a month ago, but today only leaders of powerful factions or people with enough power to explore cities or villages unexplored by anyone else could enjoy it. In fact, much of this food came from supplies in the village formerly owned by Kong Rong. After Liu Xiaoao proposed the idea of helping Bai Zimin with the construction of a school for children and a military academy for teenagers students, everyone moved to the dining hall where lunch for the day had been served under the guidance of a maid. One thing that Bai Zimin had noticed as they sat down at the table was that except for those who were still busy with different tasks, all the maidens of the village were lined up on the sides of the table. While such a thing was normal among the ancient nobility, Bai Zimin was not too pleased with such a thing as it would make these women look more like slaves than employees. Therefore, under his direct order, all the maidens retired to the kitchen where they could have their own lunch without having to wait for the leaders to finish. It was true, however, that everything necessary had already been served and prepared, so their presence was not necessary. While eating, the group chatted about base matters and Liu Yan gave many ideas to Bai Zimin on how to take control of the troops more easily besides expressing his full support. However, what surprised Bai Zimin the most was that Liu Yan's daughter, Liu Xiaoao, was really smart. This barely 18-year-old girl was quite proud of herself and it showed in her face and eyes, which from Bai Zimin's point of view made no sense since everything she had been and still was provided by her father. However, perhaps his display of strength affected her, or perhaps she was affected after comparing herself to women like Shangguan Bingshui or Nangang Lingzhen that she seemed to mature a bit, and finally began to analyze things logically, bringing out her own potential. After conversing for about 20 minutes on the matter of the children's school and the military academy, during which time they discussed the personnel needed, the fields most needed, and those that did not need to be implemented in this new world, as well as the salary the workers would receive, the group proceeded to eat calmly while Liu Yan carefully explained the number of troops he controlled and the amount of firearms his faction possessed. Currently under my command, there are approximately 346 armed men. But only roughly 70 of them could be considered somewhat proficient in gun control, and that only applies to smaller caliber weapons without so much recoil power. Liu Yan thought for a moment before continuing. During the clearing of Tinyuan town, the bloody exit road we had to force open to escape from the seemingly endless wave of zombies, as well as the clearing of different surrounding minor villages up to the clearing of the current base in conjunction with Kong Rong's forces, many talented police officers died. I see. Bai Zimin nodded with an unperturbed expression. That many people would die or be infected in the process of clearing areas to open a bloody path to flee or when exploring areas for supplies was completely natural. Therefore, Bai Zimin understood that Liu Yan was forced to recruit men from among the rescued survivors just as happened with Kong Rong's side. In fact, these survivors were more than willing to take a gun in their hands as only power could make them feel safe. But even if it was only for food pay, no one in their right mind would say no if presented with the opportunity to join the main forces of a faction. What are the most powerful weapons you have right now? Bai Zimin asked and after a moment added, also, what about ammunition? You must have an approximation of how long it will last at the current rate, don't you? The most powerful weapon we have at the moment would be the Type 79 assault rifle, and we only have around 20 of those. A good deal of the arsenal was lost during the breakout on day 1 as we had no way to carry everything and due to the chaos that had broken out inside the station the time was getting tight. By the time we got back to the station after things had calmed down a bit and the troops had gained some order, all the weaponry was gone. Probably other survivors took it with them. Liu Yan sighed. The Type 79 assault rifle was a rather old gun and was based on the Soviet AK-47. There was no doubt that it was a powerful firearm, however, it was a rather outdated one when compared to weapons developed in modern times. Still, the Type 79 assault rifle was more than enough to take out zombies and could even break through the defenses of many mutated beasts with no problem, being able to actually pierce the shells of level 15 monsters, not to mention its dissuasive power against humans. As for ammunition, Liu Yuan grimaced and continued, I'd say we have about 3/10 of the total we had left during day 1. The number of zombies and mutant beasts we've killed to clear different areas and to protect the base easily exceeds 60,000 even if we leave aside the 100,000 plus that the soul evolvers killed. Besides, it is basically impossible for an armed man to kill an enemy with a single shot. At the current rate, I'd say within a week and a half at the most we'll be out. When those present heard Liu Yan's revelation that had practically no reservations, they all had different reactions but with dark feelings weighing on their hearts. That's pretty bad. Nangang Yi wanted to force a smile but even that he couldn't do. He felt his appetite shut down despite the delicacies before him and put down his chopsticks as he sighed heavily. Liu Xiaoao stood in shock as she looked at her father with wide eyes. This was the first time she had spoken to him about such serious matters, but it was hard for her to believe that the huge stock of ammunition strictly controlled by her father could actually only last for less than half a month at most. What were they going to do without ammunition? Even though the North Camp had approximately 100 soul evolvers in total, it was far from enough to fight off the zombies and the even more terrifying mutant beasts. It was impossible for 100 people to protect the safety of over 3,000 unless these 100 were incredibly powerful compared to the enemies, reaching a level where they could ignore the difference in numbers. The more time Liu Xiaoao spent in this house talking about really important and serious matters, the more she realized that her previous sense of security and confidence was nothing but nonsense, little cardboard houses waiting to be blown down by the winter wind that was approaching faster than it really seemed. Bai Zimin sighed as he listened to Liu Yan. He too put down his chopsticks and rested his elbows on the table before starting to rub his temples with moderate intensity. Things were actually worse than he expected. Since his family was in the south more than 2,000 kilometers away from the beginning village, Bai Zimin's main goal was to move in a southerly direction. He simply had no interest in staying here in the North Camp nor did he intend to move northward, at least not temporarily. Therefore, Bai Zimin's idea was to move the over 3,000 survivors to the beginning village. Then, he would conquer Baiquan Camp in the southern area, right in between Yanqing District and Chongping District, and then use this camp as a central base to gradually clear the rest of the way south until finally reaching Yangfang Town, the small town where his family lived. However, moving over 3,000 survivors was too risky and time-consuming. If he wanted to do it right, Bai Zimin would need at least 3 weeks of time and even a full month. Unfortunately, the ammunition scarcity had hit him hard at an unanticipated time. Bai Zimin raised his head and looked at Shangguan Bingshui before calmly asking, "Do you know where Evangeline is? I haven't seen her for a while. Considering the time you woke up, I think it's normal that you haven't seen her." Shangguan Bingshui replied indifferently before shrugging her shoulders slightly and saying, "She went out early somewhere and said she would be back in the afternoon." Bai Zimin directly ignored the first part and nodded, "I see." Then, he stood up and walked to the back of the villa. "Where are you going?" Nangang Lingzhen stood up and asked uncomprehendingly. "To the basement, you guys can go on without me if you wish." He replied without looking back and soon disappeared around the corner of the corridor. The rest looked at each other before standing up and following him. Although most didn't say so, the truth was that the ammunition business had taken everyone's appetite and they were no longer in the mood to sit comfortably. ******. Bai Zimin soon arrived at the basement of the villa, followed by Shangguan Bingshui, Liu Yan, and the rest soon after. The basement was considerably large, about 80 square meters. It also had good lighting, which made things even easier. Seeing the things inside the basement, Nangang Lingzhen was dumbfounded and Lu Xiaoao gasped for air. Wow! Nangang Yi whistled excitedly. Stacked neatly in the corners next to the walls lined with damp-proof paper were hundreds and hundreds of large bags. Bai Zimin had already opened some of them so everyone could see a vast amount of food inside. 1 kilogram bags of rice, packets of instant noodles, canned food, no less than 500 liters of pure bottled water, etc. There was even a rather large freezer with mutant beast meat inside. So much food! Shang Guanbing Shui frowned and the disgust in her eyes reached new heights as she looked at Kong Rong, who was tied to a pillar. With all the food here, the situation of the survivors wouldn't be so bad if Kong Rong was more fair. It was obvious that most of what he found during his forces' expeditions was kept for himself with no intention of caring even for young children like Lin Feng. Such behavior was something Shang Guanbing Shui detested from the depths of her soul. She was cold, indifferent, but she did not see herself as such a heartless person as to watch another person starve to death if she herself had too much. Even Liu Yan was surprised. Although he also diverted some of the supplies his faction found and saved them for emergencies, the amount of food here was easily 5 times what he had in the basement of his own villa. As expected from the senior pig surnamed Kong. Lu Xiaoao sneered mercilessly. Clearly he hasn't been storing the right stuff in the food storage. After almost being sexually abused by Kong Hong and narrowly escaping, Lu Xiaoao hated the Kong family to the bone and wanted nothing more than to see them disappear from the face of the earth. She would lose no opportunity to kick Kong Rong now that he had fallen to relieve even a little bit of the hatred in her heart. Chapter 277, No Mercy. To begin with, talking about justice was difficult even in the past. The meaning of the word justice could vary from person to person, depending on their lifestyle, their childhood upbringing, as well as their own experiences over the years. Therefore, to say exactly what was justice would be too difficult. However, there was a general rough idea of what justice was, and even if there were certain differences, the core was not very different. Kong Rong was clearly not being fair as he not only broke his part of the deal he had with the other members of the base government, but also stood idly by even though many innocent people were starving to death. With the amount of food here, Bai Zimin and the rest were sure that everyone's lives could be improved. This did not mean that Kong Rong had to give it away, by any means. He could have opened different employment positions and the survivors in the western area could have started to earn a living with their own hands, however, this did not happen. Still, Bai Zimin did not blame Kong Rong for his actions. In fact, he did not believe that such a thing was wrong to begin with. Even he himself had his own private food supply that he did not allow anyone to touch, and Bai Zimin was aware that even if some people starved to death, that food would not be provided no matter what. Because the main priority was his own survival, he was not an all-powerful, all-kind God willing to sacrifice himself for others. If he could help, then he would, but that was all. If a person asked Bai Zimin if he would be willing to die for another human being, he would smile coldly and scoff at that person. Therefore, he ignored everyone's reaction and approached Kong Rong to look down on him from high. The current Kong Rong was completely different from the previous one. All the confidence, pride, and arrogance that exuded from his body seemed to have completely died. His sparse hair was all disheveled and his gaze seemed dead as he stared at the ground. He didn't even seem to have noticed the arrival of the people in the basement. It was amazing that in just a little over 12 hours a man could undergo such a huge transformation. This was the result of losing everything and, to top it all off, just before tying him in chains to the central pillar of the basement, Bai Zimin told him the news that his beloved son Kong Hong had already died long ago. "Hey, Kong Rong!" Bai Zimin called out to him. Both of his hands were comfortably inside his pants pockets and his expression was indifferent as if he was looking at a small rock instead of another human being. However, Kong Rong did not seem to hear him as his expression did not change and continued to stare at the same point. Bai Zimin sighed. Before anyone could react, he pulled out the dagger he had forged for himself during his confinement in the workshop and slashed downwards. Arg! Blood splattered on the floor, followed immediately by a piercing scream that echoed inside the room. Hearing the cry of pain similar to a ghost's cry, Lu Xiaoao shuddered fiercely, and when she looked down was even more startled to see one of the fingers of Kong Rong's right hand on the floor, completely severed from his hand. Kong Rong seemed to wake up from the pain and looked up. His eyes were sunken inward with large dark circles underneath. He looked like an evil spirit as he stared at Bai Zimin with eyes filled with bloody red veins that looked like they were about to break out. Bai Zimin didn't seem to care much about his gaze as he continued indifferently, "Where do you keep the armed arsenal and ammunition?" "He. Go. Go to hell." Kong Rong replied in a hoarse voice. "I see." Bai Zimin nodded calmly and activated second-order blood manipulation. The blood on the floor moved and turned into thin ruby-colored threads. 9 threads carefully wrapped around Kong Rong's 9 fingers, and under the stupefied gaze of Liu Yan and Yan Tu, one of the threads tightened. Arg! Kong Rong howled again as the thumb of his right hand joined the index finger on the floor. His eyes widened and the veins in those eyes widened even more, giving him an extremely horrifying appearance. With both hands again resting in his pants pockets, Bai Zimin repeated again casually, "Where do you keep the armed arsenal and ammunition?" Hee. Kong Rong laughed in between his groans of pain. Another blood trickle tightened and the middle finger fell on the floor, increasing the count to 3. Kong Rong let out a cry of pain even more ghastly than the previous 2 as the accumulation of pain began to drive him mad. Bai Zimin's expression did not change at all. He did not believe that the man in front of him would endure to the bitter end. Even if he was devastated by the death of his son, Bai Zimin had to make him speak no matter what. This was because Bai Zimin did not know where the guns and ammunition were. Probably just Kong Rong and Shan Li were the only ones who knew such a secret, since the fewer people who knew, the better. After all, in the early stages where humans were still weak and zombies or mutant beasts were still relatively less threatening, the one who controlled the firepower was the one who had the control in their hands. If Bai Zimin wanted to move the more than 3,000 survivors from the north camp to the beginning village, then he would need a lot of ammunition, as many mutant beasts residing in the nearby forests would probably go crazy at such a big move. It was impossible for them not to be tempted by such a juicy prey. However, he did not want to touch the ammunition of the beginning village. Not only because he wanted to save as much as possible, but also because he would need even more time to pack truckloads of ammunition and bring them here. Such a thing was not cost-effective no matter how he looked at it. Therefore, he had no choice. "Where do you keep the armed arsenal and ammunition?" Kong Rong did not answer, and as a consequence the ring finger of his right hand fell off, leaving only the little finger in its place this time. The man who previously stood at the top of the food pyramid among the survivors howled in pain like an enraged wild beast as red blood pooled beside him and stained his clothes. Under the stupefied and frightened gaze of the other people, Bai Zimin asked exactly the same question with an indifferent expression, over and over again as if he were an emotionless machine. If Kong Rong took more than 5 seconds to answer, or if said a word that was not the one he was looking for, then a blood thread would tighten and a finger would fall on the floor, followed by a steady flow of blood. Father, he. Lu Xiaoao shrank back in fear. At first she could tolerate it, but as Kong Rong's screams became more and more hoarse and fierce, even for someone who hated him like her it was hard to bear. Liu Yan covered his daughter in his embrace, and the way he looked at Bai Zimin made a sharp 180-degree turn. He had never seen Bai Zimin in movement before. Hence, he had never seen him kill anyone. Moreover, the matter of his careful attention on the little 10-year-old girl and his idea of opening a school for young children made Liu Yan unconsciously look at him as a kind-hearted young man. However, looking at his indifferent expression every time he cut off Kong Rong's fingers, Liu Yan felt a cold chill run through his whole body. A person who could do something like that surely could only be a lunatic person who was either sick in the head or a person who killed too much to feel anything. Just like Liu Xiaoao, it was hard for Liu Yan to believe that a 20-year-old guy, only 2 years older than his daughter, could actually perform such cruel acts without even blinking an eye. What kind of trashy life did one have to live to become like this? Liu Yan did not know and Liu Xiaoao did not know either. However, it was obvious that to get to where he was now, this 20-year-old naturally had to do many difficult things. Nangang Lingzhen's face turned pale, and if not for Nangang Yi's support she would have already fallen to the floor with weak legs. The basement obviously did not have excellent soundproofing, as from outside, the maidservants could hear the screams of pain. All of them shuddered in fear and moved away from the area immediately while praying in their hearts. Soon, the 10 fingers fell on the ground and the hands of Kong Rong that could no longer be considered hands were completely stained with blood. His whole body convulsed on the floor, and Bai Zimin had to admit that he had at least a little courage to endure this far. In fact, had it not been for him using blood manipulation to restrain the blood flow, Kong Rong would have already fainted and might have even died due to the constant blood loss. Shang Guanbing Shui finally couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward. Bai Zimin, don't you think enough is enough? Even for her it was hard to tolerate such a sight. Killing was one thing, but such heartless torture was on another level of cruelty. Enough. Bai Zimin frowned slightly and looked at her blankly. This man probably abused his power to force himself on some women. Many starve to death every day, including young ones like Lin Feng. His scumbag son ruined the already difficult lives of who knows how many families, all because this pig allowed it. But still, you think it's enough? This was probably the first time Shang Guanbing Shui did not know how to respond to something. In fact, from a certain point of view, the atrocities that Kong Rong committed either directly or indirectly were enough to have to die hundreds of times to pay for everything, and even then he would be left with outstanding debt. With a slightly pale face, she sighed and shook her head before standing silently with a cold expression. This is the last time I ask you. Bai Zimin continued as he manipulated the blood to surround a certain part of Kong Rong's body with a thicker than normal thread. The part was just Kong Rong's manhood. As he felt the thick thread curl over his pants, his body tensed and for a moment he seemed to forget all pain. Thin threads could easily cut through anything. But this one that was especially thick could not cut so easily, so everything in its path would be slowly shredded and then crushed into a bloody pulp. The faces of the men present turned pale as a sheet while the women closed their eyes so as not to see such a thing. If you don't answer this time, after I turn you into a eunuch, I will throw you into the streets of the West area and pay several hungry survivors to play with you. I don't know if you understand me. Bai Zimin took a step back. His voice was flat, free of emotion, and he did not seem to be threatening but telling facts. Even the toughest man in the world would very probably break down in the face of such a threat, and Kong Rong was no exception to this rule. His eyes filled with tears as a flash of clarity shone in them. The man looked so pitiful as he muttered his son's name that many might feel sorry for him, but unfortunately, Bai Zimin was unaffected by such things under the effect of his stone heart skill, much less so considering that the man in front of him was trash among the trash. Soon, Bai Zimin finally heard what he wanted to know. After speaking, Kong Rong said in a dead voice, "Just kill me already. What are you keeping me alive for?" His voice seemed to be that of a person who had already given up on life, but Bai Zimin knew better. With an expression as cold as ice, he sneered, "If you really wanted to die, you would have long ago bitten your tongue to kill yourself." Kong Rong's body shuddered slightly upon hearing this and did not respond. Bai Zimin continued, "Do you know why you didn't? It is because you are scared of death. Even if you find yourself in this situation, even if your son died, you are still fearful of dying." After a pause and seeing that Kong Rong did not respond, Bai Zimin nodded, "But since you want to die, then you can die now." Without delay and without letting his enemy say any final words, a thin blood thread pierced Kong Rong's brain right between his eyebrows, ending his life on the spot without even blinking. Chapter 278, Sexy Cry in the Middle of the Night? After killing Kong Rong, Bai Zimin wrapped the man's corpse in a cocoon of blood using his skill and carried it out of the village before casually handing it over to an armed militant who had previously obeyed the dead man's orders. The armed militant was naturally panicked when he saw Kong Rong's corpse, but last night he had seen the young man's power in front of him, so without saying a word, he carried the body to a pickup and disappeared beyond the streets of the privileged area. As to whether the corpse was properly buried, thrown into a gutter, or abandoned near a forest for the mutated beasts to devour, Bai Zimin did not care. At this moment, he was sitting in the driver's seat of an all-terrain vehicle that was parked in Kong Rong's village. Lu Yan, Lu Xiaoao, and Yan Tu returned to the villa of the Lu family. Bai Zimin ordered Lu Yan to gather the team leaders of his troops, since as the new leader of the North Camp, he needed to make himself known to everyone. At his side was only Nanggong Yi. Nanggong Lingzhen and Shangguan Bingshui remained in the villa trying to use the satellite radio to establish contact with the beginning village. Although direct communications were practically dead due to the influence of the world's mana, if one knew the exact frequency of another satellite radio, then there was a possibility of establishing contact as long as the distance did not exceed a certain range. This was something that was carefully studied by an intelligence team in charge of studying the limitations and changes of mana in the means of communication. This team was only composed of 5 people so far, but they were all very smart with brilliant ideas and, in fact, they had already discovered that cell phones had not stopped working completely. It was just that the distance between 2 cell phones had to be less than 100 kilometers or the call could never connect. By the way, you apparently had a lot of fun last night. Nanggong Yi said out of nowhere, breaking the silence inside the vehicle. He didn't seem at all worried about what happened with Kong Rong several minutes ago, on the contrary, he seemed relieved now that one of the people guilty for his father being on the verge of death 1 week ago had finally settled. Bai Zimin frowned slightly and without taking his gaze off the road, asked, "What do you mean?" Nanggong Yi rolled his eyes and said casually, "Come on man, it's just you and me here." Bai Zimin's expression sank a little and he asked in a deep voice, "Nanggong Yi, what the hell are you talking about? For heaven's sake!" Nanggong Yi rolled his eyes again and said as if it was obvious, "You think no one heard that woman's cry last night? I could have sworn everyone in the villa heard it." "That woman's cry?" Bai Zimin was dumbfounded. What the f*** was this dude talking about? Nanggong Yi sighed and said with a tone of envy, that sensual cry brimming with surprise and amazement really was something else. Even though my physical body improved a lot after my soul power became purer, I still can't make a woman moan like that. Bai Zimin was speechless. He really had no idea what the hell the man sitting in the passenger seat was talking about. Wait a minute. A sensual cry in the middle of the night brimming with surprise. An idea popped into Bai Zimin's mind and the corner of his mouth twitched a couple of times. He coughed to clear his throat and said in a weird tone of voice, just out of curiosity, "But that cry you're talking about came right after the sound of a slap." "Aha! So you finally admit it." Nanggong Yi clapped his hands happily before his face turned sour as he said, "However, you really are something. Well, considering how you hate men who abuse their power to take advantage of women, I assume that maid willingly crawled into your bed? Too bad, such a thing didn't happen to me in the middle of the night." Nanggong Yi looked really sorry that he was not visited in the middle of the night, however, Bai Zimin really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He forced a smile and as he entered a dirt road on the west side of the base, he said, "Actually, it's not like you think. Although there was indeed someone in my bed last night, nothing like what you are imagining happened, and that sound was actually a slap I gave that person for being naughty and not letting me sleep." Of course, what Nanggong Yi was talking about was the hard spanking Bai Zimin gave Lilith for not behaving properly, especially the second spanking, which was especially hard. At the time he hadn't given it much thought, but apparently, the walls of the villa were not very thick, since even from the far rooms the sound of flesh hitting flesh could be heard. In fact, at that moment, due to the erotic situation he was in, Bai Zimin couldn't even think about the soul evolvers having enhanced senses. Nanggong Yi had a smile that any man would understand as lewd on his face as he said, "Yeah right. Just a slap. Just you, Shang Guan Bing Shui, my sister, and I were the ones who came to this place. What other woman could sneak into your bed to act naughty? I'm sure Shang Guan Bing Shui wasn't. Are you an idiot? If I had really slept with a woman I would say it straight out. Do I have to explain to anyone what I do in bed? It's really not like you think. Bai Zimin really wanted to clear up the misunderstanding. While he didn't care what anyone thought of him, the reality was that the woman they were talking about was Lilith, and he didn't know how he would react if heard strange rumors about her even if others didn't know who the mystery woman was. Now that you mention it. Nangang Yi stopped laughing for a moment and the next instant he was speechless. Really? Really not? He asked again just in case as he looked at Bai Zimin with wide eyes. That I don't, damn it. Bai Zimin sighed and stopped the vehicle outside a ramshackle house that was too close to the walls for the survivors to dare approach. As if unaware that the vehicle stopped, indicating that they had arrived at their destination, Nangang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, F***ck its mother. And here I was thinking that, ha 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 ha. He suddenly seemed to think about something as the next instant he started laughing out loud as if he found something hilarious. Nangang Yi's mood was very good after Kong Rong died, so he unconsciously acted less bound in front of Bai Zimin. To begin with, he was always a man who said things straightforwardly and with nothing to hide, so he was not afraid to get along badly with the young man at his side. Although Nangang Yi and Bai Zimin had only known each other for around 3 or 4 days so far, during that time a lot of things happened and the 40-year-old man came to understand quite a bit about the kind of person the 20-year-old was. What are you laughing at now? Bai Zimi growled. He had to admit that he thought quite highly of Nangang Yi. Even though the age difference was about twice as much, Nangang Yi was the type of person that Bai Zimin liked the most since they weren't usually the type to plan behind your back to stab you later. He preferred to approach people who were a bit clumsy but straightforward rather than people who were too smart. Ha ha ha. No, well. If this was really all a misunderstanding as you say, then you might suffer undeserved injustice. Nangang Yi stopped laughing but even so, Bai Zimin could see how he seemed to be struggling not to burst out laughing again. Undeserved injustices. Bai Zimin frowned before shaking his head and saying in an exasperated voice, Forget it, man. Let's get to work. He didn't care about any of this business anymore. As long as people weren't spreading false rumors, which could make Lilith feel bad or uncomfortable, then that was enough. As for him, he didn't care what others thought of him, it wasn't as if he had to explain to anyone what he did or didn't do anyway. After saying those words, Bai Zimin got out of the car and Nangang Yi followed him after shaking his head and sighing. Because this place was on the outskirts of the area protected by the base's defensive troops, this particular courtyard was in extremely deplorable condition, to say the least. Not only did the house look like it was about to collapse at any moment, the wooden fences were broken and rotten, but there were also broken bags everywhere, and an extremely unpleasant odor in the air. What a foul smell! Bai Zimin remarked with a frown on his face. Even for him, it was hard to bear the rancid smell in the surroundings. Well, that makes it a good place to hide valuables, don't you think? Nangang Yi commented as he covered his mouth and nose with his forearm. Let's go. Bai Zimin hurried his pace and entered through the place where the door was supposed to be before, a door which had practically been ripped off and casually pushed aside. The interior was so bad that even homeless people would not want to live in it. Not only was it covered with old cobwebs, but there were also damp cardboard boxes with musty walls. Swoosh! Suddenly, from a dark corner of the house, a shadow leaped forward and bit fiercely toward the neck of Nangang Yi, who had entered right after Bai Zimin. Scram! Nangang Yi barked in surprise and punched forward without holding back. Bang! The strength-charged right fist impacted against the shadow's head, making it explode into a bloody mess with bone fragments and encephalic matter all over the floor. An extremely rancid smell joined the already putrid odor of the surroundings, making the situation even worse. Nanggongyi looked at the rat the size of a human head and was speechless. Bai Zimin chuckled, and as he walked to the back of the ruined house, he commented, "But I must say, this place really is good for hiding valuables, just like you said." That Kong Rong was smart. Not only is this place beyond the safety zone which prevents survivors from approaching, but it's also in bad condition and monsters can sneak in by jumping over the walls, so anyone who carelessly approaches could end up dying miserably. That old man really was cunning. Nanggongyi shook his head and sneered, "Too bad for him, he had a son who led him to his doom." Bai Zimin said nothing, as he knew that even if Kong Rong didn't have a trash son, it was unlikely that things would have ended much differently than they did. Should be this one. Coming to a corner where there was a small hole in the floor, he stomped down fiercely and the wood exploded into thousands of tiny fragments. As the distressed wood timber that was practically perfectly camouflaged with the rest of the broken floor was crushed by Bai Zimin's foot, a staircase to the underground appeared before the sight of both of them. Obviously the staircase had been built recently, as well as the underground in general, as not only a large iron staircase had been placed, but there was even a switch near the second step and, surprisingly, after turning on the switch, light bulbs flickered for 2 or 3 seconds before everything lit up as if a second sun had been born underground. Chapter 279, Kind Evangeline. After descending the steps, Bai Zimin came across a considerably small rectangular room of about 15 square meters. The walls had been built with rustic wood and it definitely hadn't been put up by an expert, as parts of hard earth could still be seen on the other side. Even so, the lighting and general ambience were not too bad. Inside the room were about 10 large boxes of ammunition. Some ammunition was shotgun shells, some were pistol ammunition, some was light machine gun ammunition, and some was rifle ammunition. The red, orange, yellow bullets were stacked neatly inside the lock boxes. There are also several nails driven into the wood, and using these for support, there are no less than 100 small and medium caliber firearms, the heavier ones being held by strings or wires to keep them from falling. There are actually less than I expected. Bai Zimin sighed as he spoke softly. His voice pressed by the small space of the place underground. "How long do you think this amount can endure?" Nanggongyi asked with a frown. He was a normal business worker before the apocalypse, so his knowledge of war tactics, military forces, armaments, and the like was by no means outstanding. It's hard to judge just from a glance. Bai Zimin shook his head as he grabbed a handful of Type 45 pistol ammunition and dropped it back into the box. "I don't even know how much is the daily ammunition consumption these guys have on this base, so it's hard to estimate. However, this amount of ammunition definitely can't last more than half a month." The small arsenal stored here was naturally incomparable to the amount of ammunition and weapons that Bai Zimin's faction found when they opened the military camp pointed out by Wu Yujun. After all, even if the Baiquan town police station had been accumulating ammunition for years, it was naturally impossible to compare to a military camp. Looking at the 100 or so guns hanging on the wall, Bai Zimin realized that the only reason these guns were here gathering dust was precisely because of the shortage of ammunition. Kong Rong could have recruited another 100 men and armed them properly, but the already scarce bullets would become scarce at a much faster rate, and by then the weapons would be nothing more than a pile of steel, scrap metal that would only be good for melee blows. Humanity was still too weak after all. It was simply impossible for humans to survive in this new world without the modern weapons that were built in the past. When a human died, then there was no way to make up for that loss, and for a human to be born it took 9 months and years for that child to become a soldier. On the other hand, the beasts had a much higher reproductive rate, and the zombies could add all those who were infected by the vicious mana to their numbers. No matter which way one looked at it, humans were truly at the end of their rope. A large group of trucks, tractor-trailers, and other types of heavy vehicles moved forward, forming a small caravan of roughly 5 steel monsters driving along the base. The survivors quickly moved out of the way of the groups of heavily armed men with serious expressions, and murmurs began to spread, wondering if something bad had happened. Not only was it strange to see so many armed men gathering together, but it was even stranger to see vehicles driving in groups. Because gasoline had become an extremely valuable resource, unless one was a high-powered official inside the base or a powerful soul evolver capable of finding a large amount of resources on their own, no other survivor had the ability to bear the expense of owning a vehicle. Who in their right mind would be willing to trade precious food that could keep them alive for a tank of gas? Definitely no one. It was known that 99% of the survivors did not want to leave the safety of the base despite the bad conditions in which they were living, since the outside world was much more dangerous. Therefore, these survivors did not need any vehicle that after all would only become a black hole that would swallow all their property little by little. Not knowing whether something bad had happened or not, the survivors watched as the vehicles disappeared in a cloud of dust. They all wondered which faction had moved them. Bai Zimin and Nangang Yi observed from the side as the men moved the ammunition boxes and firearms to the cargo vehicles. After they found the arsenal where Kong Rong was hiding the guns he had, Bai Zimin contacted Shangguan Bingshui using a military radio to inform her that they had found the goods and to request that she send a group of people with cargo vehicles to move the heavy equipment. Thanks to the fact that almost all of Kong Rong's armed troops had gathered during last night's attack, 100% of the team leaders had seen Shangguan Bingshui, so they knew that she was one of the people in the company of the new leader. Precisely because of this, it was easy for her to search for some people and instruct them to move to the indicated coordinates. As they moved the weapons and ammunition boxes, it was clear that none of the men present, not even the team leaders, were aware of this seemingly normal but very valuable location. Their faces filled with confusion expressed how disbelieving they were, and as they endured the rancid smell of the surroundings, they made quick and simple work of it. Approximately 30 minutes later, the vehicles departed towards the privileged area that was approximately 1 hour away from this site. Survivors who saw the vehicles returning after almost 3 hours were surprised to see the large boxes on top of them. Some of those who were more informed about it naturally realized that the contents inside the boxes were ammunition or firearms. The rumor that the base had found ammunition and firearms spread far and wide, and the survivors began to cheer loudly, feeling relieved since the more firepower the base had, the safer their lives would be and the less they had to fear external dangers. Bai Zimin was not bothered by this bizarre rumor and did nothing to stop it. Although this result was not an expected one, it was also not bad for calming some of the more anxious people and suppressing possible latent problems. After discharging the boxes, Bai Zimin simply dismissed the armed men and ordered them to return to their guard positions while he along with Nangang Yi moved everything to the basement of the villa. Inside the living room, Bai Zimin, Nangang Yi, Nangang Lingzin, and Shangguan Bingshui gathered. "So, did you girls manage to contact Beginning Village?" Shangguan Bingshui nodded and replied indifferently, "It was somewhat troublesome, it took more than 2 hours before the radio waves finally connected with each other. We already reported the situation here and a team of 20 soul evolvers led by Kong Lan and Fu Suifeng will leave today in this direction." "Oh, apart from the 20 soul evolvers, there are also several drivers in around 20 buses." "I see. Although 20 buses is far from enough, I guess we can somehow make do with the vehicles here at the base." Bai Zimin nodded in satisfaction and a slight smile appeared on his face. Luckily the communications managed to connect, or else things would have been a bit thorny, and at least 2 days of time would be lost as a team was sent towards the village to report back the situation in North Camp. As for Fu Suifeng coming, Bai Zimin did not find it unusual at all, since he had told the 2 women to inform him that his older sister was found alive among the survivors at the base. The young man was surely eager to be reunited with his relative and would definitely not miss the opportunity to come no matter what. "You've done a good job, you two," Bai Zimin praised. Nangang Lingzin smiled shyly as if she was a little girl accepting the small praise gladly. On the other hand, Shangguan Bingshui simply nodded calmly, seemingly not caring too much. "Are you okay?" Bai Zimin frowned slightly and asked in confusion. From today when he woke up, he felt that something was wrong, but since Liu Yan was present he couldn't worry about such matters back then. Shangguan Bingshui would most likely join her group 100%, aiming to unify the entire country under a single total regime. When such a thing happened, she would immediately become the most important general under Bai Zemin's leadership. She was not only very powerful, but she was also extremely smart, cunning, and able to adapt to circumstances. Therefore, what he least wanted was for unnecessary problems to arise that could easily be avoided beforehand. You mean me? Shang Guanbing Shui looked a little surprised. She asked back, why wouldn't it be okay? Bai Zemin looked at her for a moment, but finding it impossible to study her poker face, he simply shook his head and stood up. If you're okay, then all right. On the other hand, I need to get the team leaders together. Tonight an important meeting will be taking place between the leaders of Kong Rong and Liu Yan's faction. I need to attend in order to gradually begin to take real control of the entire base. Shang Guanbing Shui, you are left in charge of this place in the meantime. Okay. She replied simply and concisely. Nanggongyi opened his mouth to say something, but after a moment, he decided it was better not to say what he was going to say right now and fell silent. Hey! Bai Zemin looked towards the entrance of the villa, and even though there were walls in the way, the sound of footsteps was too obvious to be ignored. Shang Guanbing Shui and the others noticed it too, but everyone was calm as they were obviously not enemies. Whoa! So big! Big sister, your house really is great. So many pretty paints. Several voices created a rather messy symphony as the door to the villa opened and, judging only by the voices and the small sound of short footsteps, all of them were children except for one adult who accompanied them silently. Bai Zemin and the rest looked at each other in confusion before walking towards the entrance. When they got there were speechless. A group of about 10 children ranging from 5 to 12 years old were looking at the decorations in the main hallway of the villa with sparkling eyes. Although their clothes were clearly somewhat worn, they were all clean, and from the color of their skins, it was obvious that they received considerably good nourishment. Seeing the group of adults suddenly appear, the small children immediately felt self-conscious and hurried to hide behind the accompanying adult. They all looked on with caution and a bit of fear since even though they were still young, all of them had already seen with their own eyes how adults could become crueler than the beasts that roamed the outside world. This is... Bai Zemin did not know what to say, and therefore could only stare at the beautiful woman accompanying the legion of small creatures. Evangeline, dressed in tight clothing that practically acted as a second skin to her charming curvaceous body, stepped forward and said calmly, "These children have been under my care. They all lost their families and when I found them they were in extremely precarious situations, some even seconds away from death. I hope you can give me a villa to put them up in. As for their food, you don't need to worry about that. I'll take care of it myself." Chapter 280, Those who don't understand their own heart will be the ones who will suffer. Evangeline's words alone were enough for Bai Zemin to understand everything about what was going on, so it was unnecessary to ask for further explanations. As an assassin who refused to obey the orders of Kong Rong and Liu Yan, Evangeline was considered a terrifying variant and a thorn in the eyes of those in authority inside the base. After all, no one knew when a shadow could sneak into their sleeping rooms and stab them in the throat while they slept. In the past, a powerful level 20 soul evolver that could handle dozens of zombies at the same time was killed by Evangeline. This provoked the fury of one of the officials of the base, so this official ordered several troops to surround Evangeline and kill her no matter at what cost. Unfortunately for this person, Evangeline was more powerful than he expected and managed to evade a tight ring of bullets. The following day, that official was found dead in his bed next to his lover. Both had a clean cut in their throats and their eyes wide open. From then on, everyone feared and hated this young, beautiful, but fatal killer. Evangeline was aware that no one wanted her in this place and that she was considered a monstrosity, therefore, she had no choice but to live in secluded places where conditions were not very good. With her strength, she should live in a luxury villa, but due to the circumstances mentioned above, such a thing was not possible. To prevent the children from being used against her, the young assassin of mixed blood could only hide the children in the outer perimeter of the western zone, the most dangerous and least guarded area. It was only through her constant efforts to go out and explore the outside world, risking her life to hunt different creatures, that these children were able to eat well and wear clean clothes. For these powerless children, children who had lost their loved ones in different ways during the previous month and whose lives had practically collapsed before their eyes, Evangeline was all they had and the only person they could trust. Bai Zeman looked at the bags with food and the small bags with some clothes in the children's hands and sighed in his heart. Who would have thought that this young woman actually had such a warm and kind heart? Many times, one could not be guided by outward appearances. Wasn't this a clear example of that? Evangeline might have cold and lethal eyes, but she was one of the few people in this world who went out of her way to help those who really couldn't do anything for themselves. I'm glad I didn't kill her at that moment. Such a thought flashed automatically in Bai Zeman's mind as his lips curved upward slightly. All right. I'll give you a villa so you can accommodate the children. He nodded with natural calm. However, you'd better not get too settled in since you won't be able to live there for a long time. Why? She replied with a faint frown. She didn't think a villa was something valuable for a person like Bai Zeman, as there were plenty of houses around and even in the eastern part of the base there were luxurious houses waiting for their new occupants. Therefore, there must have been a much more important reason for him to say such words. Bai Zeman gestured towards the living room, and Evangeline understood his meaning. She nodded before looking at the children and said calmly, "Okay kids, you can go play in the backyard. You may not go to the front of the house. Am I clear?" "Yes, big sister." All the children nodded with serious expressions hard to see in the past on the faces of such young ones. Even though Evangeline's voice was indifferent, all these children already knew that this was her natural personality and that she genuinely cared about them. Bai Zeman looked at one of the maids who had just approached upon hearing the commotion and ordered, "Take the children to the backyard. If there are any toys or balls, give it to them to play with. You keep an eye on them." "Understood." The pretty maiden bowed slightly and soon left, leading the children as if she were the mother of several chicks. Sitting in the living room, Bai Zeman calmly explained the situation to Evangeline. He told her that the idea was to move all the survivors south and how a group of people would arrive to help during the move. After listening to his explanation, she nodded to herself and finally it all made sense to her. In fact, if they would soon be leaving the base then it wasn't necessary to make too many changes, it was just a matter of waiting. However, if you want to move over 3,000 people, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to accomplish. Evangeline pointed out with a frown. Shang Guanbing Shui took a sip of apple tea and nodded, "Indeed, she is right. Many people have already settled here and I doubt they are all willing to leave their homes. From the point of view of many survivors who haven't seen zombies or mutant beasts for a long time, this area was safe and they didn't need to worry about their safety. Some of them will definitely believe that they have no reason to follow you. What will you do then?" Bai Zeman smiled slightly and replied without any fluctuations in his voice, "If there are people who wish to stay here, then they are free to stay here. As simple as that. I am not interested in the northern area of China for now and my target is only the south. This is not even our real base and I honestly don't feel comfortable in this place. I don't have the time or inclination to pay attention to small fry. If they didn't want to leave then let them stay here." Bai Zemi didn't care. In fact, if it wasn't for Lilith practically pushing him to build a faction with everything she had told him since the beginning of the apocalypse, he wouldn't even have bothered to save all these people. However, even though he needed to build a faction, he could not be bothered any less with those who thought they were untamable. Such people would be cast aside or simply killed if they bothered him too much. Simple as that. "I see. Since you already know what you'll do then it's fine." Evangeline said nothing more after hearing Bai Zeman's clear answer. Soon, the room was silent as they had nothing to talk about. After a while, Bai Zeman stood up and said that he had to do some things before leaving without giving too much explanation about it. Evangeline also stood up and asked some maids to help her move the bags. Since they would soon be leaving here, then there was no need to look for a villa, she would stay here with the children. The boys could sleep in groups of 2 or 3 per room and the same with the girls, there was no problem considering that there were more than 10 free rooms. Shang Guanbing Shui sat quietly and while enjoying some sweet desserts, she listened as the Nangong siblings chatted with each other. I bet you don't believe me what Bai Zimin told me while we were on our way to the hideout where the arsenal was. What? Remember the noise last night? The noise last night? Oh. That sexy moan. Yeah. Well, that's what. What? Did he tell you who the woman he slept with is? It can only be a maid of this house, of course. No, actually the matter is not as simple as it seems. What do you mean? Well, even though there really was a woman in his bed, they weren't having sex. Ptahaha, yeah, sure. Big brother, your room is located closer to his room than mine, there's no way you didn't hear those 2 hard slaps and the 2 seductive moans. Especially the last one. She seemed to enjoy it hee. Lingzin, I'm serious. Really? Bang. Nangong Yi was interrupted by a loud bang and looking over saw Shang Guanbing Shui setting the now empty teacup down in a not very careful manner on the table. She looked at him and said coldly, I didn't know that men also like gossip. Even less so considering your age. The corner of Nangong Yi's mouth twitched as he heard Shang Guanbing Shui's slightly colder than usual tone in her words. He secretly cursed inwardly since all he was trying to do was to clear up misunderstandings that might make things awkward and difficult in the future. Rather than gossip, I'd say I'm just trying to clear up a misunderstanding. Nangong Yi replied calmly as he looked at her with a serene and honest expression. Shang Guanbing Shui said nothing about it and stood in silence. Nangong Yi continued, although I don't know who that woman is, since Bai Zimin never said her name, the real reason was because actually. As the 2 women listened in silence, the 2 had different reactions during the process of the explanation. While everything seemed in order, there were actually some things that didn't make much sense. I know there are blank parts here, but if we think about it carefully, why on earth would Bai Zimin lie? Nangong Yi concluded with the same reason that convinced him earlier, he is a young man, he has no girlfriend, he has power, and he doesn't need to give explanations to anyone about his actions. Even if he sleeps with a woman, so what? He doesn't need to say why he did it nor does he need others to understand his motives. So, since he said these words himself, naturally they must be true. Otherwise, I simply don't understand why he would lie. Could it be shyness? No, can't be that. Nangong Lingzin shook her head and muttered, although we've only known each other for less than 1 week, he doesn't seem to be a shy man at all. On the contrary, he seems to say whatever he feels like saying without a care in the world. Right. Nangong Yi nodded as he looked at his sister in agreement. Whatever the case may be. Shang Guanbing Shui slowly stood up and walked towards the exit as she calmly said, those are his personal matters. I don't think we should stick our noses into other people's lives. Nangong Yi and Nangong Lingzin watched her small back about to disappear into the corner of the corridor when she suddenly stopped and said indifferently, besides, Nangong Yi. I think you might be misunderstanding something, so I'll say this just in case. The person who is interested in Bai Zimin is not me but Wu Yujun. After saying those words, Shang Guanbing Shui left. As for where she was going, since she didn't say anything no one knew. Is Wu Yujun interested in Bai Zimin? Nangong Lingzin was stupefied. That's also a surprise to me. Nangong Yi muttered under his breath before scratching his head and muttering again in the same tone, was I wrong? Why? You think Shang Guanbing Shui is also interested in him? Nangong Lingzin was very shocked this time. No way, that can't be, can it? She's always so cold to everyone. Even that handsome guy named Chen He who actively pursues her can't get anything even though they seem to be friends from a young age. Nangang Yi sighed in exasperation and ruffled his hair before saying loudly, "To hell with this. Let the younger ones settle their own business, this old man is no longer at ages to worry about romance. Besides, I don't want to end up frozen to death for meddling where I don't belong. If she likes or doesn't like him, well, if she doesn't know, then I'm not going to know. In any case, the ones who will suffer will be those who misunderstand or simply can't understand their own hearts at all." Chapter 281, Big Change in 3 Days. When people were busy, the perception of time seemed to speed up, so for Bai Zeman, 72 hours of time flashed by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the amount of work he had to do was simply too much, to the point where he barely had about 3 or 4 hours a day to sleep. Were it not for the fact that his soul power was especially high, even as a soul evolver, as he would have collapsed by now. This was because the works that Bai Zeman did were not light work by any means. He first had to meet with the different team leaders of the North Camp, including those from Liu Yan's previous faction. Then, Bai Zeman had to reform the troops in an improvised way to mix the men who previously had conflicts due to the silent and hate-filled war between their leaders. To become more familiar with the armed forces, Bai Zeman went on several expeditions in search of supplies in the surrounding area, never going more than 100 kilometers from the base. Because most of the areas had already been explored during the previous month, not much could be found, but what could be found was enough to replenish the lost fuel and make some profit to ensure that the time spent would not be considered a total loss. Little by little, the armed men began to familiarize themselves with this new leader, and the vast majority of them were quick to accept him. After all, who didn't want a powerful and capable leader who fought on the front line, taking on the enemy first? The strength, bravery, and dominance on the battlefield that Bai Zeman displayed was enough to attract the admiration and loyalty of many gunmen. At the base, there were a total of 100 soul evolvers, but over the past 3 days, that number had swelled to 300. In short, there was a 200% increase in soul evolvers. This incredible growth rate was all thanks to Shangguan Bing Shui. While Bai Zeman was busy taking over the real control and power of the base, she was not idle at all. Bai Zeman delegated to her the task of overseeing the distribution of food to the survivors, forming a more efficient logistics team to support the front lines, tallying the amount of supplies the base had available and making an approximation of how long it would last at the new consumption rate, confirming the ammunition inventory, and many other assignments. Even if Nangang Lingzin, Nangang Yi, and the new logistics team were there to help her, Shangguan Bing Shui was very busy and barely found any time to absorb the soul power of other living beings to level up. In fact, the group of 4 barely saw each other's faces for the past 3 days. As for the reason why there was an abrupt increase in the number of survivors who suddenly became soul evolvers, it was all initiated by Shangguan Bing Shui. In the western part of the base, where the weakest and hungriest survivors lived, as well as in different parts of the base, several stands were set up where relief food was being distributed. This was happening every day just like in the past, but everything had changed compared to when Kong Rong and Liu Yan were in charge of the base. Standing in the middle of a long line of survivors, a typical family consisting of a couple and their 13-year-old son calmly carried their bowls. Unlike in the past, this family did not have an extremely wary look in their eyes, and it was obvious that their nutrition had improved exponentially. The formerly dry and yellowish skin of the 37-year-old woman was gradually becoming tender again, regaining its natural white color, while the blemishes on her face were slowly being removed as if by magic. The man's weak muscles had recovered considerably, and the vigor in his eyes made him look like a lion ready for battle. After about 20 minutes, the family of 3 arrived at the front and were greeted by a fat man holding a spoon in his hands. The fat man looked at the 3 for a moment before putting the spoon into the pot and pulling it out before pouring the contents into the woman's bowl. Then, the fat man did the same with the man's and the kid's bowl before shouting loudly, "Next!" The family of 3 retreated to a corner and sat down to begin eating. "This meat soup is really delicious," the woman commented as she looked at her bowl with sparkling eyes. "Not only is it delicious, the quantity of meat here can be conceived as a lot even in the past. The man replied to his wife. His voice as loud and powerful as thunder was brimming with gratitude as he said, "This is all thanks to Lord Bai." After he took over the base, everyone's situation changed for the better to a great extent. Now, even the bottom survivor can get at least 3 bowls of meat soup every day. Besides, this meat is definitely not normal meat. The woman pointed as she closed her eyes and enjoyed the cooked meat. Our weak body recovered too quickly, and even little Shun recovered from his malnutrition. Truly, this person named Bai Zeman came to become our light. The tall, strong man nodded before looking up at a building just to see an incredibly beautiful silver-haired young woman emerge from inside before disappearing into the crowd. Although Lord Bai has not shown himself in public, Miss Shangguan has also been working hard. She appears every day in every food station to supervise the distribution of food at least once. She has become quite famous and well known among the survivors as well. One of the biggest changes that North Camp underwent was that the survivors no longer received only 1 bowl of food per day, increasing to 3 per day. In addition, instead of rice gruel diluted to the point where it was difficult to find a single grain of rice, what replaced their daily meals were 3 big bowls of broth with meat in it. This meat was not normal meat, it was mutant beast meat. Although they were only normal and low-level mutant beasts, just 10 and below, the meat of these beasts accelerated the recovery rate of the survivors whose bodies were weakened horribly. At the very least, the survivors received an increase of 3 points in their health stat, and the weaker ones even received up to 8 health points, all this because the soul power of these people was scarcely low and of poor quality. With Bai Zeman leading one and Shangguan Bingshui leading the other, 2 large squads of soul evolvers were formed. Each squadron numbered around 50 at first, as that was all the base had. These 2 squads went into the forest separately, and while they didn't charge too deep and only stayed on the outer perimeter, they managed to hunt over 200 mutated beasts in just one day. As Bai Zeman and Shangguan Bingshui targeted the low-level beasts so that the weaker soul evolvers would level up and become more powerful, the hunting rate was not particularly high, but it was undoubtedly sufficient. Using the meat of over 200 beasts, the next day the survivors began to enjoy a better meal and their physiques began to become more powerful thanks to their soul upgrade. It was then that Shangguan Bingshui suggested starting recruiting poor survivors to become soul evolvers, giving them certain privileges depending on the level of power they achieved and the contributions they made to the base. Now that their physiques had begun to recover quickly, those who were already fed up with the life they were leading and not wanting to experience again the feeling of being eaten by their own body, a large number of survivors immediately enlisted and applied to become soul evolvers. In only 3 days, the number of soul evolvers who had enlisted exceeded 200, and some of them who were fighting practically without rest had already broken level 15. Inside her family's villa, Lu Xiaoao was wearing a professional dress uniform and was currently reading over various documents. The current Lu Xiaoao had changed considerably compared to how she was in the past. Although she still had tantrums and was arrogant, at least this 18-year-old managed to realize that depending on her father would not always be good for her, since in the future this could be the cause of her own downfall. Although she did not have the courage to fight, she decided to do another kind of work and was now in charge of supervising the logistics team. A position that was not only prestigious, but also assured her protection of 2 level 10 soul evolvers with 1 active skill each and a fixed amount of monthly supplies as pay. Although the work was heavy and sometimes she had to stay up late at night to confirm that the reports her subordinates sent matched with her own data to make sure that no one was embezzling or diverting supplies, Lu Xiaoao did not complain. Gradually, she began to mature. As she was immersed in the papers, the door to her room was knocked softly, and when she looked up she saw her father entering with a smile. "Father!" she greeted with respect and affection in her voice. Liu Yan rested his back on the door and looked at his daughter with satisfaction. For 4 days, he had watched her slowly transform from a spoiled little princess into a hard-working young woman who was finally beginning to realize that life was not easy, especially not in this chaotic world in which they lived. This was all thanks to the arrival of Bai Zeman's group, and Liu Yan was incredibly grateful to them. Because if it weren't for the influence of those young people who were close to the same age of his daughter, she definitely wouldn't have worked so hard to improve herself and become a better person. Xiaoao, how is today's work going? Liu Yan asked with a fatherly smile. The numbers are good. Liu Xiaoao looked at the documents in her hands and smiled sweetly. I think Bai Zimin will be pleased. This time, the Soul Evolver squads hunted a total of 400 beasts and gathered 180 unclassified soul stones. Oh! That's a lot! Liu Yan was surprised. Liu Xiaoao put down the documents on her desk and stood up to stretch her body as she felt stiff after sitting for so many hours. She replied, in the past 72 hours, we have gathered a total of 301 unclassified soul stones and even 2 first-order soul stones. Also, thanks to the constant hunting, the meat has been slowly accumulating. At this rate, I think the survivors' meals will probably make a small improvement in a while more. Liu Yan sighed as he listened to his daughter's report. Bai Zimin and Shangguan Bingshui were truly two terrifying young individuals. When the two of them started working as a team, the entire base was turned upside down in a heartbeat. Dozens of officials who lived lives of luxury in the privileged area were expelled after opposing the new regime. More than 200 people who tried to rebel were mercilessly slaughtered, 100 of them became slaves, and were now forced to do hard labor every day. But what surprised Liu Yan the most was that these two young kids not only improved the lives of thousands of people, but also began to build up a terrifying force in such a short time. The number of mutant beasts being hunted every day gradually increased, which in turn led to an increase in the amount of food, which resulted in more than 1,500 survivors finding work as dismantlers. None of the hunted remains were wasted. The meat was stored in an ice chamber or in large freezers, the fat was stored separately to be used as oil. As for body parts such as ligaments, bones, pelts, scales, etc., they were carefully worked and then stored to be made into armor later. A new society powered by magic, mana, and soul evolvers began to take shape under the leadership of two young adults who were still college students. Liu Yan was suddenly curious as to how far this would all go and, in case that path was far ahead, he hoped to live to that day so that he could appreciate it all with a smile and scoff at those who wanted to destroy the human race. Unconsciously or not, Liu Yan like many others believed that with two such horrendously strong and intelligent young individuals at the lead, this small faction would one day achieve great things. Undoubtedly, it would not be easy and there would undoubtedly be many impediments. However, Liu Yan had never in his more than 50 years of life met two such prominent people. So his expectations and hopes were very high. A new king and a dynasty, might not be so bad. He muttered with a smile as he looked out the window. Chapter 282, Lilith's out-of-control emotions. The wind was blowing softly, but that breeze seemed to come from the Antarctic itself as the temperature was by no means spring-like. The leaves of the trees became damp with the evening dew as the distant sun began to descend lower and lower, until its light was no longer yellow and turned slightly orange on the distant skyline. In the middle of a forest seemingly devoid of human life, occasionally the roar of several beasts could be heard in the depths that terrified those weaker ones who were just starting to evolve at a considerably slower speed. Boom! A thunderous explosion broke that slight balance and for a moment all the roars disappeared as if even those beings hiding in their domain on the inner parts of the forest realized something. The earth shook fiercely, trees flew everywhere, splinters of shattered wood and crushed leaves scattered across the shaken ground while dust rose into the sky forming a thick cloud of earth that seemed to want to block out all light. In a clearing in the forest, a young man was standing in front of a crater approximately 300 meters in diameter with a depth of half a meter at the edges and up to 4 meters in the center. This young man was not wearing conventional clothing, instead, he was wearing an extravagant suit of armor as black as the night sky with no stars and no moonlight. His right hand gripped the hilt of a sword even taller than his own body while the great sword rested with the tip buried in the ground. In the center of the crater, if one looked carefully, one could notice shattered bone fragments, blood stains that splattered all over the ground in a messy manner, flesh torn into pieces of different sizes, broken pelts, rocks crushed into dust, etc. The young man's face could be considered quite attractive. However, the left side of his face, just below the eye and up to the bridge of the nose, a large blood splash gave him a rather dangerous appearance which, in conjunction with his dark eyes as cold as ice, would prevent any girl from approaching him as his whole existence was brimming with an extremely lethal aura. Calmly, the young man walked to the center of the crater. The sound of his boots echoed amidst the deadly silence that haunted the area, and he squatted down before picking up a small light green rock. At least I got a first-order soul stone. Everything else turned into nothing but debris. The young man sighed softly and stood up. Just as the young man planned to go deeper into the forest, the military radio inside the small crossbody pouch he wore at his waist turned on and a beautiful but cold voice came from there. The beginning village advance team has just arrived. The young man was silent for a moment before picking up the radio and calmly replying, I see. I'll be there in 5 minutes. The other side did not respond. Instead, the radio made a faint sound similar to television jamming waves when the channels were not working properly before going silent again. This meant that the other side had cut off communication after transmitting the necessary message. Little brother Zeman, will you start moving immediately? A silhouette materialized several meters ahead of the young man and asked in a soft voice that contained a certain natural sensuality but countless hidden dangers. Zeman looked towards the source of the sound and saw Lilith standing on the branch of a huge tree looking down at him with a faint smile on her beautiful face. Not yet. Even if I wanted to, it's simply impossible. He shook his head and put away the first-order soul stone in the pouch before walking in the opposite direction he was currently heading. Straight to the exit of the forest. It was currently considerably deep, so a few first-order beasts were slowly appearing and most creatures in this area were level 15 or higher. He had gone hunting on his own as this had been one of the rare opportunities when he had free time. Since he had no close friends and no one to share his time with, he went into the forest to absorb some soul power and test his strength. The results scared him at first, and although he had calmed down after a while, the amazement still lingered. Swoosh! The blood in the crater suddenly glowed and turned into a large hand of blood. The blood hand grasped the hilt of the crimson great sword and with accuracy slashed towards him. However, instead of wounding him, the blood hand simply set the great sword back into the scabbard before turning into a slapdash puddle of blood on the ground. You've become significantly more adept at controlling mana, haven't you? Lilith pointed out as she followed closely behind him. Her feet were a few inches off the ground, she looked like a heavenly fairy and the entire forest seemed to bow to her existence. No, it's not about the mana itself. Zeman gently shook his head. His cloak swayed softly in tune with the forest wind as he calmly said, when blood manipulation evolved into second order, I obtained a lot of information imprinted on my soul that gave me a lot of knowledge and simpler ways to control the skill. Now it's much easier for me to create different solid objects and controlling them to perform simple actions doesn't pose too much of a challenge either. Ah, I see what you mean. Lilith nodded with a smile and commented, it's similar to my main skill. Every evolution not only increases the overall power or maybe a second activation, but also teaches us more about the evolved skill. You mean one of your charm skills? Zeman asked casually as he walked forward. Even though he was walking, the speed at which he was moving was enough to advance tens of meters per second, leaving a gust of wind for everywhere he passed. Charm skills? What makes you think my charm skills are my main source of power? Lilith asked with a raised eyebrow, seemingly amused. No matter how fast Zeman advanced, the distance between them never grew and always was the same. Zeman looked back slightly and said with a hint of surprise in his voice, well, aren't you a succubus? Judging from what Lilith had just said, it seemed that Zeman's previous thoughts were too naive. Because this was the first time they were talking about her skills, his curiosity began to itch. What powerful skills would Lilith have? As a sixth-order being, her skills must be incredibly powerful and destructive. It was what Bai Zeman believed. Ha ha ha. Lilith laughed amusedly and stopped, which caused Bai Zeman to stop as well. You're wrong though, little brother Zeman. Lilith shook her head, causing her thick dark hair to dance softly. Though I do indeed have charm-focused skills, my main skill is nothing of the sort. It isn't. Bai Zeman blinked and asked curiously, I see, then can you tell me what it is? Lilith looked at him with a smile and walked towards a huge tree a short distance away. She laid her soft, smooth white palm on the dark, wrinkled bark of the tree that reached over 400 meters high and said, since you're curious about it, let me show it to you. Eh? But didn't you say that you? Although Bai Zeman did not finish the sentence, Lilith understood what he meant. She chuckled and said calmly, I said that I can't take the initiative to attack living beings or interfere in battles of lower existences, that's true. However, I may have expressed myself poorly back then. What I meant was that I cannot initiate an attack against conscious living beings. While this tree here is undoubtedly alive, it is not conscious of such a thing, and since its consciousness did not awaken when the mana of the world began to circulate in its body, then it will never awaken consciousness of its own. Therefore, the soul record does not consider such beings to be truly alive even though the world does. I see. Bai Zeman nodded and finally understood. Still, he shook his head and said with some concern, either way, forget it, Lilith. If something goes wrong here just for a stupid reason like this, then you might die. You don't need to. Oh. Lilith stopped her movements and looked at him with genuine surprise on her face. You care about me? Bai Zeman hesitated when he heard her question. However, seeing the slightly anxious expression on her face, he finally conceded, yeah, well. Actually, one of the requirements to evolve Stoneheart was completed thanks to you. This means that you are someone important to me. Lilith stayed silent and her seductive red lips opened slightly due to the surprise in her heart. A trace of disbelief flashed in her ruby eyes before a hint of joy replaced that emotion. You've already completed one of the requirements to evolve that skill? That's impressive. She rejoiced. Bai Zeman might not know how difficult it was to complete requirements for a third-order skill with his current strength, but Lilith was very clear about this. Even fourth-order existences did not necessarily manage to evolve skills beyond third order due to the difficulty it represented. Rather than me completing this requirement, I would say that the one who completed it is you. He shook his head and forced a smile. Me trusting you 100% means that you are worthy of my Stoneheart skill not being activated against you. Considering that you are a woman, the difficulty of becoming someone important to me is even more challenging, but you still managed to do it in just over 1 month. In that case, the impressive person here is you. Lilith was silent for a long time, during which time the two simply looked at each other. The wind blew hard again, his cloak swayed and her hair danced. The inky black of the cloak and hair formed a beautiful painting that contrasted harshly with the vivacious green of the forest, and the silence only made everything even more perfect. After an unknown period of time, Lilith removed her hand from the bark of the tree and smiled bitterly, "Little brother Zeman, you should be careful with your words and actions." Bai Zeman looked at her blankly, "What is that supposed to mean? I don't think I've done anything wrong though." Lilith brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and sighed, seemingly exasperated, before saying in a tone of an older sister reprimanding her younger brother, "Listen, you little rascal. We women are a little complex sometimes, but we all have something in common. Want to know what it is?" "Sure." He nodded with some hesitation. "Well, I won't tell you." Lilith stuck her tongue out at him in a super cute way before disappearing as if she had never been there. "But what the F?" Bai Zeman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Forget it, man. Let's get out of this place." His right foot stomped with all his strength on the ground and his body shot out like a cannonball forward, covering more than 100 meters in a second. The nearby trees swayed fiercely and those weaker and smaller ones were directly uprooted or blown to pieces just by the wind resulting from the explosive speed. Lilith appeared above the clouds and shook her head while whispering, really, this little rascal is very dangerous. In several meanings of the word. She touched her slightly disturbed heart and with a lot of effort managed to calm her emotions once again. Her black dress swayed slightly and in the next instant she vanished once more. Chapter 283, Venomous Healer. Bai Zimin dashed like lightning, leaving the forest in no time and arriving in the city where the base was located not long after. As he flashed at full speed through the less traveled streets, the survivors who were only normal human beings felt a massive gale of wind rushing past them. The only thing they could make out with great effort was a shadow for a split second that appeared in front of them before the shadow faded away. Some of them were frightened and ran away to their homes, while others who had already seen the greatness of the soul evolvers naturally related this phenomenon to a mighty warrior passing through the area. Fortunately, no one associated what happened with a monster attack, which was completely natural considering that for a monster to sneak into the center of the base it first needed to get through the numerous defensive lines and guard checkpoints. Another thing that Bai Zimin rejoiced in was that while his blaze-scale greatsword weighed about 1 ton, which was basically equivalent to a car, it wasn't as if every step he took made the ground tremble as if a Tyrannosaurus Rex was walking around. After all, it wasn't as if cars made the earth shake every time their wheels rolled, and Bai Zimin's control over his body was practically perfect, being able to control how the weight he carried affected his surroundings. A little less than 5 minutes after he left the forest, Bai Zimin arrived at the entrance to his current villa in this base. Even when he stopped for a while to have a conversation with Lilith in the forest, he still managed to somehow arrive within the time limit he informed to Shangguan Bingshui before she cut off the communication. As he calmly walked inside, Bai Zimin could already perceive various presences inside his villa that differed from the auras of Evangeline, Shangguan Bingshui, Nangang Yi, Nangang Lingzin, and the rest of the people living here, including the domestic maids. However, he was already quite familiar with the aura that exuded from the souls of these people. Although Bai Zimin felt it was puzzling how he could so freely sense the soul power of others, he had no answer for this, so he could only temporarily put it aside. When he arrived in the living room, the first thing that greeted Bai Zimin was the big smile on Fu Suifeng's face. The slender young man was wearing the dark brown leather armor that Bai Zimin had forged for him and was currently chatting happily with a pretty girl of about 23 years old. This girl was Fu Shuren, Fu Suifeng's older sister, whom Bai Zimin accidentally met 4 nights ago in the big marble bath. Apart from Fu Suifeng, there was also Kong Lan present. She was wearing a platinum-colored light leather armor that had been forged using the leather and pelt of the first-order platinum ape that Bai Zimin had defeated a few days before finally forging a path to the university's exit. In addition to Fu Suifeng, Fu Shuren, and Kong Lan, there were also the Nangang siblings and Shangguan Bingshui present. Basically, Fu Shuren aside, all those present were people who had fought together quite a few times, as even the Nangang siblings who had joined the group a little less than 2 weeks ago had fought their share of battles when Bai Zimin was still forging equipment inside his workshop. In short, the atmosphere was quite intimate, as regardless of whether some had more affinity or trust with someone else than with the rest, it was true that everyone had at least a certain level of respect and appreciation for each other. Even Shangguan Bingshui, who was just sitting there quietly without talking to anyone, looked quite at ease with the current situation. "Hey, Bai Zimin!" Nangang Lingzin finally noticed his arrival and called out to him. Everyone else stopped what they were doing and looked towards the entrance of the living room. At the sight of him, except for the Ice Princess's always indifferent and hard to analyze face, they all revealed slight smiles on their faces. Bai Zimin carefully left his sealed great sword in the scabbard, leaning it against the wall, and walked towards them with a small smile. "Kong Lan, Suifeng, I see that the two of you haven't been slacking off during this time." Kong Lan chuckled and nodded. "I'm currently at level 25, the same goes for Fu Suifeng. We both received our breakthrough mission to get our first job and finally become first-order existences." "That's great." Bai Zimin nodded with genuine joy on his face, since the stronger they become, the stronger he would indirectly become. "What job did you choose? Do you need help with that?" Although it was impossible for him to kill or weaken the enemies she needed to defeat, Bai Zimin could help her devise strategies and plan the best way to succeed without having to go through so many dangers and headaches in the process. However, Kong Lan shook her head gently and said, "Actually, that's not necessary temporarily. The job I chose is called Venomous Healer and the evolution requirements are a bit strange, but I think I can accomplish most of them on my own. I'll probably need you to help me with the final requirement later though." Venomous Healer. Bai Zimin was genuinely surprised. There was no way this kind of job was a normal one just based on its special name. Indeed, it is a special job. Even though it's not a unique job, the path of this human named Kong Lan will be brilliant as long as she doesn't die in the process. Lilith's voice rang in his head and confirmed Bai Zimin's theory as if she knew what he was thinking. After thinking about it for a moment, Bai Zimin realized that so far, Kong Lan had learned 3 active skills through scrolls. One of these skills was focused on healing while the other 2 were attack skills with poisonous or corrosive properties. Therefore, that the work Venomous Healer appeared within the evolver options Kong Lan could choose from was not too strange. That's not the only thing. Kong Lan smiled with a hint of pride and continued, "I just need to complete one more requirement to evolve lesser healing to second order. In fact, evolving this skill is one of the requirements needed to obtain my job Venomous Healer." Bai Zimin was very happy about this and praised her again. The lesser healing skill was the skill he most appreciated from Kong Lan, and she was naturally aware of it. Therefore, she had been working hard on her own, and every time she went out on an expedition she would strive to find the necessary ingredients for the skill to grow steadily. After chatting with Kong Lan for a while more, Bai Zimin finally turned his attention to Fu Suifeng. The young man had been looking at him with a serious expression from the moment he walked into the room, so it seemed that he wanted to tell him something important. "What's wrong with such a serious face?" Bai Zimin raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Shouldn't you be happy to be reunited with your sister?" Fu Suifeng stood up and directly bowed 90 degrees to Bai Zimin. Without straightening his posture, he said in a voice a little choked with emotions, I am very happy that my big sister managed to survive to this day without experiencing too much hardship. However, more than anything else I feel most grateful towards you, big brother Bai." Fu Suifeng was the only person who called Bai Zimin that way among his subordinates. Even though he only did it when they were alone or when they were among people they trusted, it showed that at the very least, the 2 of them were close enough for that much. While Bai Zimin and the others looked at him with serious expressions, Fu Suifeng continued without raising his head, "Back in college, when we were stuck in that gymnasium with practically no hope, it was you who gave me enough courage to stand up and fight. It was thanks to you that I gained the power I possess today, and to say that it was you who gave me this life would not be an exaggeration. But now, I have not yet been able to repay the previous debt when another debt of equal or bigger magnitude was born. If not for Big Brother Bai finding my big sister, she..." Everyone could hear how genuinely excited Fu Suifeng was. Joy, admiration, gratitude, and countless other emotions filled his voice in the midst of his speech. Bai Zimin chuckled and waved his hand gently as he calmly said, "You don't need to talk anymore, Suifeng. If you really feel grateful as you say, then you already know what to do, don't you?" Fu Suifeng finally raised his head to look at him. He straightened his back and his black eyes glittered with resolution as he swore, "Even if the President of China himself appeared in front of me and you want me to kill him, my dagger will never hesitate." Bai Zimin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he heard the words of the 19-year-old in front of him. The President of China? Bai Zimin shook his head secretly. Fu Suifeng's thoughts were too naive if he believed that his ambitions and goals were so small. Since his highest goal to date was to help Lilith in whatever she wanted, then he was naturally prepared to fight against God himself or Satan himself if necessary. As for the President of China, in Bai Zimin's eyes, he was nothing but a fart. Still, he naturally understood what Fu Suifeng meant. For a 19-year-old like him who came from a normal family just like Bai Zimin, the president of a world power like China was like a god among human beings, the fact that Fu Suifeng said that he was willing to point his weapon against such an existence showed how loyal he was to Bai Zemin. If not for the fact that Bai Zemin met Lilith and his horizons were expanded, he might also think of the country's president as a supreme existence even in the midst of the apocalypse. Therefore, he naturally understood how valuable the words Fu Suifeng had just said were. "I hope I can fight alongside you for a long time." Bai Zemin replied with a faint smile on his face. "Yes." Fu Suifeng nodded earnestly. Fu Shuren was incredibly surprised to see her younger brother's expression, and her surprise turned to disbelief when she heard his words. Was this really her younger brother? That child who always locked himself inside his own world and lived in a cloud of darkness without being able to come out of the shadows? Was this that young man who was often bullied for being too weak? No matter how she looked at him, the Fu Suifeng in front of her was like a sharp and lethal dagger waiting for the exact moment to strike the fatal blow and slit the enemy's throat. In about 1 month and 1 week, Fu Suifeng's change was so great that Fu Shuren felt her heart hurt. Although she was smart and knew that the current Fu Suifeng's personality was more suited to survive in this world without rules, it was painful for her to imagine how many things had to happen for a person to change so much in such a short time. On the other hand, a person had a weird expression on its face when it heard the words Fu Suifeng said in his speech on his oath and looked at him with a hint of surprise. "By the way, Suifeng." Bai Zemin changed the topic and asked curiously, "What about you? According to Kong Lan, you are already level 25. What about your job? Do you need my help with that?" Chapter 284, Top Secret. Hearing Bai Zemin asking Fu Suifeng about his job and breakthrough mission, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the slender young man with glasses. The only reason why Bai Zemin asked such a question with so many people present was because he believed that none of them would dare to harm Fu Suifeng. After all, doing so was the same as offending him, betraying the entire faction, and basically would not be much different from buying a ticket straight to hell for free with no chance of ever returning. Fu Suifeng was silent and his eyes seemed to go unfocused for a few seconds. Everyone realized that he was checking the records imprinted in his soul, so they did not interrupt and simply waited patiently. Although the soul record had become part of the daily life of all living beings on Earth, it would still take some time for everyone to properly adapt to this strange unknown entity. Therefore, everyone needed some time and focus in order to obtain information about a specific record. After roughly 10 seconds, Fu Suifeng finally seemed to refocus and apologized to everyone before saying, "I have it here. My current level is in fact 25. Among the 3 job options I could choose from, I took the one that seemed the rarest and most powerful. The name of the job I chose is called Storm Assassin and, although I'm not 100% sure, I think this job was born thanks to the fruit that Big Brother Bai gave me just before he departed to the north." Indeed. Just before Bai Zemin left with Nangang Lingzin, Nangang Yi, and Shang Guan Bing Shui northward, he gave a lightning fruit to Fu Suifeng and one to Kong Lan. As for Zhongde, because the man was still on the front line standing guard in the south to warn in case a large army from Baikwun camp moved toward Beginning Village, he temporarily had to keep the fruit with himself. Bai Zemin himself would give him the fruit when he returned to the village. Therefore, it was no wonder that Fu Suifeng's thoughts were directed in such a direction. After all, the lightning fruit was a great treasure of the 1000 lightning plant that Bai Zemin found during the first few weeks of the apocalypse, and its fruits bestowed a powerful second-order skill with 2 activations, which was a rarity in itself. The skill was so powerful that one of the archangels named Gabriel, right under the command of the leader of the army of heaven, the god of the Bible, possessed such a skill as his main. So it was no wonder that the presence and intervention of such a skill opened the doors for Fu Suifeng to obtain a special job that would sync with his skill invisibility. Lightning fruit. Shang Guan Bing Shui seemed to catch the meaning of something and her adorable ears twitched softly. "Ah, I forgot to mention about that." Bai Zemin suddenly realized his mistake and palmed his forehead. Because things were unclear in the past, he was simply unwilling to share secrets like the 1000 lightning plant with individuals like Shang Guan Bing Shui. After all, the originally set plan was that she would separate from him once they reached Chongping district. However, things were different now that Bai Zimin had made it a priority to conquer the whole of China. Although it was still not 100% set in stone, the chances of Shangguan Bingshui joining Bai Zimin's faction were 99%, considering that she was carrying out his orders to the letter without protest and only giving a few advice here and there occasionally. The current Shangguan Bingshui had already practically lost all hope in the old Chinese government after seeing the North Camp police force practically ignoring the safety and welfare of the people. Therefore, he did not need to continue to hide this from her. As for Nangang Lingzhen and Nangang Yi, the two siblings could only rely on Bai Zimin at this point. Although they were both strong, if they left the safety of his faction and ran into a first-order beast or two, the fate of both of them would be sealed. Bai Zimin looked at Fu Shuren and then at Fu Suifeng. Although he said nothing, Fu Suifeng understood the hidden meaning behind his gaze and hurriedly glanced at his elder sister before saying, "Sis, can you go ask the maidens to bring some tea?" Fu Shuren was a smart woman, so it didn't take her long to understand the situation. She stood up quickly and excused herself, "Then, I'll go make the tea myself. Please excuse me." Even though she was Fu Suifeng's big sister and Bai Zimin trusted in the slender young assassin, this did not mean that Bai Zimin trusted her. It was simply impossible for him to have the slightest bit of trust in a person he did not even know properly, and even though Fu Shuren seemed to be an honest woman, he simply could not risk telling secrets that could casually cause calamities. "What I will say now can be considered a state secret of the highest level and cannot leave here. If a single word leaks out, then I will personally see to it that the culprit pays miserably." Bai Zimin looked at everyone and spoke in an extremely serious voice as a chill flashed in his dark pupils. Hearing his words with a slight tinge of murderous intent, everyone held their breath for a second before their expressions turned serious as well. For him to say such a thing and consider the information he was about to tell them top secret, then it could only mean that what they were about to hear was no small thing. "Some time ago, I was fortunate enough to accidentally come across a strange mutated plant." Bai Zimin narrated the events of how he encountered the mutated plant, currently named Thousand Lightning Plant due to its fruit capable of bestowing the second-order lightning movement skill. After finishing, he went to his room and then returned with a very small plant that was carefully placed in a pot. Although Shangguan Bingshui and the others had not seen Bai Zimin carry such a plant on the entire way, with the infinite reduction treasure, it was not weird since he could simply hide it wherever he wanted and no one would ever notice. The mutated plant, now the size of a palm, its natural size, currently had 7 fruits in total. Apparently, this was its maximum for now. Among those 7 fruits, 2 of them were healthy red while the other 5 were slightly pink. Clearly, they had yet to fully ripen. After Bai Zimin's meticulous care, the Thousand Lightning Plant continued to provide him with precious fruits steadily. This natural treasure was like a baby to Bai Zimin as he never forgot to water it every day, letting it absorb sunlight whenever possible. Thanks to this treasure and the meticulous care he had supplied it every day, Bai Zimin had successfully given a fully ripe fruit to Cai Jingii, Fu Suifeng, Kong Lan, and had 2 more ripe fruits, all this without counting himself. Shangguan Bingshui sucked in a breath of cold air, which caused her ample bosom to swell slightly forward, and if not for everyone being focused on the mutated plant before them would definitely have attracted more than one set of eyes. Before everyone realized what this little plant really meant, Shangguan Bingshui had already figured out how valuable it was just by listening to a fraction of the explanation given by Bai Zimin. "This definitely can't get out of here." She took a deep breath and looked at Bai Zimin with an extremely serious expression, "Although it might not be that much of a problem now since our faction has quite a bit of weaponry and also powerful soul evolvers, you never know what kind of enemies we will have to face in the future, and this plant is definitely enough to provoke a war." "Is it that big of a deal?" Nangang Lingzhen exclaimed with surprise in her voice and looked at Shangguan Bingshui with an incredulous expression. Bai Zimin looked at Nangang Lingzhen and said in a deep voice, "At the beginning of the apocalypse, the skill I obtained was a first-order level 5 skill. That skill alone gave me the ability to fight and kill a first-order level 30 evolved beast when I was just level 15. Now, the lightning movement skill is a second-order level 5 skill. Do you understand how powerful that skill is? As if that wasn't enough, it even grants the ability to create new clones that possess a certain part of the user's power. Definitely, this reason alone is more than enough for many factions to attack us. To evolve a skill, one first needed to have that skill, and the easiest way to learn skills was through scrolls that in themselves were not easy to obtain, much less high-quality ones. However, by using a scroll one would be taking up valuable space to learn active skills and you would have fewer and fewer empty spots. But with the 1000 lightning plants such a thing did not happen. Not only did it grant a powerful skill directly in second order at its highest level, a skill that could evolve into an extremely terrifying one in the future, but it was also a skill that did not consume any external active skill slots. Approximately within 2 weeks, the plant would produce 7 fully ripe red fruits. What did this mean? It meant that every 7 to 14 days, the possessor of the 1000 lightning plant could foment 7 soul evolvers. The fruits could be used to create new soul evolvers directly with an extremely strong skill right from the start or to help others grow even faster. For faction leaders, it was an invaluable treasure. Don't worry, nothing will come out of my mouth. Nangang Yi promised in a solemn voice. The same goes for me. Nangang Lingzhen hurriedly added. After listening to Bai Zemin's explanation and reasoning a bit, she finally came to understand how terrifying the secret she had just been told was. Since you trust me enough to let me hear this, I definitely won't let you regret it. Bai Zemin smiled slightly. To be honest, the 2 Nangang siblings were his biggest problem. He wasn't worried about Fu Suifeng revealing the secret. The young man was practically his fan at this point and he was incredibly grateful to him. As for Kong Lan, since she was his loyal follower, it was impossible for her to betray him in any way. As for Shang Guanbing Shui, even though Bai Zemin had only known her for about 1 month and 1 week, he had already come to understand the kind of woman she was. She would definitely not divulge anything she heard here even if she was threatened to death. That was her pride and arrogance. Alright, since everything that needed to be said was said, then let's start with these 2. Bai Zemin picked the 2 fully ripe fruits and smiled slightly before looking at Nangang Yi. Nangang Yi, your first-order barbarian strength skill grants you a terrifying amount of strength points. I think if you add to that a powerful movement skill your total might will definitely shoot skyward with a single step. Aye. Nangang Yi exclaimed in a state of utter shock. Then, he pointed out, I only joined your faction a little less than half a month ago, are you sure of this? Bai Zemin shrugged, you may have only joined recently, but I think you're one of the few people with practically 0% chance of betraying me. You? Nangang Yi smiled bitterly. However, he soon put on an extremely serious expression and nodded, since you trust me so much, let me prove to you that your trust will not go to waste. Bai Zemin smiled faintly and his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness that soon disappeared. What he didn't say was that another reason why he was sure that Nangang Yi would definitely not betray him, was because his aged father was in Beginning Village and was always being watched by a sniper. After all, it was impossible for Bai Zemin to completely trust people he barely knew, since he had been locked up in his workshop when the pair of siblings arrived at Beginning Village. If Nangang Yi dared to have the slightest thought of betrayal, Bai Zemin had 100 ways to make him regret being born. Maybe it was cruel, but from Bai Zemin's point of view, being cruel and harsh was the only way he could survive in this world without being trampled by others. He was not interested in being trampled by anyone and would rather die than be suppressed by someone else, therefore, he had to have the power and be determined enough to take actions that might seem selfish or evil to others. Chapter 285, Highest Level of Trust? By the way, something important I forgot to mention is that after eating the fruit you will fall unconscious for 24 hours. This is because the mana inside the body becomes slightly unstable as it tries to adapt to the skill acquired by natural means and somehow external to the soul record. Bai Zimin suddenly remembered the matter of falling out of combat for a whole day, so he quickly pointed it out. Nangang Yi's face changed slightly for a second before he regained his composure. Since that's the case, then I guess I'll have to rely on you guys to take care of me in the meantime. Don't worry, I'll stay in your room until you wake up. Nangang Lingzhen was the first to respond, which was normal considering that the person on the line here was her blood relative. All right, just eat the fruit in your room. Bai Zimin nodded calmly. All right then. Nangang Yi stood up and prepared to leave. Man, I'm already looking forward to tomorrow so I can receive that skill. Somehow I feel like when I was still a teenager, ha ha ha. He didn't seem worried about being attacked while was completely unprotected, which from a certain point of view made a lot of sense. To begin with, if an enemy wanted to harm him, they would first have to break through the blockade set up by powerful soul evolvers as well as the mighty and terrifying Bai Zimin. If such a thing happened, then Nangang Yi knew that he wouldn't have any possibility of living even if he was awake, so he didn't worry too much. As for someone from his own faction attacking him, Nangang Yi didn't think about it. If he couldn't even trust the people he fought with every day shoulder to shoulder and with whom he was going to fight many more wars in the future, then it was only a matter of time before they stabbed his back. Perhaps it was the thoughts of a person resigned to fate, but it also seemed reasonable from a logical and objective point of view. After Nangang Yi returned to his room together with his sister Nangang Lingzhen, who would protect him for the 24 hours he would be passed out, the room was silent for a moment before Bai Zimin finally looked at Shangguan Bingshui. You can have the second fruit. He finally offered and thrust his hand forward with the open palm facing upward. Just above his hand was the small red fruit the size of a human fingernail which, although it looked extremely delicious, Bai Zimin knew it was a great deception as it was even more acidic than lemons. Shangguan Bingshui stared at his open palm, more specifically, she stared at the red fruit with a hard-to-read expression. Finally, after several seconds of silence, she withdrew her gaze and looked Bai Zimin straight in the eye before saying curiously, "Why are you giving one fruit to me? I haven't agreed to join you yet, have you forgotten? That fruit represents a powerful second-order active skill of the highest level, which in turn means the birth of a powerful soul evolver. Aren't you afraid that in the end I might decide to join another faction or even decide to establish my own?" Bai Zimin laughed indifferently at her words. While the beautiful silver-haired woman's questions made perfect sense and her doubts were certainly justified, she was not the only observant person. He calmly replied, "Since day one of the apocalypse, we had many discussions and differences. Even now, more than a month later, we still have our differences, which is perfectly normal given that we are two different people with different thoughts. Still, I think that at the very least I know you well enough to understand that even if in the end you decide not to join my faction and my ideals, I firmly believe that you will not become my enemy in the future." Shangguan Bingshui raised an eyebrow and said with a hint of amusement in her voice, "That's quite confident of you, who is usually as wary as a fox. Do you really think I won't become your enemy in the future?" Bai Zimin chuckled and shrugged his shoulders, "Even if you become my enemy, it's not like you can defeat me anyway, can you?" Kong Lan almost burst out laughing when she heard Bai Zimin's words, while the corner of Fu Suifeng's mouth began to twitch furiously and a bead of sweat slid silently down his face. Humph! Shangguan Bingshui coldly snorted and was about to say something when Bai Zimin continued. "All joking aside, to be honest, the reason I'm doing this is because even if after all this finally you become my enemy, then that just means that my eyes were wrong and that I evaluated you too high. That's all," he said calmly and looked at her with a sincere expression. "If at the end of the day it turns out that I was wrong, then I will take it as a valuable lesson and not as a loss. Regardless, it's not as if the 1,000 lightning plant won't produce any more fruit, is it?" Shangguan Bingshui's expression changed several times as she heard Bai Zimin's words. In the end, she let out a peculiar sigh and shook her head. She leaned her body forward and used her fingers to take the red fruit lying in Bai Zimin's palm. Bai Zimin nodded and was about to say something when his expression froze in the next instant. Shang Guanbing Shui looked at the fruit for a second before bringing her thin fingers to her slightly open lips before slipping it into her mouth. Her lips closed together once more and the line of her elegant jaw moved once before her throat fluttered softly. You ate it? Just like that? Bai Zimin looked at her speechlessly. Even Kong Lan and Fu Suifeng gawked at her. Shang Guanbing Shui's perfect white face became redder and her breathing turned slightly heavy, which showed that the effect of the fruit began to do its part immediately. She said with a bit of difficulty, "You'll have to take care of me until tomorrow then. Why didn't you just wait until we got back to beginning village? There you could have asked Wu Yujun or Chen He to take care of you. Aren't you afraid that I might do something to you while you are sleeping?" Bai Zimin pointed out stupefied. Although he trusted her quite a bit, he definitely wouldn't dare to stay 100% unprotected against her. If someone asked Bai Zimin if he would be willing to wholeheartedly faint in front of Shang Guanbing Shui, which would basically mean leaving his life in her hands, he would undoubtedly slap that person and scoff mercilessly. He in no way believed that the trust between him and her had reached such a height. Still, she actually. If something like that happens. Shang Guanbing Shui uttered in a low voice and her eyelids began to close together rapidly. Just before she fell unconscious, she whispered, "Then I guess I was wrong about you and evaluated you too high." Bai Zimin's mouth opened slightly and a hint of surprise flashed in his black eyes. He. This woman gave you back your own words. Lilith's voice rang in his head. She said with a hint of delight and amusement, "She really got you this time, little brother Zimin." Bai Zimin rolled his eyes and sighed heavily before standing up and looking at the woman passed out on the couch adjacent to his. Because it was uncomfortable to wear armor that none of them were used to yet, they preferred to wear cloth clothes when they could relax. This was no different with the current Shang Guanbing Shui. The current her had started to perspire a lot, which caused her dress to begin adhering to her seductive body quickly, outlining her charming curves. This added a completely different shade of attraction to her usual coldness, and regardless of whether one was an old man or a young man, Bai Zimin could swear that as long as one was a man, he would definitely be attracted. Even the shy Fu Suifeng was slightly dumbfounded as he looked on in a daze, and it was only after Kong Lan teased him that he finally looked away with a face as red as an apple. Bai Zimin looked at Kong Lan and was about to say something when she hurriedly shook her head and said earnestly, "Leader, she is trusting in you, not in me. Don't you think it would be good to respond to that level of trust in the right way?" You. He looked at her and wanted to say something but was at a loss for words. What he wanted to ask Kong Lan was to take Shang Guanbing Shui and bring her to her room. After all, he was a man and the relationship between him and her was not particularly close. Besides, Bai Zimin was aware of Shang Guanbing Shui's wariness and clear dislike of men. He did not want to betray the trust she had reposed in him. However, what Kong Lan said was true as well, which left Bai Zimin with no way to reply. Shang Guanbing Shui had made it more than clear that she was entrusting her total security to him. In that case, wouldn't it be right for him to take care of it? Even though he did not respond positively and was more like her throwing herself on her own without caring about the opinion of others, it was true that her high level of trust was unexpected for Bai Zimin, which resulted in him wanting to act in the right way. Forget it then. Let it be like that then. He shook his head and stopped overthinking things. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Bai Zimin walked around the small glass table and took Shang Guanbing Shui's body in his arms. The first thing he did was to put both of her arms around his neck to make it easier for him, then, one of his arms hugged her tender back from her shoulder to her slender waist while the other arm went just below her knees. When he stood up, Kong Lan clapped her hands and said excitedly, "Leader, you are embracing the #1 beauty of Beijing University and the most desired woman in the whole faction like a newlywed couple." Bai Zimin almost fell to the ground when he heard what Kong Lan said. He looked at her with wide eyes and said dumbfounded, "I say, my cherished healer, when did your shy personality turn into a playful personality?" He could still remember how not so long ago, Kong Lan was as shy as a rabbit. She definitely wouldn't have dared to joke with him like that in the past. Kong Lan stuck out her tongue before saying with a smile, "That's, of course, because I know the kind of person you are. I'm only like that with less than 5 people so far." Bai Zimin shook his head and walked upstairs without giving his opinion on the matter. Fu Suifeng finally coughed and murmured, "Hey, Kong Lan, I'm sure if that good-looking guy Chen he hears about this he'll definitely die of a heart attack." He. I'd say that while Chen he dies of a heart attack, someone else might also get hurt in the process. Kong Lan grinned like a little fox and started gossiping as if she had found something funny. Fu Suifeng quickly thought of something and pursued, "You mean Wu Yujun?" "That's right." Kong Lan nodded and said in a low voice, "I think if she finds out about this she might start to see Shangguan Bingshui as her new love rival." Fu Suifeng rolled his eyes and muttered, "There are many women who want Big Brother Bai anyway. If we're talking about rivals in love, then could you be one too?" "Me?" Kong Lan pointed to herself with a surprised expression before bursting out laughing and saying between laughs, "Of course not. I know my place. Besides, I don't think weak people like us have time to think about things like love." Chapter 286, Lilith's Age. After leaving Fu Suifeng and Kong Lan alone in the living room, Bai Zimin walked through the main hallway of the villa in the direction of the stairs. On the way, he met a few maidens who looked at him and then at Shangguan Bingshui before bowing slightly and continuing on with their work without asking questions. He even met Fu Shuren on the way. Fu Suifeng's big sister naturally noticed that the beautiful silver-haired woman who was about the same age as her was not feeling well. After all, it was easy to notice because of her flushed face and the sweat that covered practically her entire body. But although Fu Shuren was curious about it, she didn't ask any questions since she was sure that the young man who practically always wore a black armor wouldn't do anything bad to the unconscious woman anyway. As for the reason, considering that Bai Zimin could have had his way with her in the past but never even touched a single hair apart from a casual conversation, it was only natural to consider him a pretty honorable person. Of course, our hero didn't mind anything of this. Regardless of what others thought, Bai Zimin firmly believed that as long as his conscience was clear, then the rest was only secondary. Bai Zimin walked up the stairs and when he reached the second-floor hallway didn't stop, he simply crossed the path and continued up the steps to the other side of the hallway, reaching the top floor of the luxurious villa seconds later. The thud of his boots along with the obviously labored breathing of the woman in his arms was the only sound he could hear at this point. Finally, after a few twists and turns, he stopped next to a mahogany wooden door and carefully opened it with one hand before pushing it open with his shoulder to open it all the way. "Damn, if only I could get the mana out of my body to use it, everything would be easier." He grumbled as walked into the room lamenting that he couldn't do as Lilith did, waving a hand and moving things around at will. The room was considerably luxurious, just slightly below the room where Bai Zimin slept. In fact, in reality, all the rooms in this villa were very luxurious, the guest rooms were no exception to the rule. Well, another way to achieve what you want is to obtain the skill telekinesis from a skill scroll. Lilith appeared in the room, right next to the large window whose panes were partially covered by a huge light grey curtain. Learning a skill to do something like open a door. So pitiful. Bai Zimin smiled bitterly and shook his head as he walked towards the bed that was located centered on the left side of the room. Hee. Of course, you can also learn the skill by yourself. But for that, you need to control the mana almost perfectly, so it might be difficult for the current you. Lilith observed as he placed the body of the unconscious Shangguan Bingshui gently on the bed and a smile showed on her face as she playfully said, "You're pretty good at taking care of women. Are you sure you haven't had a girlfriend before?" Bai Zimin straightened his body again and walked towards the private bathroom of the suite as he jokingly replied, "Oh, I tried in the past but things didn't go well. I ended up with a broken heart and someone else ended up hospitalized with broken legs. Lord help us." He Lilith giggled softly at the joking tone he replied with and said solemnly, "Amen." The reason why she was joking with something like that was because even though at that time Bai Zemin had a hard moment, she was 100% sure that the current him really didn't care about what happened back then with that girl he met during his teenage years. In fact, just by the tone of voice without fluctuations and by his steady gaze as well as the movements of every muscle on his face, Lilith knew that Bai Zemin didn't even hate that girl. To him, that woman was similar to a stone in the middle of the road. She only stopped him for a moment before being kicked away and forgotten the next instant before continuing on his way naturally as if nothing had happened. Bai Zemin came out of the bathroom and finally answered honestly, "Well, although I might not have dated a girl, I don't think it takes such a thing to know how to treat a woman. After all, I'm not a kid who doesn't know anything about life." "Maybe." Lilith shrugged before raising an eyebrow at the sight of what he held in his hands. "Just curious, but that wet towel, you're not thinking of using it on her, are you?" Bai Zemin paused and looked at her before saying in confusion, "Yeah, well. It's for her face." "Why do you say that?" "Ugh." Lilith approached him with a serious expression and stopped when she was at a close enough distance that her bust threatened to touch the chest plate of his armor. Bai Zemin looked at her stunned, and she said in a serious voice, "I'm going to ask you a question and I want you to be honest. Is it okay?" "Of course." He did not hesitate and nodded. There were very few times he lied, though he had embezzled the words several times. Lilith took a step back and pointed at Shangguan Bingshui before asking her question, "What is she to you?" "A reliable companion on the battlefield." Bai Zemin didn't even take a second to answer. "That's all?" Lilith raised an eyebrow and pursued further. "That's all? Nothing more and nothing less?" He nodded and continued, "Shangguan Bingshui is a person I can entrust my back to while we fight, an intelligent woman whose opinion is worth listening to. As for seeing her as a woman, naturally, I find her beautiful. But that's all. If you want to know if I have any special feelings, then the answer is a total and absolute no." Speaking up to here, Bai Zemin smiled slightly and said jokingly, "Could it be that you are feeling jealous?" Lilith ignored his words and looked him straight in the eyes for a solid minute in total silence. Even though a single minute seemed short, it was different when two persons stared straight into each other's eyes without looking away for even a split second. Finally, a complex light flashed in her eyes before she took a second step back and said in an exhausted voice, "Bai Zemin, I will give you a kind advice." The smile on Bai Zemin's face slowly withdrew and his expression turned serious and indifferent. Since Lilith was calling him by his name and not little brother Zemin as she liked, then it meant that she was being genuine. Seeing that he was paying attention to her, Lilith sighed and said softly, like a good big sister teaching her little brother something, "If you don't have special feelings for a woman, or if you just don't want to have a special relationship with her, then be careful what you say and what you do. It's fine to be kind and all, but sometimes too much kindness can lead to misunderstandings." Bai Zemin opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, hesitated and closed it again without saying anything. Although he could be a bit dense sometimes as he simply didn't think about romantic matters because he didn't think too highly of himself in that regard and didn't have time for such things, Bai Zemin wasn't an idiot who didn't know anything. He naturally understood what Lilith meant by her words, and after silently analyzing them for a couple of seconds, he realized that maybe she was right. "I see." He nodded and said only 2 words before turning around to go back to the bathroom. When Bai Zemin returned to the room, Lilith realized that his hands were empty this time. As she kept looking at him walk to the window and sit in one of the couches near the terrace, she couldn't help but wonder if what she had just said had made things more complicated than they needed to be. She thought that she had already intervened too much in certain things, and that if she didn't want certain matters to get too out of hand, it would be better to stop getting too involved when it wasn't necessary. Lilith walked to the closed window and sat down on the couch facing Bai Zemin. She saw that he had his arms crossed and eyes closed with a meditative expression on his face. Just seeing him deep in thought made her regret what she had just said, but unfortunately for her, the words had already left her mouth long ago. Despite being a higher existence that was unaffected by the passage of time, regardless if it was hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or millions of years, this did not mean that Lilith was above time. By no means. She could not control time and go back to the past. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The day passed very quickly, and Bai Zimin never left Shangguan Bingshue's room. Because she had entrusted her life to him, then he was going to fulfill her expectations. After all, as a man, the least he could do when another person entrusted him with her entire existence was to do his best to reciprocate. Even when the sun descended and when the moon ascended into the sky that had now transformed into a massive black mantle with countless stars, Bai Zimin remained seated on the couch beside the window without moving. Lilith naturally stayed by his side, and although the two did not talk much, the silence in itself was not uncomfortable in any way. On the contrary, it was extremely relaxing and allowed both of them to think and reason about things that, perhaps, they were doing wrong. Lilith. She was looking up at the stars in the sky when Bai Zimin's voice caused her eyes to shift to him. Like her, he was looking at the stars in the sky, apparently thinking about something or perhaps just appreciating their beauty. What's it? She answered in a low voice that soon melted into the darkness of the room. May I know how old you are? Bai Zimin asked calmly. Lilith was a little surprised by the question before she smiled slightly and asked back, how old do you think I am? He was silent for a few seconds before answering, yet without looking at her, I don't know, maybe about 5,000 years. Hee. Lilith chuckled sweetly before looking back up at the stars in the distant sky and replied quietly, well, I'm a lot younger than you think. So young that you'd probably be shocked to know it. Oh. Bai Zimin's curiosity spiked sharply this time and he finally turned his face to look at her. Seeing that she didn't respond, he decided to wait and see. After about a minute or two, she finally uttered, this world called Earth makes a complete rotation, in orbit around the star called Sun once every 365 days, am I correct? Although secretly surprised that she knew such information, Bai Zimin thought that as a higher existence it was something easy for Lilith to analyze. Even so, he nodded, that's right. Lilith smiled slightly, a smile that was intricate and emotionally charged to describe properly, and said something that left Bai Zimin without breath for a long time. So, one rotation around the sun takes 365 days of time, which is abbreviated as 1 year of time in the calendar of this world's mankind. Taking that same time range into account, my age is young enough that the Earth didn't even manage to make 100 circles around its main star. Chapter 287, Ice Goddess Skadi, Part 1. After hearing Lilith's words, Bai Zimin's breathing completely stagnated and all he could do was stare at her face with a stunned expression. Less than 100 circles around the Sunday. Less than 100 years. Lilith's age didn't even reach a century. Even though he had just heard the answer just moments ago, for some reason Bai Zimin's mind refused to accept it, or perhaps he simply could not understand how such a thing was possible. Lilith did not seem to be amused by his funny expression or anything else. In fact, the expression on her face was still as complex as when she said those words before the room fell into absolute silence. While the natural sound of nocturnal insects added an extra layer of calm to the dark night, two existences were overwhelmed by their own emotions that, although different, the result led them to stay in silence for a long time. After what seemed to be an eternity, Bai Zimin asked in a halting black voice, Lilith. Aren't you a sixth-order existence? How? Less than 100 years old. Lilith looked at him silently, a smile containing a hint of sadness adorned her beautiful and always cheerful face, a smile that Bai Zimin could not make out due to his own fluttering heart. She said without knowing whether to laugh or cry, why? Did you expect me to be an ancient woman? You didn't expect me to be a genius of the highest level the universe has ever seen. No. It's not that. Bai Zimin finally managed to calm down a bit, at least, enough to have a normal conversation. He shook his head and quickly said with glittering eyes, I admit I didn't expect your talent and power to be terrifying enough to carry you so high in the ranks of power in all the history. Although I don't know how long it usually takes for an existence to reach your level, it definitely must be thousands of years at the very least. Isn't it? Thousands of years and tens of thousands of years, that's the norm, Lilith replied in a slightly muffled voice. She looked at him with narrowed eyes and smiled slightly before saying, even if we leave aside all those who stagnate without being able to advance any further and end up being swept away by the river of time before becoming mortal remains, I can say with some pride that there has been no one capable of reaching the sixth order at a speed faster than me. Every higher existence, at some time, was also a lower existence. Among countless lower existences, only a small handful managed to break the chains of time and become a higher existence. Each one of these beings were geniuses among the greatest geniuses in recorded history, all of them had the right to be proud and arrogant. In the past, they were not only heroes of their respective worlds but also represented the hope of their own races. However, even though he knew nothing about it, even though he was a mere pitiable first-order lower existence who had not yet reached even level 50, Bai Zeman was 100% sure of one thing. This was that regardless of how fast the others were, they definitely could not have been faster than Lilith. The reason was simple. To level up, every existence regardless of race needs to absorb commensurate soul power to purify, solidify, and increase one's own soul power. Bai Zeman remarked as he looked at her in admiration. The higher the level and order of an existence, the more difficult it becomes to advance. If I wanted to level up now, I should probably kill at least around 100,000 zombies considering the soul power they currently possess. So. Lilith listened to him silently and, even though he hadn't finished yet, she somehow already knew what he was going to say. Therefore, she nodded and replied indifferently, what you are thinking is correct. Bai Zeman sucked in a breath of cold air and became incredulous once again. Then. You. How many higher existences did you kill to ascend so quickly? If an existence followed the normal path to become stronger, which meant absorbing a lot of soul power from existences weaker than oneself so as to be safer and less likely to face death, then the amount of time needed to rise through the ranks would be ridiculously high. Even those outstanding talents who transformed into higher existences needed millennia to ascend to the fifth order, forget about the sixth order then. However, Lilith managed to go from being nothing, a mere zero-level lower existence, to a being with very few rivals in the entire universe, all in less than 100 years. What did this mean? The answer was simple. Lilith must have fought countless battles to the death with her life on the line, challenging insanely strong beings, absorbing the soul power of those existences, and leveling up and climbing among orders at a speed that could only be called mind-blowing. Hee. Little brother Zeman, big sister already forgot that. Lilith smiled sweetly before she shook her head and rectified herself, rather than forgetting, I just killed too many to remember the count. Do you even remember how many beings you've killed so far? Bai Zeman was dazed for a moment before forcing a smile into his heart. Remember how many beings he had killed so far? That was simply impossible. Bai Zeman had ended the lives of hundreds of thousands of living beings, in little more than a mere month, but he had already killed so much. How could Lilith remember then? However, even without an exact number, Bai Zeman naturally knew that the amount of lives that the lovely woman sitting on the couch in front of him had claimed with her two small hands definitely exceeded tens of millions with ease. Of course, even though he was aware of this fact, it did not mean that he felt apprehensive or disliked towards Lilith in any way. To people like Bai Zeman, a woman capable of taking the life of another being in order to survive was praiseworthy. Why did people believe that life was beautiful but death was horrifying? Maybe, just maybe, it was because life was a beautiful lie while death was a cruel reality. But for people who breathed death instead of air while living, life did not represent safety and death did not represent something to fear. But Lilith looked at him sharply and said something that made Bai Zeman's blood run cold. I have destroyed no less than 10 worlds. Including all life in them, of course. Destroying worlds and annihilating races? Bai Zimin felt he could no longer be more surprised than this and smiled bitterly before shook his head. He sighed and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, you know. One of the reasons I most appreciate having you near me is because knowing your accomplishments somehow helps me keep my growing arrogance under control. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure what kind of person I would have become at this point. Even though he didn't have many people to compare himself to, Bai Zimin knew he was powerful. Powerful enough to be invincible among all the humans he had faced or who had demonstrated their power in front of him so far. Even terrifying wild beasts with a level far above him eventually fell before his feet without being able to oppose against his strength. However, Lilith's existence reminded him every day, every hour, every minute, and every second, even while he slept, that out there were countless beings with the power to devastate him with a single finger or even a single thought. Knowing that even though he had not yet met these beings there were existences stronger than him, Bai Zimin's personality did not deviate so much and he continued to work hard every day practically without rest to improve himself. Ever since the soul record showed up on Earth, from that first second when that green-lettered message flashed across his retina, Bai Zimin knew that the only way he could survive was to be powerful. Therefore, as he became aware that his life and fate were not yet in his hands no matter how much it seemed so, the fire inside his soul burned like a raging volcano about to burst and sweep away everything in its path. What happened to the worlds you destroyed? Bai Zimin pursued further, I mean, since the living beings that inhabited it were wiped out by you, then those worlds are now considered empty worlds or maybe in many more years they will be inhabited by intelligent beings again. Even though she was aware that he wouldn't get any help from this kind of conversation, the motivation he received was enough to make it all worthwhile, and even if he ignored that, for the first time Lilith was willing to talk a little about herself. Pfft. Lilith put a hand to her mouth and laughed charmingly. Her red eyes flashed with a hint of coldness that Bai Zimin had never seen until now and she replied in a casual voice, Little brother Zimin, didn't you hear me before? I said that worlds were destroyed. Worlds such as Earth completely annihilated, leaving no trace of life for there to be any possible evolution in the future. There are even 3 higher worlds on that list. Higher worlds. As Lilith had told him in the past, this was the term used for worlds capable of containing the attacks of higher existences without being destroyed. At this point, the world also gained its own will and power, which allowed it to defend itself against threats of annihilation. You completely destroyed more than 10 worlds. For the first time in a month, Bai Zimin raised his voice uncontrollably. However, he soon realized something and sucked in a breath of cold air as he said in a state of shock, so. All the higher existences of those worlds. Dead. Massacre. Lilith replied matter-of-factly and shrugged her shoulders. What can I say, I'm strong after all. Hee. How many higher existences inhabited a higher world? Bai Zimin had no way of knowing it. However, if that number was several million, then what Lilith was saying in flat words could be considered the highest feat ever since creation. Therefore, she had the right to be arrogant and proud enough to pronounce such words. However, Bai Zimin soon noticed a problem and couldn't help but point it out. However, Lilith, something here doesn't match. What is it? She smiled with interest. Worlds evolve at the speed of the beings that inhabit it, therefore, a higher world should have the power to oppose higher existences. How can it be then? What you want to know is, how is it possible for the will of the world to allow an existence, in this case, it would be me, to annihilate every living being that inhabits it? Lilith finished the question he wanted to ask for him and continued, of course, the will of the world would never allow such a thing to happen. After all, wiping out all life on a world would mean that the world would come to an end and the will of the world would eventually end up dying, since worlds cannot exist without living beings just as living beings cannot live without a world. Then how? Bai Zimin was really puzzled by this matter and felt that if he didn't get an answer he probably wouldn't be able to sleep for days. That's because the will of the world couldn't fight back. Lilith pointed out indifferently, when you're powerful enough to annihilate everything with a single attack, there's really nothing you can't do. Of course, it's not as if I'm all-powerful at all by any stretch of the imagination. There are several existences that are much stronger than me. Seeing Bai Zeman silent, Lilith shook her head and went back to looking at the stars in the distant sky. She sighed and a complicated light flashed in her red eyes again before quickly disappearing. Bai Zeman, do you like stars? Today, Bai Zeman would know which were the true most terrifying powers that existed in the multiverse. Chapter 288, Ice Goddess Skadi, Part 2 last. Lilith's question took Bai Zeman by surprise. After all, the change was simply too abrupt. They were talking about the will of the world, about higher worlds, about higher existences, etc. How were the stars of the distant sky supposed to enter into the picture here? Bai Zeman assumed to himself that perhaps Lilith did not want to talk about her anymore and he decided to respect it. Be that as it may, from his point of view this conversation had been incredibly valuable to him. Not only did he learn different things that would help him mentally prepare for what awaited in the future, but it also gave him a lot of information about the woman in front of him. Going from knowing only her name to knowing her age and some of her incredible feats was enough for him for now. In the future, the two of them would probably have plenty of time to get to know each other better. The stars, hey! Bai Zeman looked up at the distant sky above his head that stretched as far as the eye could not reach, and a nostalgic smile was born on his face naturally. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered something that happened when I was still very young. Oh! Lilith looked at him for a moment with slight curiosity. I think I was 6 or 7 years old at the time. To be completely honest, I don't remember it very clearly. In any case, during summer vacation one day my whole family took a trip to the outskirts of Shanghai where we would camp for a whole week. Bai Zeman chuckled and continued, at that time my little sister Meng Qi was not yet part of the family, my mother would only adopt her several years later. So, it was just my father, my mother, and me. Being far from the city, the light pollution was minimal, so the stars were as visible as they are now that most of the world's lights were turned off. I remember during the last night something happened that scared the hell out of me back then. Lilith narrowed her eyes and paid special attention to this part, as somehow she couldn't help but feel that maybe things weren't as simple as Bai Zeman thought they were back then. Without knowing her thoughts, he pointed towards the huge dark-colored dome with tiny glowing dots above his head through the window and asked, "Can you see that set of stars over there?" Lilith traced the location pointed out by Bai Zeman and quickly identified what he wanted to show her. She frowned slightly and asked, puzzled, "You mean the constellation of Sirius the Heavenly Wolf?" Bai Zeman looked at her with clear wonder written all over his face and asked dumbfounded, "You know about Sirius as well?" How could Bai Zeman not be surprised? What he was pointing out was indeed the brightest star visible in the cosmos, at least from Earth. More specifically, what he wanted to show her was the constellation of the Heavenly Wolf Sirius. However, Lilith should know no such thing. Maybe many other intelligent races also linked stars together and gave them names, but how high were the odds of not only calling a star by the same name but also naming an entire constellation that was made up of about 11 stars in the same war? I'll explain about that later. More importantly, what happened at that time? Lilith shook her head and pushed Bai Zeman to continue narrating what happened in his childhood. Even a fool would realize that perhaps things were not so simple after seeing Lilith's especially high interest in the matter. After all, an existence that was practically absolute and at the top of the universe would not be interested in insignificant matters to such a degree. With a slightly stiff expression, since he did not expect such a thing to happen just because of a throwaway comment on his part, Bai Zeman continued, "Anyway, just the night before our departure, the star named Sirius released a freakish glow back then. Although Sirius is the brightest star in the world at present, like all other stars we all see it as white or slightly bluish in color. But that time the star's brightness was red as a demon's eyes." Bai Zeman could clearly remember how that night he cried furiously as he ran to the tent where his parents were, scaring them very much as they thought some wild animal had suddenly appeared. It was only after the little Bai Zeman of that time told what he saw that his parents finally sighed with relief and smiled as they saw that, to the dismay of the him of that time, Sirius was shining in the same way in which it shone since time immemorial. Back then I was angry because my parents didn't believe me, but as the years went by even I myself assumed that it was all the imagination of a small child. Bai Zeman shook his head and forced a smile as he looked at Lilith before saying, "But looking at your face now, it seems that it really wasn't my imagination after all." Lilith looked into his eyes for a few seconds before finally pulling back her gaze to look up at the starry sky again. She didn't comment on what she had just heard, nor did she let the slightest hint of her thoughts escape through her expressions as her face maintained its composure throughout. Instead, she clarified another doubt Bai Zeman had. If a person were to tell you that in reality the stars in the firmament are not merely masses of gas that are at catastrophic temperatures, what would you think about it? Bai Zeman shrugged his shoulders rather calmly and replied, "If it were in the past, I probably wouldn't have much of an opinion about it since science and astrology were not my strong points. However, after everything that happened in just a second when the soul record appeared on Earth, I believe that there are no impossibilities. It's good to keep your mind open to new ideas, thoughts, and perspectives." Lilith nodded in praise and continued, "In fact, the stars are not as simple as they seem. More specifically, not the stars themselves but the constellations composed of a set of stars." Bai Zeman remained still in his seat and listened to everything with utmost seriousness. Lilith's voice blended with the calm atmosphere of the night as if it were the most beautiful melody in the world. The firmament, that is to say, that infinite space through which the stars move, which many call sky, is similar to a huge mural where rest the wills and powers of existences that surpassed the limits of the universe, entering into a new world full of dangers but also with infinite possibilities. Or at least that is what existences at the level of the different leaders of higher factions estimate after studying this field for hundreds of thousands of years. Existences that exceeded the limits of the universe. Bai Zeman repeated in disbelief before asking, "What are the limits of the universe to begin with?" Lilith chuckled and said in a somewhat amused tone, "That's not something my current self can feel, little brother Zeman. Big sister hasn't reached the limits of the soul record enough to be able to answer such a thing." Hearing her reply, Bai Zeman felt a little embarrassed. How could a person who had not yet reached a limit possibly know anything about that limit? It was like wanting to know that there was a wall 20 kilometers away in a place you had never been to before that you had no information about either. Speculate? Sure. As for knowing precisely, such a thing was impossible. Either way, let's leave that matter aside for now. I don't think it's necessary for you to know more about such things since your strength is insignificant to do anything about it anyway and you'd just be wasting your time. Besides, I don't know much about it myself in any case." Lilith decided to end the subject of these beings there. Bai Zeman smiled bitterly in secret. In fact, his strength was insignificant so there was no point in knowing such things yet. But the way she said it somehow feels a bit hurtful. This only served to further strengthen his resolve to become strong faster. By the way, Lilith looked at him and smiled as if she were a mischievous little kitten before saying, "Weren't you curious how it was possible to execute an attack powerful enough to annihilate all the life of a world in a matter of seconds? Would you like me to show you?" Bai Zeman's dark eyes lit up brightly when he heard Lilith's question and before his brain could even send the command he was already nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Lilith giggled softly at seeing him act like that for the first time in several days before her expression turned slightly serious and slightly proud as she said, "Look very carefully, and try not to get too scared, little brother Zeman." Under Bai Zeman's watchful gaze, Lilith closed her eyes for a moment and brought both hands to her chest before making a grabbing gesture. Then, as if pulling on an invisible thread, she extended both hands outward. Flash! WH! Bai Zeman was startled and unconsciously tried to back away only to realize that he was still sitting on the couch. A small spot of light began to glow on Lilith's chest and that light soon spread throughout the room, blinding him for a couple of seconds. When through his eyelids he noticed that the glow dimmed almost completely, Bai Zeman opened his eyes slightly teary from the bright light earlier and looked forward. This is... Bai Zeman stared with a surprised expression at a small rock floating just above Lilith's palm. The small rock was perhaps about 5 centimeters tall and was shaped like a diamond with cracks at the tips. Its color was obsidian black with purplish glints, and a faint chilling aura surrounded it. Lilith looked at the small rock in her hands with intricate eyes and whispered, "This is my firmament fragment. I acquired it several years ago." Firmament fragment? He asked, stupefied. Bai Zeman was simply overwhelmed by everything that was going on, therefore, there were many things that he unfortunately missed during the entire conversation. Lilith looked at the small rock floating a few inches from her palm and stretched it forward. The small rock floated gently under her command and stopped right in front of Bai Zeman. The small rock that Lilith referred to as firmament fragment was now within reach of his hands, and the coldness around it did not feel uncomfortable, but he could feel as if death itself was staring him in the face. "You can touch it." Lilith's voice snapped him out of his daze, and as he lifted his head, he saw her looking at him with a small smile. She nodded and insisted, "Touch it. Then maybe you'll understand a little better why I told you about all this earlier." Bai Zeman hesitated for a moment. He could feel every nerve in his body tense to the max. The amount of danger he felt from the small rock in front of him was such that the second-order archaic bear looked like a newborn compared to the king of the jungle. A bead of sweat that was soon frozen and destroyed by the icy aura released by the small rock in front of his eyes slid for a couple of seconds down his face. This was probably the first time in his entire life that he felt so apprehensive about something. However, all his hesitation disappeared in an instant when he saw Lilith's expression. If she wanted him to touch it, then it meant that nothing bad would happen to him. If it was in the past, Bai Zeman may not have dared to approach, let alone touch something that made him feel like he was going to die at any moment. But now, he basically trusted Lilith with his life, so he wasn't worried about his safety. He reached his right hand forward and very carefully, gently touched the smooth surface of the small rock. Immediately, a message flashed across his retina. Skadi's will, firmament fragment. Skadi, in the past known as an extremely powerful ice goddess who was capable of annihilating entire armies with a single breath before reaching the limits of the soul record and disappearing. This firmament fragment possesses a portion of Skadi's power and has already recognized its holder. Once every 6 months can use the active skill Niflheim and increase mana by 500% and magic by 700%. Niflheim, bury everything in a prison of eternal ice, freezing the life of all enemies below the 7th order. The attack range is inestimable. Chapter 289, Firmament Fragment. How would you feel if you suddenly decided to leave your house for the first time in half a year only to realize that the whole world changed completely? You would probably be scared, shocked, even despairing was not an impossibility, along with many other emotions overwhelming your soul. Bai Zeman's emotions were completely out of control. His heart felt as if it would burst at any moment as a torrent similar to a fierce hurricane in the middle of the sea was shaking him back and forth as if he were a small wooden boat. While reading the same message over and over again, studying and analyzing the information as well as the details of the firmament fragment that contained the will of the ice goddess Skadi, Bai Zeman's mouth opened several times as if he wanted to say something, but there was no sound coming out of it. His eyes even lost their focus for a moment at the same time as his breathing stagnated as if he was a lifeless corpse. Lilith observed every change in his expression and did not miss the slightest detail. Her red eyes, similar to 2 beautiful bright rubies, glittered with faint amusement. This was the first time she had seen Bai Zeman act in such a manner. Even when the soul record arrived on Earth and turned his world upside down, the shock he received had not stagnated him to such an extent. After a long time of silence, she finally spoke to snap him out of his daze. Powerful, don't you think? Bai Zeman raised his head slowly and stared at her. His heart was still quivering as 1,000 thoughts raced through his head. Powerful? There was no doubt that the small rock before him was powerful. However, for some reason, Bai Zeman felt that the word powerful did not do justice to it. I think the word overwhelming is more appropriate in this case, Lilith. He sighed heavily and dropped back against the back of the leather couch. His dark eyes looked at the small glowing rock and stated, "That skill called Niflheim is crazy to say the least. Just the boosting of stats on a percentage basis and not a specific number makes it a supreme treasure." Bai Zemin had no idea what Lilith's stats were like. After all, the statistics were different from the records of every existence. The statistics could be translated as the very soul of a being, and except for the possessor of that soul, others had no way of knowing those numbers unless the other person told them. Basically, the statistics were the numbered soul power. However, even though Bai Zemin did not know how strong Lilith's soul was or how high her stats were, her numbers were definitely in the thousands, tens of thousands, and could even be hundreds of thousands. Since Ice Goddess Skadi's firmament fragment granted Lilith the ability to increase her mana by 500% and magic by 700% instead of a fixed number like say 2000 or 5000, the boost Lilith received depended on her own power in these two stats. The higher her magic and mana, the more power she would receive as a reward. Even if she could only activate the skill once every 6 months, for higher existences like her 2 months meant nothing. Forget that they were not afraid of dying of old age. Finding an opponent capable of threatening a person in possession of such an item was basically impossible. Bai Zemin was certain that even if a 7th order existence appeared in front of Lilith, the loser of the clash would not necessarily be her even though she was 6th order. Now do you understand why in the past I told you that statistics were the only thing that really mattered? Lilith asked calmly as she extended her hand forward. The object called firmament fragment flew gently back towards her, and under Bai Zemin's surprised gaze, the small obsidian-colored rock glowed softly before piercing through her body like a rock falling into the ocean before being lost forever. Bai Zemin looked into her eyes again and nodded without saying anything. He was still too shocked by what he had just seen. How can such things exist? That's basically cheating. Bai Zemin sighed and suddenly felt exhausted. If Lilith had one of those objects, then it was only natural to assume that the existences which were actually at the top of the universe must have theirs as well. Who knows, they could even have multiple of them. Bai Zemin suddenly felt that everything had become much thornier than it already was. His overall stats were undoubtedly overwhelming for his current level and order. The current him did not even fear a level 72nd order existence thanks to all the equipment he had forged for himself. That was how powerful the current him was. However, what was the use of having overwhelmingly higher stats if a single item could make another person who was weaker, less talented, and fought fewer battles to the death, catch up so easily? Seeing his depressed expression, Lilith smiled mysteriously and added, "You don't need to worry about firmament fragments. They are things that the current you is still considerably far from coming into contact with. Besides, there are countless constellations throughout the universe and many waiting to be discovered. You just need to have strength, luck, be in the right place, and receive the approval of the firmament fragment to obtain one. Easy, isn't it?" Bai Zemin rolled his eyes. Easy? Seems incredibly hard. He he he. Lilith laughed sweetly and said something that surprised Bai Zemin. In your case, you just need strength and to be in the right place at the right time. The other two are already complete basically. Complete? Bai Zemin straightened his back and suddenly got livelier. What do you mean? MMH. Lilith thought about it for a moment before ignoring the question Bai Zemin asked and instead inquired, "Do you remember what I told you before? About the sky above our heads being a painting canvas where the figures of those existences that left their mark on the soul record before disappearing were painted on?" Although he was confused by the sudden question, Bai Zemin nodded, "Yet. You said that the sky was the canvas and the stars were the paint. The constellations conformed by diverse groups of stars are those existences, aren't they?" Ding dong. That's right. Lilith nodded with a happy smile as she saw that he understood quickly. Then, let me ask you something. Since those stars are the paint and the constellations are the whole picture, it means that if you get close enough you should be able to feel the texture of the paint and even smell the material that was used, don't you think? Bai Zimin's eyes lit up and a flash of understanding suddenly went through him. You mean that before enough time has passed for the paint to dry, as long as the right place is reached, one can receive something good? Lilith clicked her fingers and praised, little brother Zeman, you really are quick at these things. I hope that in bed you also move your waist fast but don't finish so fast hee. Bai Zeman rolled his eyes for the second time and wisely decided not to reply. In his heart he was thinking that the current him could spend even 3 days and 3 nights having fun without any problems, so he didn't think any woman would ever have to worry about something like that. However, he wasn't going to say that out loud anyway. Joking aside, Lilith continued, in any case, little brother Zeman, think carefully. Since those existences left a remnant of their being even after disappearing from the universe, then don't you think that this place where they left their mark also has something that they left behind? You mean something similar to what happens in the novels? Like when a powerful expert leaves behind their legacy? Bai Zeman asked with a frown. Something similar but not that similar. Lilith shook her head and after taking some time to think continued, once in a lifetime a special rift opens that leads to a different dimension or a completely different world in a different universe than ours. But don't get it wrong, even though I said this happens once in a lifetime, it actually happens many times as well. Do you know why? You sure like to play riddles. Bai Zeman was speechless before chuckling and calmly saying, basically, once in a lifetime, a spatial rift near a constellation opens up. This happens with all the constellations in the universe, so the number of cracks are innumerable. But at the same time, each constellation only opens a crack once. Yup. Lilith nodded with a smile and continued, therefore, as long as you are in the right place at the right time, you just need to be strong enough to overcome the obstacles you must face on the other side of that rift to get the firmament fragment that contains part of the power of existence represented by the constellation to which the rift you entered through belongs. Bai Zeman finally understood most of the matter regarding the firmament fragments. He now knew what they were, where they came from, what they represented, and how to obtain them. However, he was sure that it was not as easy as it seemed. How could it be easy to obtain such divine treasures capable of breaking the balance of the universe just by existing? Therefore, even though Bai Zeman was overjoyed and excited, he did not let that excitement go to his head and instead kept calm. Seeing his composed expression, Lilith praised him in her heart before continuing, so far, the amount of existences holding a firmament fragment definitely does not exceed 4 digits, and even though that might seem like a lot, considering that there are millions of higher existences and tens of thousands of constellations, that number is basically nothing since at most only a few thousand were able to obtain one throughout the entire history of the universe. Indeed, Bai Zeman for a moment thought that the number of firmament fragment holders were too many. But after listening to Lilith's explanation and reasoning it out for a moment, he felt that effectively the amount was not so big. Even without knowing the age of the universe, it was definitely millions of years. The fact that only a few thousand managed to obtain one of these fragments revealed how difficult they were to obtain. Lilith continued, there have been hundreds of thousands of fifth-order beings who have lost their lives never to return after passing through one of those rifts. At least a few hundred sixth-order beings who also failed to return. And even 2 seventh-order beings who perished in the darkness. Bai Zeman was shocked when he heard this and exclaimed, existences on the level of the Heaven's Army Archangels have also died without managing to pass the tests of these objects. Archangels were 7th-order beings, all of whom were basically the highest authority only below God in the army of heaven. Such existences represented the pinnacle of the universe, but they died randomly after trying to obtain a firmament fragment. Yes. Therefore, very few dare to take up the challenge despite knowing the power of holding a firmament fragment. Lilith nodded with an extremely serious expression before saying, in fact, if it wasn't for the help of a person back then, I might not have obtained my first fragment. First fragment? Bai Zeman blinked as a crazy idea popped into his head and he couldn't help but gasped as he looked at Lilith in a state of utter shock. Do you have a second firmament fragment? Chapter 290, one of the most powerful firmament fragments in the universe. A single firmament fragment already possessed so much power, making its holder and existence far above those at their level and even granting them the power to fight against existences beyond them as if it were a piece of cake. So how powerful could an existence that controlled not one, but two firmament fragments be? Bai Zemin did not know. But he did know that if Lilith truly owned a second firmament fragment other than Skadi's will, then she should undoubtedly be one of the most terrifying beings in the entire universe. Bai Zemin's doubts became clear in the next instant. When Lilith heard the question he asked her, she was stunned for a moment as she could not understand how he came to that conclusion. However, she soon realized her mistake, a small slip that as long as one paid enough attention one could easily notice, and anyone with a certain level of intelligence would understand what those words implied. When she said, "My first firmament fragment," basically revealed that there was, at the very least, a second one. Realizing her misstep, Lilith couldn't help but smile bitterly in secret and scolded herself in her slack mouth. Despite this, she looked Bai Zemin in the eyes and shook her head as she said in between a sigh, "I'm sorry, but I can't show you that fragment just like I showed you Skadi's will." She couldn't do that as it would give her problems in the future. In fact, everything would become much more complicated for everyone. Therefore, she could only apologize even if Bai Zemin was upset. However, Bai Zemin naturally did not get angry at all. Even if Lilith did not answer any of his questions, he would not get angry at all, although he could become more cautious and careful against her once again. Everyone had their own secrets or things they didn't want to come out, and even he himself was no different in that case. Besides, Lilith had not only just admitted that she did indeed have more than one firmament fragment, but she had also tactfully revealed to him that the total number was 2. "Oh, it's not like I want to see it. Don't worry about that." Bai Zemin waved his hand casually before sighing and looking up at the starry sky, "But still. You really are amazing. Less than 100 years old, but you're already a 6th-order higher existence and holder of 2 firmament fragments. Even if you praise me, I won't give you anything." Lilith joked before looking at him with a smile and saying, "By the way, don't you want to know why I said that 2 of the requirements to obtain a firmament fragment have already been completed by you even without seeking it? Now that you mention it, it's true. I almost forgot that part. What is this all about?" Bai Zemin nodded with a bit of anticipation in him and waited patiently. "Actually, to obtain a firmament fragment you also need this one's approval, or else you won't be able to receive it even if you overcome all the challenges set," Lilith explained calmly. "This is also one of the reasons why many higher existences do not dare to go deep into the spatial rifts that will bring them to unknown places and where they will have to face unknown dangers." When Bai Zemin heard Lilith's words, he almost fainted. Imagine facing countless dangers, fighting on the brink of death countless times, and bleeding oceans, all for the sake of obtaining a firmament fragment only to be rejected at the end. Just thinking about this provoked the corner of his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Probably only those who were especially thirsty for power or who really had no other choice would venture into those spatial rifts formed by the remnant power left behind in the form of star constellations. Bai Zemin believed that no one who lived a good and carefree life would really want to throw away their life pointlessly. Regardless of his thoughts, Lilith's next words encouraged and surprised him, "But in your case, you don't need to worry too much about the matter of being recognized by a firmament fragment, since apparently, one has identified you several years ago." Bai Zemin's eyes slowly widened and his pupils twitched as a thought completely flooded him. "You mean? Yep. Sirius Heavenly Wolf." Lilith nodded and looked at him with a genuinely happy smile. "The constellation of Sirius Heavenly Wolf is much farther away than you think. However, even from a distance that humanity probably could never have reached considering the extremely slow speed of technological advancement, Sirius still sensed you and tried to call out to you despite the difficulties." Bai Zemin was stunned and speechless. After a long time of silence, he couldn't help but let a bitter smile appear on his face and shook his head as he said, "That firmament fragment containing Sirius will is crazy? Why is it trying to communicate with a 6-year-old? Forget about whether a 6-year-old child managed to respond to that call or not, most likely all children would be scared to death just like little Bai Zimin at that time. But more importantly, even if the Bai Zimin of that time understood what was happening, he was only 6 years old. At that time there was no soul record on Earth and the world's mana was fast asleep. How was a normal 6-year-old child without any power supposed to reach a constellation that was located who knows where? It was simply impossible. Lilith also frowned and said in a somewhat perplexed voice, "That's something I can't understand as well. To be honest with you, even if I'm young and definitely don't know everything, if such a strange thing like what happened to you had happened even once in the past it would have already spread everywhere and it would be impossible for me not to know about it." She looked at him and said with certitude, "Simply put, this is the first time such a thing has ever happened. For a firmament fragment to search far and wide across the universe, and even searching among worlds and galaxies to which the soul record had not yet spread its influence. Sirius Heavenly Wolf seems to be in a hurry to bond with you." Bai Zimin smiled bitterly again and sighed, "Well, that's a pity. As much as I'd like to rush off to find it right now, things aren't always the way you want them to be. Unless I'm a 5th-order higher existence I don't think I'll manage to get to such a distant place, let alone have the power to complete a trial capable of killing 7th-order beings." "Not necessarily so." Lilith shook her head. "Apparently you misunderstood something or maybe I misspoke. Be that as it may, the point is that not only higher existences can obtain firmament fragments. There have already been 2 beings in the past who obtained one when they were still 4th-order lower existences despite the risks." "What?" Bai Zimin was greatly surprised. "Even though even 7th-order beings have died, 2 4th-order beings managed to obtain fragments." Lilith sighed and her eyes became somewhat evasive as she said in a low voice, "One of those beings is me. Although this whole thing is too complex for you to understand. We can only talk about this when you are strong enough." Bai Zimin frowned deeply when he heard this and plunged into his own thoughts. If he already thought Lilith was already a powerful and mysterious existence, then all that dark veil that surrounded her and practically didn't let others see through her had now become darker and deeper than it already was. "Just when I thought I knew you a little better, it actually turned out that everything became more complex." Bai Zimin forced a smile and sighed. "Doesn't that mean you know me better?" Lilith looked into his eyes with a gentle smile on her beautiful face and pointed, "Do you remember who I am?" Lilith, a 6th-order higher existence currently affiliated with the demonic army, one of the most powerful and well-known higher factions in the universe. "Isn't it natural that everything gets more and more complicated when you discover something new about me? Or maybe you're just scared. Just as in school, as one advanced through the grades, the difficulty and variety of topics one had to strive to learn increased exponentially. When one came into contact with something beyond one's current capacity, it was natural to feel somewhat apprehensive about it and even a bit tired mentally and physically." Bai Zimin only remembered this when Lilith pointed this out. His spirits immediately lifted and a confident smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "Scared? I am the first existence in the universe to evolve a skill on the first day the soul record visited a world. I defeated a 1st-order level 30 defensive type evolved beast while I was only a level 15 unclassified existence. I am probably also the only one who has killed with a single attack a beast that was on the verge of evolving into 2nd order while being only a level 25 unclassified existence. It's only been a little over a month but I've already accomplished so many amazing feats. What is there to be scared of? When I reach your level I'll probably be powerful enough to kick everyone's ass." "True. My journey has just begun but I have already achieved so much. I will accomplish so much more and become powerful enough that nothing will ever take me unawares again." Bai Zimin's soul burned fiercely and his spirit lifted to an all-time high. He definitely didn't want what happened when the soul record practically ruined his day-to-day life to happen again. He definitely did not want his loved ones, whose fate was unknown even now, to face any kind of danger again. Therefore, he would become strong. Strong enough so that no one would tell him what was right or what was wrong. Strong so that his life would always be firmly gripped by his own hands and not by the whim of others. Hee. That's the confidence you should have. Lilith nodded with a satisfied smile. You don't know it yet, but you're much more awesome than you think. It's just that it's still too early for you to realize that. Little by little, you'll come to understand many things and you'll see that everything that seemed difficult or crazy to you before, really isn't so much. Look, even one of the strongest firmament fragments seems anxious to meet you quickly. One of the strongest? Sirius is. Bai Zemin's ears perked up immediately. The fragment containing part of the will of the heavenly wolf Sirius is without a doubt one of the most powerful in the entire starry firmament. Lilith nodded with a serious and even slightly respectful expression. The constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius is not only the brightest from Earth, but is even visible from the darkest corners of the universe. Although it is not necessarily the strongest, as I wouldn't know for sure, there is no doubt that its power must be at least several times higher than that of my Scatty's will. Bai Zemin's poor heart almost pounded out of his chest. Every word Lilith said only raised his expectations higher and higher, but unfortunately, it also increased his impatience to obtain his own firmament fragment even more. Although Bai Zemin had only seen one firmament fragment so far and it would probably be the only one he would see for quite some time, the fragment containing the will of the ice goddess Scatty was already so terrifying. So how strong would the firmament fragment containing the will of the heavenly wolf Sirius be? Even if it wasn't several times stronger as Lilith said, even if it was only a little stronger, Bai Zemin could already jump several times on one foot and shout his joy to the heavens. Damn it, forget about stronger, just the equivalent of Lilith's fragment would make him so happy that he wouldn't be able to sleep for several nights. However, you should probably hurry up. Lilith frowned tightly and put on a worried expression that was rarely seen on her face. Sirius Heavenly Wolf's fragment undoubtedly had to expend a massive amount of power to reach a world outside of the Soul Record's influence as the Earth was back then. If you don't hurry, it's probable that the will left behind by Sirius will vanish forever. That's bad. Bai Zemin also frowned tightly. Although the firmament fragment containing Sirius will was not yet in his hands, he unconsciously already treated it as his property so naturally. He was not happy to hear this. Moreover, since the firmament fragment that contained part of the will of Sirius Heavenly Wolf was searching for him so fervently, it was very likely that this fragment would be the most appropriate for him. Chapter 291, Shang Guanbing Shui wakes up from her coma. Although Lilith could see the worry in Bai Zemin's eyes, and also noticed how his mood dimmed considerably, for the first time since they met she had no words of encouragement for him. In the past month, no matter what the circumstances were and no matter how dark the path Bai Zemin had ahead of him seemed, she was always similar to a spotlight that became his guide and illuminated every step he took with a smile. But concerning the firmament fragments, even Lilith knew little or basically nothing. The only thing she knew about it was what she had learned after joining the demonic army, and even then it wasn't much aside from basic information. Firmament fragments use soul power as a source of energy. Lilith quietly analyzed as she looked intently at Bai Zemin to make sure he understood every word she said. The problem is that such soul power needs to be provided by a living existence. After all, firmament fragments are just that, fragments of a constellation left behind by a supreme existence that once reigned over all other living beings. You understand what I mean by this, don't you? Bai Zemin nodded and said in a heavy voice, constellations are basically remnants left behind by existences like the ice goddess Scatty, so that the universe will never forget her existence. As for firmament fragments, they are part of the will left behind by such beings. This means that firmament fragments use the soul power that entities like the ice goddess Scatty left within them but which will gradually deplete until it disappears. Correct. Lilith nodded with glittering eyes. The soul power that entities like ice goddess Scatty left inside the firmament fragments is so much that even after hundreds of thousands, millions, and even billions of years for the strongest ones, the firmament fragments should be able to handle the slow loss of soul power. However, since that soul power is not infinite, they naturally need to receive more soul power from another source or they will disappear forever. The spatial rifts. Bai Zeman narrowed his eyes and a glint of wisdom flashed in his pupils. Lilith smiled slightly and nodded, "You understand quickly." It is correct. When a firmament fragment is on the verge of disappearing and losing its strength due to the depletion of soul power stored in its interior, the constellations open a spatial rift and attract countless universal powers in an attempt to obtain a new source of soul power. Now even without Lilith continuing to explain, Bai Zeman had already managed to get a great picture of how things worked. That's why you said earlier that the spatial rifts opened by the constellations only happen once in a lifetime per constellation, isn't it? Bai Zeman sighed gloomily. Lilith nodded again and pointed out, "Precisely. Because that rift is the final effort to obtain a holder to provide them with soul power. If no being manages to overcome the trials and receive the firmament fragment's approval, then the constellation will be sealed forever along with the firmament fragment with no power within it." Basically, the firmament fragments needed the soul evolvers in order to continue to exist and extend the will of existence that left them in this universe to begin with. In exchange for receiving the constant nourishment of soul power, the holder of a firmament fragment would receive a great boost of power and the ability to utilize some of the power of that existence left behind in the form of will. A win-win situation without a doubt. However, Bai Zeman's concern only grew even more after understanding all of this. Sirius Heavenly Wolf's constellation probably used an astronomical amount of soul power to find their best candidate, namely you, and an even larger amount to try to communicate with you. Lilith calmly analyzed and gently tapped her succulent red lips with the tip of her index finger before continuing. Even for one of the most powerful firmament fragments, performing such actions would undoubtedly shorten its time span by a large portion. We may be worried for nothing, and there might still be a lot of time left. But I think you'd better hurry up and seize every opportunity you have to level up, or else there's a chance that Sirius will vanish forever. Bai Zeman kept silent. He was already basically doing everything he could and really didn't know what else to do to become strong faster. In about 1 month and 1 week, he had gone from being nothing to an existence that was about to reach level 50 and obtain a job more advanced than his current one. This progress could be considered monstrous no matter how one looked at it, which was completely natural considering the terrifyingly high number of first-order beings Bai Zeman was forced to face and defeat, even an evolved second-order beast. He was even enduring day and night all sorts of anxieties and worries, trying to resist the constant annoyance he felt at having to take care of so many survivors at the same time, all for the sake of gaining that minimal boost of overall power and becoming more powerful in the long run as well. The amount of time he slept could be considered meager at best. Still, he was not a person who liked to complain or look for excuses. Therefore, he looked up at the brightest star in the sky and said resolutely, "All right. I'll think out something. No buts, no hesitation, no delay." Lilith looked at him with a proud smile and nodded, "That's how a man should be. How could that little woman named Wu Yujun resist a hottie like you?" Bai Zeman rolled his eyes and refrained from commenting on this matter, wisely deciding not to enter into a discussion that was of no importance to him at the moment. Therefore, he began to carefully digest all the new knowledge he had just received and also to analyze in detail the new things he learned about Lilith a few moments ago. With him immersed in his own thoughts, Lilith also kept silent and continued to look up at the distant starry sky. Her eyes contained complex emotions while a small inaudible sigh slipped from her hot red lips. She too needed time to think about the many things that were slowly changing. The night passed without any major inconveniences. Bai Zeman did not close his eyes at any time except to blink, and even when he was thinking or analyzing countless matters in his mind he did not forget his main objective, to protect the safety of Shangguan Bing Shuet, who for the next 24 hours would be passed out and completely vulnerable. The mana inside Shangguan Bing Shue's body was constantly shaking fiercely as her soul slowly began to assimilate the lightning-like energy contained in the treasure fruit she consumed earlier. When that lightning-like energy were completely digested and assimilated by the mana, she would finally be able to awaken and obtain the active skill Second Order Lightning Movement level 5 as a reward without consuming a precious slot for external active skills. Although the moon had descended and the sun ascended, it was still several more hours before Shangguan Bingshui would open her eyes again. After all, she had consumed the lightning fruit the day before just as the sun was slowly setting in the distant horizon. Therefore, until the late afternoon hours, Bai Zimin would have to stay by her side to prevent any unwanted contingencies from happening. The current Shangguan Bingshui was so weak that probably even the weakest survivor could kill her with a headshot. This was because she did not necessarily possess the passive skill Bronze Skin that would protect her from minor and intermediate caliber shots just like Bai Zimin. If something bad happened to her during this period of time, not only would she lose all the trust she had in Bai Zimin after experiencing so many battlefields and situations together, but Bai Zimin would also likely lose a powerful and valuable ally. Since such things were unforgivable, he stayed in her room all night and basically all the next day. A maid tried to enter the room but was directly chased out by Bai Zimin. Instead, little Lin Feng walked in soon after with a tray containing several dishes of hot food recently prepared for him. Lin Feng stayed for a while with Bai Zimin, chatting about many different things, before leaving to keep her mother company. At around 18 p.m., it had already been about 24 hours since Bai Zimin had been in Shangguan Bingshui's room protecting her. Just as he was wondering when she would wake up, he felt a slight fluctuation of mana inside the room that caught his attention and made his muscles tense as he abruptly stood up. However, the next second he finally relaxed and a faint smile rose on his no longer normal face. The delicate eyelids adorned by thin eyelashes matching the silver hair of the beautiful woman who had been lying in bed keeping exactly the same position for 24 hours quivered gently for a moment before finally beginning to move upward slowly. Her blue eyes were unfocused and her body was hot, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Before Shangguan Bingshui had time to think and remember what had happened, a message flashed across her retina. Congratulations! You have learned Second Order Active Skill Level 5 Lightning Movement. Shangguan Bingshui closed her eyes again and sighed in her heart after reading the description of the skill and understanding what it could do. Just like that, in just one day, she obtained an incredibly powerful skill just by eating a strange fruit that mutated due to the world's mana. Even her strongest skill, Ice Maker, was only a First Order Level 5 skill at the moment, but it was already so powerful. Shangguan Bingshui could not finish imagining how powerful the lightning movement skill was. Even a person far weaker than her, Cai Jingii, managed to wound the Second Order archaic bear and make one of its claws explode thanks to her cunning and thanks to the power of several grenades. Just based on this alone one could imagine how terrifying the skill was if it was utilized in the right way at the right time. Shangguan Bingshui realized that what Bai Zimin gave her was a gift too great for words to describe. What he had done in giving her that precious fruit was not very different from giving her a huge life preserver, and she was aware of this fact. When she opened her eyes once again, she immediately saw Bai Zimin standing by the window about 3 or 4 meters away from where her bed was. He was still wearing his black combat armor and from her position Shangguan Bingshui could see the top of the leather couch slightly pushed inward, indicating that not long ago a person had been sitting there. But more importantly, she realized that in order to leave a mark that had not yet completely disappeared, a person would need to sit in the same position and in the same place for many hours in a row. You were here all this time? She asked calmly. Even she herself had not noticed that her usual indifference had softened slightly when she spoke this time. Bai Zimin did not look at her. Instead, he watched the sunset through the window as he unhurriedly replied, "Since you entrusted your life to me with so much faith in me, it's the least I can do. That aside, since you're already awake I'll go first. I still have things to do." He didn't wait for a reply and walked straight to the exit. Chapter 292, Anxious Feelings. Wait a moment. Seeing that Bai Zimin directly walked out without intending to talk about anything, Shangguan Bingshui unconsciously stopped him and abruptly sat down on the bed. Bai Zimin effectively stopped his steps. However, the next moment he continued walking toward the door and pointed behind him as he calmly said, "Perhaps we'd better talk later. I think you might want to take a shower and change your clothes." Before she could even respond, he had already opened the door and left without giving her time to say anything else. Shang Guanbing Shui was stunned as she listened to the sound of footsteps moving farther and farther away until it reached the point where she could hear no sound other than the one coming from the outside world beyond the large window in her room. Bai Zemin's last words still hung in the air and, confused, Shang Guanbing Shui looked down to observe her own body. Her white dress was completely soaked with sweat from her own body, which consequently made the silky material strive to embrace every curve of her magnificence, outlining her seductive figure in an especially tempting way. As if this were not enough, because the material of the dress was white and delicate, the sweat caused the deep black color of her bra to contrast with the white and be partially visible from the exterior. While looking at her own clothes pressed to her body, and her slender legs as well as fleshy thighs glistening due to her own body's sweat, Shang Guanbing Shui was stunned for almost a full minute. After she finally reacted, she raised her head and looked towards the closed wooden door. A small sigh slipped through her pink lips at the same time as a complicated look appeared on her beautiful face. Earlier she had decided to test Bai Zemin, and in that way get to know his true self. That was why she basically decided to leave her life and body in his hands. Of course, before doing this she had been observing his attitude towards everyone since day one of the apocalypse when the soul record reached Earth. However, even though based on what she had seen so far he would do nothing, people's hearts were unfathomable and deep, so nothing was definitive. If Bai Zemin had wanted to hurt her or do improper things to her while she was unconscious, there was nothing she could do about it. However, if this really happened, then she would easily know 24 hours later, since her ice maker skill kept the temperature of every part of her body always at the same level. In short, if Bai Zemin's hands or any part of his body had improperly touched Shang Guanbing Shui's body, she would have known right away as soon as she woke up a day later. However, not to her surprise, the only places she felt that were touched by Bai Zemin were her back and lower knees. Shang Guanbing Shui soon realized that he probably should have carried her personally, and this was the reason why he had no choice. From her point of view, such a thing was natural considering that she had entrusted him with her entire life, so it was understandable that he did not let other people get too close when she was not even able to protect herself. Not only did Bai Zemin not touch her more than necessary and in areas that could not even be considered offensive, but he also stayed locked inside her room, sitting a distance large enough not to be considered dangerously close but at the same time close enough to reach her at the slightest hint of trouble. Moreover, while Shang Guanbing Shui did not know for certain whether he had been looking at her body while she was unconscious, the probabilities were slim since the couch on which he was sitting had its back to the bed where she was lying. The reason she was fairly certain of this was because she could clearly see how the leather of the armrests dipped slightly inward with the mark of his arm, indicating that he hadn't moved from there in a long time. As she stood up and headed to the bathroom after getting some clothes, she felt extremely confused inside as Bai Zemin's performance was even better than she expected from him. In the end, he even refused to look at her because he knew she was in no condition to talk. While this also meant that he had already seen her situation, this could not be blamed on anyone as it was simply unavoidable. Shang Guanbing Shui's emotions were very difficult to move since her mother passed away. There was practically nothing in the world capable of making her heart seemingly buried under a thick layer of frost shudder or beat erratically. However, even if she wanted to deny it, it was impossible not to accept that Bai Zemin was a man who could truly be trusted. "I guess we really can be friends after all," she murmured as she relaxed in her private tub. *******. Of course, Bai Zemin had no idea that if he had done anything improper Shang Guanbing Shui would have found out. He wasn't a pervert to begin with, and as if that wasn't enough, Shang Guanbing Shui was not a woman capable of biasing his judgment regardless of how beautiful she was. Bai Zemin could even resist the suppressed charm of Lilith, who was a sixth-order succubus. Then how could he not be able to resist Shang Guanbing Shui? No matter how beautiful the Ice Princess might be, there was simply no comparison to Lilith. The only way Shangguan Bingshui could compete for a couple of seconds before being defeated was when she smiled. Regardless of what thoughts, emotions, or ideas Shangguan Bingshui might have in her head, Bai Zimin immediately became busy after leaving the villa. The first thing he did was to meet with Liu Yan. There, the two men chatted for more than an hour where they planned the movement to start moving the survivors out in 2 days. After leaving Liu Yan's villa, Bai Zimin met Evangeline in the private area east of the base and the two joined together for a walk around the surrounding area. Bai Zimin's dark leather armor attracted a lot of attention from the survivors who saw him passing by, and the great red sword on his back was responsible for automatically clearing a path through the masses just by its presence. As for Evangeline, this young assassin naturally attracted the eyes of many men due not only to her small but lovely body but also because of her clear mixed blood characteristics. However, whenever the eyes of the survivors met her pair of emerald eyes, they would immediately look away in fright, fearing that they would be cut into pieces because of how sharp the young beauty's gaze was. Bai Zimin together with Evangeline arrived at an area that was guarded by several armed men. Even before they walked into the yard they could already hear the sound of hammers, drills, grinders, and many other power tools roaring against the night sky. When the armed men saw the young man walking next to a beautiful woman, they all stood up straight and greeted hurriedly with somewhat fearful expressions. At this moment there was no one in the entire base who did not know that a person named Bai Zimin had taken total power and control of the base. Even if not many had seen him in person, every armed person or soul evolver had seen him when they were called and assembled in the open field. Therefore, no one dared to disrespect this young man who always had a slight indifferent smile on his face, nor did they dare to look at any woman standing next to him with burning eyes for fear of losing their sight soon after. Naturally, Bai Zimin and Evangeline had no idea that the armed men guarding the site had automatically identified them as a male and female couple. When the two walked into the yard they saw a group of over 300 survivors working relentlessly late into the night. As floodlights illuminated a perimeter of 100 meters in length and breadth, everyone moved busily and shouts could be heard amidst metal being cut or smashed. The bones of mutated beasts of major size were being laboriously cut and then modified to take a circular shape. These bones were then tossed aside and a subgroup of survivors picked them up before beginning to wrap mutant beast hide around them. Slowly, wheel after wheel was built and moved into a large factory where another large subgroup of survivors were modifying several buses and big trucks. The mechanics removed practically all the carcasses from the vehicles and exchanged them with heavy parts of monster shells that were killed by the soul evolvers after a hard battle. These shells with high defense could make medium-caliber bullets ricochet, leaving small white marks, and only heavy bullets could pass through their defenses. Even level 15 wild beasts with sharp claws would not be able to break through the defenses of these shells that previously belonged to beetles, turtles, and other creatures. The crystals had been removed long ago from the vehicles. What replaced them were lines the height of an adult palm and with extensions that ran from the rear of the vehicle to the front, just before the driver's seat. Along these lines, the soldiers could position their firearms to aim outward, and thanks to the long length they could move relatively comfortably to take better aim and fire more accurately at the enemy target. After observing the progress for approximately 30 minutes, Bai Zimin and Evangeline quietly walked away without disturbing anyone. At this rate, it is very likely that within 2 days and a maximum of 3 days all the vehicles will be completed to move the survivors. Evangeline struck up a conversation as they walked through the lighted streets of what had been temporarily transformed into a military area. I hope so. Bai Zimin sighed. With over 80 large vehicles capable of supporting several tons of weight thanks to the change in their materials, we can probably move around 150 survivors in each one as long as they are squeezed in a bit. That's pretty good if you ask me. Evangeline noted calmly. A total of approximately 23 or 24 vehicles to move all the survivors, which would leave over 50 to move ammunition, weaponry, personal property of the top echelons of the base as well as their families, all the food in reserve, monster materials, etc. Indeed, the reason Bai Zimin was willing to spend large amounts of mutated meat and rice grains to hire approximately 300 mechanically experienced employees from among the survivors was because he was really in a hurry to finish the modifications of the various vehicles. Previously he had planned to move everyone slowly, but for some reason, he felt apprehensive, so he decided to speed up the pace as much as possible in order to move everything that had to be moved to the beginning village in one go. That anxiety made him feel really uncomfortable, but he didn't know where it came from. Therefore, he could only expect the worst and adapt to the circumstances as best as possible since, unfortunately, Bai Zimin was still a human no matter how strong he was. With the amount of vehicles that Fu Suifeng and Kong Lan's group brought from the beginning village added to the amount of vehicles in the north camp, Bai Zimin somehow believed that within a couple of days he could leave this territory and return to his true domain. Only then would he feel more at ease. Chapter 293, Slight Warmth Amidst the Coldness. After returning to his villa inside the north camp, Bai Zimin ordered some maids to start preparing today's dinner. For his part, he went to the villa's large luxurious bath located on the first floor and plunged into the pool. Whew! This is life! He couldn't help but let out a big sigh of gratification as the warm water touched his body and the bubbles began to massage every fiber of his being. Although with Bai Zimin's current statistics he could go even a month without sleep, so going around 30 hours without sleep did not represent a great challenge to him, it was not the most recommendable thing to do. When the body did not have at least a few hours of sleep a day, without us even realizing it, the response of our brain was considerably delayed by a margin of several milliseconds and up to several seconds depending on the scale of accumulated fatigue. In addition, the vision would gradually become more and more blurred, making one's field of vision very difficult. In the past, a response delay of a few seconds might not be much except in some cases, however, that was no different than seeking suicide in this new world where death was as normal as the air one breathed every day. A small delay of a tiny fraction of a second meant death in a battle where life was not guaranteed against an enemy of similar or even higher power. Therefore, Bai Zimin always opted to sleep at least 3 or 4 hours every day. It was not optimal, but it was good enough to keep his mind considerably in good condition. Physical exhaustion and mental exhaustion were closely related, but at the same time they were completely different after all. Taking advantage of the calm, pleasant sound of rushing water along with the soft gurgling of warm water bubbles, Bai Zimin fell asleep in the bath once again, just like the first night when he took over Kong Rong's faction. About an hour and a half later, a maid gently knocked on the door outside and called his name respectfully. This naturally awakened Bai Zimin, for even while sleeping he was never sound asleep, as it was simply impossible to relax 100%. In fact, the best rest he had in a long time was when he fell asleep with Lilith hugging him all night long. That was the only night in over a month that he was able to sleep deeply and without fear of anything. It was as if he felt all the worries and burdens that dragged him behind vanishing without a trace. After getting dressed in some comfortable clothes, Bai Zimin walked to the dining room where several people were already seated around the table piled with delicious hot dishes consisting mainly of different types of meats cooked in different ways, which gave them a more varied and defining flavor. Nanggong Yi, Nanggong Lingzin, Evangeline, Shang Guan Bing Shuet, had been waiting for Bai Zimin out of politeness. It was only after he sat down that they all began to serve themselves, enjoying the delicacies that the maidens with the constantly evolving cooking skill had prepared for them tonight. The small children that Evangeline had encountered during her path of survival were currently eating in the kitchen next to Lin Feng and the maidens. As they were young children who would soon be entering education once again, education with differences from the past, it was not good for them to be too close to people who practically lived to fight day and night with no real rest. Besides, the things that Bai Zimin and the others talked about were not too pleasant for young children to listen to. As the dinner progressed almost in total silence except for the dinnerware and chopsticks, Nanggong Lingzin suddenly looked at Bai Zimin and asked curiously, "What are you going to do about Luo Ning? That girl had already reached level 13 before we marched north, and she is progressing very fast as well. It's probable that she has already reached level 15 if she kept her growth speed steady." Luo Ning. Bai Zimin frowned slightly and his movements slowed down a bit at Nangang Lingzhen's question. Luoning was a rather powerful soul evolver with an active first-order summoning type skill. The girl often went hunting with different expedition teams, and thanks to her soul power-empowered body that fed and nourished her flesh and blood, her overall stats made her several times stronger than a normal adult although she was only 9 years old. The girl was incredibly kind, and even after killing thousands of zombies she still kept her innocent smile every day, brightening the mood of the battlefield where occasionally 1 or 2 soldiers were scratched by the zombies and had to be executed with grief. Everyone cherished her very much and treated her like a dear little sister, no matter whether they were normal soldiers or soul evolvers. Everyone seemed to like this small but brave and kind-hearted girl who had saved the lives of many comrades in times of crisis. Back then, Bai Zimin had not thought too much about it, since from his point of view giving power to Luoning was a good thing for her, which would increase her chances of survival and a better life in this new world where the law of the jungle reigned no matter where. However, now that his faction was growing and his ideals were becoming bigger and bigger as time went by, Bai Zimin couldn't help but wonder if what he did back then was really the right thing to do. After all, even though having power was not bad, Luoning was only 9 years old. Bai Zimin believed that the lives of such young children should at least be a little more colorful and without so much blood red. These children were the future of humanity in this new era. They would all have many wars to fight later in their lives, so he wanted to at least let them relax in their early years. Shang Guanbing Shui put a small piece of roast pork into her mouth gracefully. Every gesture she made while eating was extremely refined and delicate, from the way she moved her chopsticks to how she cut the meat or moved her mouth to taste the food. All of her movements were fluid and brimming with such elegance that people from normal families like the Nangang siblings or Bai Zimin would not be able to imitate. Even Evangeline, who had learned etiquette as it was a requirement to infiltrate into the high society, could not compare to her. As she tasted her food and felt her soul power grow tiny for every bite of first-order meat, Shang Guanbing Shui noticed that Bai Zimin seemed to be in a dilemma about what to do. As one of the people who had been fighting alongside him and who had helped him devise countless strategies, plans, and laws for the new society they were trying to build, Shang Guanbing Shui was basically one of the people who knew him the best. From a certain point of view it could be said that she knew him even better than his own family, since the current Bai Zimin was a world apart from the previous him before the evolution through the soul record. "Why don't you let her decide for herself what to do?" she asked calmly. "What do you mean?" he asked as looked at her with mild interest. Shang Guanbing Shui put her chopsticks down on the table and looked him in the eye before explaining, "If you are worried about making the wrong choice, perhaps it is better to let others choose for themselves. There are many times when choosing what we believe is best for others does not necessarily lead to the most optimal outcome." Bai Zimin lowered his head slightly and after thinking for a moment realized that what she said was very reasonable. Unconsciously, he had been protecting the little children as they reminded him of his little sister when she was still the age of those kids. However, maybe he was being too selfish in trying to protect them, as perhaps, those children wanted to fight too. Many children lost their parents, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, grandparents, grandmothers, and were separated from their families because of the zombies and mutated beasts that killed everything in their path regardless of gender or age. Luoning was one of these children. Except for her older blood brother, the girl had lost everything, even though she always had a positive attitude and a kind, pure smile on her face. Children were also human beings with desires of their own. It was only natural that many of them were filled with deep hatred towards these beings who took away their happiness and the warmth of their families at such a young age. Ironically, hatred was one of the most powerful sources of fast growth. Perhaps, those children who were filled with repressed hatred inside desired revenge. Many of them would probably be more than willing to risk their lives for the good of killing at least a single wild beast for each lost family member. Bai Zimin sighed in his heart and looked at Shang Guanbing Shui before nodding, "You're probably right. Let's let Luoning herself decide what to do." Luoning was the only child who had gone deep into the battlefield. She had not only seen a lot of blood but her own hands were stained with the blood of countless enemies that blocked her path and her allies' paths. Therefore, she had the right to choose whether she wished to continue living her current lifestyle or begin a peaceful life hidden behind the protection of those who would continue to fight ceaselessly until the end of their lives or until the enemies of humanity finally fell defeated. However, those who have not yet evolved will have to attend school independently. But at least, we will take them to the battlefield once, so that they will see death as close as they have ever seen it. They will then be able to decide if they wish to start fighting right away or continue to live safe lives behind defensive lines. He culminated there. This was probably the best option. Those who had already experienced the taste of blood and knew the feeling of killing enemies could decide whether to study or continue living their lives the way they were doing so far. As for those who were still relatively innocent and without blood on their hands, they would be given the chance to choose. I think that's the right thing to do. Shang Guanbing Shui smiled slightly and nodded towards him. Nangang Yi was briefly stunned for 2 or 3 seconds before secretly looking at Bai Zimin with a raised eyebrow. Nangang Lingzhen looked at Shang Guanbing Shui and Bai Zimin with suspicious eyes filled with doubt. Even a fool would realize that the indifference of the usually cold Shang Guanbing Shui was considerably softer and warmer than in the past. As for Evangeline, she was quietly listening to the conversation, and when the topic finally concluded she seemed to agree with what Bai Zimin finished deciding, so she returned her focus to the food in front of her. Bai Zimin smiled slightly and was about to say that it was all thanks to what she had said to him, but he suddenly remembered the advice Lilith had given him the night before, so he decided to swallow his words and let that small smile be his answer to her. As for how Shang Guanbing Shui took it, he didn't know. However, Bai Zimin thought that Lilith was right and he should be more careful with his words from now on to avoid any unnecessary confusions or misunderstandings. In fact, perhaps, if he had been more careful, he would not feel so jealous of his apparent closeness with the woman he had loved for years. So be it then. Bai Zimin thought silently as he closed his eyes and enjoyed the first order's evolved meat melting inside his mouth. Chapter 294, Night Training in Bed? Or in the Forest? Unlike Bai Zimin's thoughts, the other party involved, Shang Guanbing Shui, did not think too much about the matter. Seeing that he simply smiled and stopped talking, she simply assumed that words were not necessary. To begin with, neither Bai Zimin nor Shang Guanbing Shui were people of talking too much. Both preferred more to show with actions because words were often carried away by the wind and their meaning was lost with as much speed as their poor value. After dinner, they each returned to their own room. One thing that seemed slightly peculiar to Bai Zimin was that just before Shang Guanbing Shui walked into her room, she looked at him for a second or two before disappearing behind the wooden door. However, after he thought better of it, he realized the reason why she looked at him and could not help but secretly force a bitter smile. When he went into his room, what greeted Bai Zimin was a sight capable of driving any man mad with lust. No, probably any living being. The most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire life was dressed in a blood-red baby doll-style night camisole that left little to the imagination. Fortunately or unfortunately, the style chosen was one of those that covered the woman's abdomen and private part, or else it would be hard for him to resist the temptation to jump over her. Lilith, you. Bai Zimin really didn't know what to do with her, and in the end, he couldn't help but sigh. What, you don't want to sleep with me anymore? Lilith made a cute pout that emphasized her hot lips and jumped lightly on the box spring bed, making her body bounce gently as her plentiful assets moved up and down following the movement of the mattress. With such a view, what man wouldn't want to sleep with such a woman? However, Bai Zimin shook his head and said serenely, I won't be sleeping here tonight. Oh. Lilith looked at him in confusion and stopped playing. She asked puzzled, then what do you plan to do? Training. Bai Zimin answered concisely as he walked to the dressing room inside the bedroom to get his armor. Training? Lilith inquired as she tilted her head slightly to the side in an extremely tender manner, causing her long dark hair to flow over the white bed sheets, making a strong contrast between black and white. Bai Zimin began to put on the armor as he calmly replied, I want to practice fighting with the skill gravity manipulation while taking the opportunity to absorb soul power from other beings. I see. Lilith raised her head to look at the lamp that released a faint white light and thought aloud, even though you have studied that lower existence called. I don't remember it. In any case, even though you know how the skill works, it's different to use it in combat. That's right. Bai Zimin nodded, finally finishing dressing his full body armor. He turned and looked at her as he said with a slight smile on his face, you could say that I currently have the theory but I still lack field experience. Lilith nodded and said with an extremely serious expression, you're right. Basically, it's the same as in the bedroom. You may know what sex is and a lot of ideas on how to do it, but it's completely different when you're with a woman in bed. How about a quick training session? Ugh. Bai Zimin grunted as he looked at the wonderful body before him and a fire began to ignite in his crotch. He was a completely healthy young adult after all. It took practically all of his willpower not to rush at her right then and there. I'm leaving. After saying those words, he walked to the open window and jumped out silently. In just a matter of seconds, he disappeared into the darkness slightly illuminated by the headlights at the edge of the street, but even his shadow was barely visible for a split second before vanishing without a trace. Oh, what a stingy man, Lilith muttered to herself and stood up. If it wasn't for his heated look I would have even begun to think that either he really is gay or my charm began to fade with the passage of time. After those words, Lilith waved her hand gently in the air and turned her body gracefully. A moment later, the seductive sleep dress disappeared from her body and was replaced by her distinctive jet black dress that covered practically most of her body but highlighted every curve to perfection. A second later, she disappeared from the room, leaving behind her unique fragrance floating in the air. This particular night was more frightening than many other nights. This was because there were so many dark clouds in the sky, partially covering the silver moonlight that struggled to illuminate the world in chaos. The beautiful stars were completely obscured by the dense clouds that hovered in the atmosphere as if to indicate that a storm might begin to hit the earth at any moment. The wind howled with enough vigor to shake the tops of those huge trees that reached altitudes of several hundred meters, transforming the desolate forests into terrifying places that no sane human being would go near. While the sound of leaves hitting leaves and branches hitting branches broke the natural silence, the mighty roar of some terrifying beast hidden in the deep parts of this savage land echoed loudly throughout as if it wanted to shake the whole sky itself. Whenever this happened, some weaker beasts that could only maintain their existence in the outer perimeter of the forest would roar softly as they bowed their heads to express submission and good behavior as a form of response. Swoosh! A slight breeze other than the natural air current altered the wind flow in a certain area of the forest and some weak beasts hurriedly glanced at the surroundings while growling menacingly. However, not sensing anything, they returned to their inactive state walking around their controlled areas. Truly can't see a hell in here. Bai Zimin grumbled under his breath as he moved deeper and deeper into the forest. The moonlight is partially covered by the clouds, so it's very difficult for its weakened light to penetrate through the large treetops of the densely populated areas. Lilith appeared at his side, walking gracefully and naturally swinging her small waist invitingly. Even if Bai Zimin was a powerful soul evolver near level 50, he did not possess a skill that gave him superior eyesight in the dark similar to night vision. Therefore, he himself could not see beyond 20 meters in front of him or his surroundings. Going into a forest overpopulated by evolved beasts in the middle of such a dark night the way Bai Zimin was doing at the moment was no different from going and knocking on the gates of hell of his own volition. However, his expression was calm and his indifferent eyes glittered blood-curdlingly as the moonshine rays reached his face. Although the dangers were naturally high, Bai Zimin decided to take a chance and take advantage of the night to hunt. After all, most beasts only moved during the night because they were well aware of their superiority in such environments. Therefore, he decided to try hunting some first-order beasts while training his own skills. After about 10 minutes of charging into the forest at a speed neither too fast nor too slow, Bai Zimin suddenly looked to the northwest. I found one, he muttered before changing direction. His speed almost completely exploded and the ground beneath his feet cracked in the next instant because even for him it was not easy to control such an instantaneous burst of explosive power. A blue-scaled snake about 50 meters long was lying on a large tree. The snake was coiled around a thick branch and as it camouflaged itself with the leaves taking advantage of the darkness of the night, its shadowy yellow eyes seemed to glow fluorescently as it gazed at a white mouse about 2 meters long and 1 meter tall. The mutated mouse had not yet evolved to first order, so it had to be much more careful than those that had, as its life was in constant danger. After all, easy prey were always the first to be selected by the strong before being devoured. They were considered soul power and free evolutionary impulse. Just as the white-furred mutated mouse walked along the bottom of a huge tree, its fur stood on end and its red eyes quivered with fear. The mutated rodent felt mortal danger and hastily dug its sharp claws into the earth beneath its feet in an attempt to use a great leap and take advantage of that momentum to flee in a hurry. However, before the mutated mouse could move, a putrid smell filled the air followed by a dense dark fog surrounding the entire 50 feet around the tree. The thick trunk of the tree began to turn black and crackle as if it would fall over at any moment, while the leaves previously bursting with lively green suddenly withered, turning black and falling to the ground in several broken fragments. The grass withered at a speed visible to the naked eye and the mouse squealed horribly as it felt its skin being corroded. The beast let out a second screech of pain as it ran forward in an attempt to get out of the area of effect while doing its best to endure the pain and fear that consumed it. Unfortunately for the mutated rodent, when it finally crossed the 15-meter distance 2 seconds later, its body collapsed lifelessly and rolled a couple of times before coming to a complete stop. Its lustrous white fur was nowhere to be seen anymore and the flesh of its body had turned almost completely black with pus-filled blood running down its body and staining the ground at the same time as an overwhelmingly foul rotting smell filled the area. The giant snake uncoiled its body and let itself fall to the ground with a bang that raised a huge cloud of dust before moving cautiously towards the mutated mouse's body. Seeing that its prey had fallen, the blue-scaled snake hissed with its tongue once before lowering its head to begin feasting. Not only had the snake absorbed the mutated mouse's soul power, but it also became slightly more powerful by eating the flesh of its prey. This mouse was not the first one tonight. The snake had already slaughtered more than 20 smaller creatures and had devoured them, barely leaving the bones behind. As the snake savored the reward of its victory, it suddenly seemed to detect something and raised its big head abruptly as it looked to the right. Its glowing eyes narrowed dangerously, but a glint of wariness shone within it as it looked at the human standing only 10 meters away. Bai Zimin looked at the huge snake in front of him and couldn't help but notice that its size was about twice the size of the snakes he had encountered at the university back then. Not only were its scales more lustrous, but it also seemed to have thin spines on its tail that could be used as a lethal weapon. This snake must be incredibly close to breaking into the next order. It must definitely be level 49 or 50, carrying out its breakthrough mission. He spoke seemingly to the air. MMH. Looks like it. Lilith's voice, only audible to him, answered him. HSSSS. The snake hissed menacingly as it opened its maw wide. The smell of rotting flesh came from its mouth large enough to devour an entire automobile with ease, and the bloodstains belonging to the mutated mouse and several other creatures gave the beast an extremely savage, cruel, and bloodthirsty appearance. Chapter 295, Gravity Manipulation, a Double-Edged Sword. Damn, you sure smell. Bai Zimin frowned hard as the nauseating fishy breath coming from inside the great beast's maw hit his face squarely. The only reason the snake had not attacked him so far was only because the beast could sense great danger from the being before it, otherwise, it would not have wasted its time hissing in an attempt to threaten the counterpart so as to warn it not to come any closer, or it would go into combat mode. However, this snake was one of the supreme lords in this area, and except for those beasts that lived in the central parts of this forest, there was no one who dared to oppose it. All who dared to offend it were devoured, and those who were marked as targets, though they tried to fight for their lives without surrendering to death, the snake was simply too strong for any of them to handle. Therefore, this beast grew used to being dominant and acting powerful. Precisely because of this, when Bai Zimin scolded the beast and even ignored it, the snake finally could no longer take it and immediately attacked. With lightning speed, the blue-scaled snake opened its jaws again, and a second later a dense dark mist shot out from inside its mouth. Bai Zimin narrowed his eyes and a slightly grave expression appeared on his face. The mist was advancing rapidly in his direction as it surrounded everything several meters around, and no matter if it was trees, grass, small low-level insects, everything was corroded as if they had been sprayed by acidic liquid, even the rocks began to sizzle. He was sure that even a second-order beast would probably suffer from this kind of attack. However, he wasn't nervous or worried. Just slightly more alert than usual. After consuming 5 mana points, Bai Zimin activated gravity manipulation without a second thought. But instead of activating the skill to increase the gravity of an area, he activated the skill to the maximum to decrease the pressure within the range of 10 meters. Swoosh! 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 The mist that was steadily advancing and spreading out in a cone shape suddenly seemed to encounter some kind of powerful stractor as the advancing activity was immediately interrupted and it began to slowly ascend into the sky. After decreasing the gravity of the area 10 meters in front of him, each extension of poisonous mist that came into that perimeter was expelled into the atmosphere as the loss of gravity was kept constant thanks to the fact that Bai Zimin never deactivated the skill. The blue-scaled snake hissed in amazement at such a sight. This was the first time the wild beast experienced such a failure as in the past. Regardless of whether the enemy was large or small in size, they were always defeated by its active skill obtained after successfully evolving to first order. However, the instincts of the beast were truly worthy of a beast after all. Seeing that the poisonous mist it was proud of was useless against the human in front of it, the blue-scaled snake erupted with a speed of roughly 18 or 19 times the speed of a normal human before the apocalypse and closed a 15-meter gap in the blink of an eye. A giant body with a length of 50 meters charging towards you was a sight that probably no one in their right mind could look at with indifference and a smile. However, Bai Zimin's expression remained unperturbed by the colossal enemy's attack compared to his insignificant stature of less than even 2 meters. Really, what a stinky smell! He muttered under his breath and stretched both arms forward. Although his movements seemed slow, they were actually very fast, and what the blue-scaled snake was seeing were indeed remnant images left behind him. With an agility that was easily over 300 points adding up his treasures, the blue-scaled snake could not compare to Bai Zimin in terms of speed. Boom! Bai Zimin's hands were like two relentless steel pincers as just as the large beast's head loomed over him, he used both of his hands to cling with unfathomable strength onto the two huge fangs of the blue-scaled snake. The ground beneath both beings cracked, unable to withstand the sudden pressure, and the nearest trees shuddered fiercely as if threatening to fly away at any moment, while the movements of the huge blue-scaled snake, whose body could be compared to a mythological beast, were stopped in their tracks by a being whose physical size was more than 20 times smaller. The fluorescent eyes of the huge beast met the young man's black eyes for a second as if they were communicating with their gazes. While the first's eyes glowed with madness, anger, and wonder, the second's eyes were bone-chillingly indifferent. It was as if he wasn't the least bit surprised at what he had just realized. Before the blue-scaled snake could expel its toxic mist, taking advantage of the close proximity, Bai Zimin jumped slightly and used his knee to fiercely strike the beast's chin while releasing his grip over the two large fangs. Bang! Critical hit! A loud explosion rang out as the body of the blue-scaled snake was sent flying back 15 meters distance, stopping only after hitting a large tree and splitting it in half. As wood splinters flew everywhere and the tree fell in a loud crash, the blue-scaled snake writhed in pain as it hissed and spat toxic mist everywhere. Red blood began to spurt uncontrollably from inside its mouth, and a large wound appeared at the bottom of its maw through which the red flesh inside could be clearly seen. The armor spines work well. Bai Zimin clapped his hands after using some dirt to remove the saliva that had been left on his gloves because of the monster's fangs. Look, even criticals are starting to come out more often. Lilith, who was watching everything with an indifferent expression from the shadows, rolled her eyes at his comment. With 350 physical attack damage coming from the protruding thorns of the different parts of his bloodthirsty wolf full body armor rank 2, plus a total of almost 360 strength points plus a critical hit, if not for Bai Zimin holding back a lot, the blue-scaled snake's head would have already exploded into flying chunks of flesh and blood. Seeing the poisonous mist approaching towards him once again, Bai Zimin activated gravity manipulation again. But instead of doing it like the previous time, this time he caused the gravity of the area 10 meters around him to suddenly increase explosively by 15 times. Rumble. The ground rumbled for several seconds before it began to sink as cracks spread like earth dragons far and wide. The only being, regardless of whether it was alive or not, that was unaffected by the increased gravity, was naturally Bai Zimin himself. As for the smog, its propagation speed slowed greatly, and instead of floating around it, was practically slammed to the ground as if its gaseous state had suddenly become too heavy to float across the air of Earth's atmosphere. Bai Zimin carefully observed the behavior of the mist, studying every action and movement in detail. Meanwhile, the wounded blue-scaled snake seemed to go into a frenzy as its eyes became bloodshot, and ignoring all pain it swung furiously forward and lashed its tail in a mighty swing. However, just as the large tail with a thickness of 2 meters was about to hit Bai Zimin, something that shocked the beast again happened. Bang! The heavy tail suddenly seemed to be out of the beast's control as its weight increased horribly to the point where its speed was affected so that it seemed to have entered into a swamp or quicksand area. This also caused the trajectory of the attack to deviate accordingly at the sudden change of situation so that instead of hitting Bai Zimin's body, the monster's tail struck and shattered into pieces the ground more than 5 meters off. For magical attacks in a gaseous state, it's better to use gravity in reverse. Bai Zimin muttered, completely ignoring the blue-scaled snake's previous attack. All his attention focused on the toxic mist. I should move on to the next beast and check if it also works with elemental attacks like fire and other types instead of poison. He reasoned aloud when he suddenly saw out of the corner of his eye as a large scaly tail lashed towards him. Although the blue-scaled snake was infinitely close to becoming a second-order existence, at the end of the day, it was still a first-order being. Therefore, not only could its strength not compare to a real second-order beast, but its intelligence had not reached that milestone either, or else it would definitely have tried to flee after realizing that victory was basically impossible. Because the physical attacks needed to precisely approach to hit the enemy's body, the blue-scaled snake's movements had become approximately 30 to 40% slower than usual as a result of the increased gravity. In fact, were it not for the fact that beasts had an innately stronger and more powerful body than humans, the beast's speed would have dropped by 70 to 80% with ease. In itself, the blue-scaled snake's agility was already considerably lower than Bai Zimin's agility. Therefore, the snake's already slow movements from Bai Zimin's point of view only became much slower after falling under the effect of his gravity manipulation skill. Bai Zimin took a large step to the side, evading the attack by a small but sufficient margin. The heavy tail of the beast slammed into the ground and the earth shook violently with cracks up to 10 terrifying meters widespread everywhere. Since the gravity had increased by 15, while it was true that the speed of the attack had decreased, the power behind it was much more powerful. Weighing 15 times the normal weight, which basically added 150 strength points to the beast's already horrendous strength, if that attack hit Bai Zimin even he would be seriously injured despite having his rank 2 armor on. This skill is a double-edged sword. Bai Zimin sighed, glad that he decided to invest time in carefully studying the details of his newly acquired 5th skill. If this sort of thing happened in the middle of close combat against an existence capable of threatening his life and he was taken by surprise, then it was highly likely that his life was in danger because of not knowing the effects and extent of his own skill well. Just as Bai Zimin was thinking about this, he noticed that the tail of the blue-scaled snake was rising again, which made it clear that the beast was preparing to strike again. "Enough of you," he stated casually before pointing his hand towards the beast that was glaring at him in fury over 20 meters away, and as he activated blood manipulation, he muttered, "Die! Critical hit! Critical hit! Critical hit! Critical hit!" The blood that had soaked almost the entire body of the beast suddenly took on a slight demonic glow, and before the enraged monster could realize what was happening, more than 33-meter-long spears with their tips inverted inward pierced its body. Although many spears failed to penetrate very deep into the scales, Bai Zemin's blood attacks were really powerful. More than 80% of the spears pierced the scales and flesh of the snake from side to side, impaling its body and turning it into a sieve riddled with holes. Several green messages flashed in Bai Zemin's retina informing him of critical hits activating again and again. The beast could not even let out a roar of pain before collapsing heavily on the ground and raising a large cloud of dust. Chapter 296, Skill Shadow Blink. At the same time that the blue-scaled snake, whose length hovered around 50 meters, collapsed lifelessly onto the ground with a loud bang, 2 green messages flashed in Bai Zemin's retina. One of them informed him of something that had not happened in a while. You have absorbed the soul power of First Order Thousand Thorn Snake level 50. You have received Strength plus 12, Magic plus 10, Mana plus 5. You have leveled up and reached level 46. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. It really has been a while since I leveled up. Bai Zemin sighed as he walked towards the First Order Thousand Thorn Snake, now devoid of any vital signs. Well, but as I said before, levels do not represent the real strength of an existence. Lilith followed closely behind him and remembered. That's true. Although leveling up granted 2 status points to humans every time they acquired enough enemy soul power to push themselves to the next stage, those 2 status points didn't mean much to people like Bai Zemin, who aimed for dangerous and deadly clashes against existences above them in levels or order to get the most out of soul power. This was precisely one of the main reasons why Bai Zemin never bothered with touching his status points since he reached the First Order, and simply let them accumulate. That way, he would at least have an instant source of power that would boost his strength to new heights in cases of immediate need. Furthermore, while it was true that Bai Zemin's level had not increased, this battle against the First Order Thousand Thorn Snake level 50 had made something very important clear. This was that his overall strength had definitely increased explosively compared to when he fought against the Second Order Archaic Bear. The Thousand Thorn Snake naturally could not compare to the Archaic Bear, however, the beast's power could not be underestimated in any way. Its physical body was terrifyingly tough and strong with enormous destructive power thanks to its powerful and flexible tail, while its poisonous skill was a handicap for anyone who was its enemy to think twice before facing it. In the past, Bai Zemin was sure that he definitely wouldn't have lost against the Thousand Thorn Snake. But he definitely could not have played with the beast casually as he did tonight. His overall strength had increased so much that Bai Zemin basically used an evolving beast as if it was his personal punching bag. I guess I can now say that I really am invincible among the First Order, he stated matter-of-factly. Even if it is a powerful beast on the verge of evolution, it doesn't represent the slightest danger to my current self. I believe you were already invincible in the First Order for quite some time. Lilith giggled graciously and pointed out, though it definitely wouldn't be as overwhelming as it is now. Bai Zemin smiled and pulled his dagger from his waist. Then, he carelessly stabbed at the center of the Thousand Thorn Snake's forehead. However, even as he stabbed with all his might, it was defiantly piercing through the beast's scales. This was so now that the snake was dead. One could imagine how defiant it would be to pierce through its defenses with this dagger if the beast was still alive. This steel-toothed dagger is a rank 1 weapon with 350 physical attack points, but it still can't casually cut through this snake. Bai Zemin lamented as he continued working to remove one of the scales. I'll have to craft a better one later. I have a lot more better quality materials now anyway. You can use the claws of the Second Order Archaic Bear you killed back then. The survivors under your command probably already finished dismantling its body. Or whatever they were able to extract in good condition. Lilith coughed slightly and remembered. Bai Zemin couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was truly ironic how the strongest beast he had met so far, which also meant that it was the beast with the best material for building equipment, ended up in such a miserable state that its pelt was basically useless and even several claws were destroyed by the IFV's shots. After pulling out a palm-sized scale and casually throwing it aside, Bai Zimin began to cut the snake's flesh with the dagger in his hands. Although it was challenging to cut through the tough, slippery scales of the snake, its flesh was incredibly tender and soft. The dagger in Bai Zimin's hands cut with ease as if instead of cutting flesh it was cutting a piece of hot butter. Bai Zimin unconsciously swallowed and muttered, "I think I'm really going crazy. Even though it's covered in blood and the meat is raw, I can't help but want to take a bite." The corner of Lilith's mouth trembled a little when she heard this and she said dumbfounded, "I say, little brother Zeman, didn't you eat just now? Besides, you really can't eat raw meat. You'll probably get poisoned by the beast's mana. You'd better cook it properly before you do something crazy." "Kek. I won't. Just saying," he pointed out before finally slamming his fist forward. His arm buried itself deep into the dead beast's head, piercing through the layers of sliced flesh until it finally reached the brain. "This sensation is really disgusting," he grunted with a grimace. However, his eyes soon lit up as he felt something hard within reach of his hand and he quickly picked it up before pulling his arm out again. The entirety of his arm was stained with blood, more specifically, it was his armor and gloves, while only a minor part stained his fingers. In addition, several pieces of flesh were stuck on the wrist and elbow, thorns protruding from the armor. Bai Zimin ignored the encephalic matter dripping down the armor and his gaze immediately focused on the object he clutched tightly with his left fist. "With this soul stone, the total number of first-order soul stones I have finally reached 30. He rejoiced aloud. "Furthermore, there is also a possibility that a few more were found in the beginning village area. Why don't you level up some skills now then?" Lilith suggested. "In any case, if you die it's all over, so you might as well become more powerful. While it might be a bit selfish to monopolize everything for yourself, you can at least take several of them." Bai Zimin hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. In fact, now that he had some supply of soul stones, he could upgrade some skills. Although he didn't have all the first-order soul stones on him at the moment, he had 5 stones that he always kept in his bag. Together with the one he had just found now, the count totaled 6 first-order soul stones. Bai Zimin was about to head to the records of his blood manipulation skill when he suddenly remembered something and immediately skipped to somewhere else. Deep within his soul, where the runes that represented the skills, Bai Zimin searched through the active skills part until he finally stopped at a dark-colored rune with what looked like a person running engraved on it. Unstoppable Front Charge, Unranked Active Skill, Level 5, this skill has reached the maximum level and can evolve to the next order. You have fulfilled the requirements to evolve Unstoppable Front Charge to First Order. Do you wish to continue? MMH. Bai Zimin frowned slightly and before agreeing decided to check the evolution requirements first. Unstoppable Front Charge was an external active skill that he had learned through a scroll he obtained after defeating the First Order Reinforced Iron Boar Jabali level 49 when he visited the smithy where he used to work in the past. All of Bai Zimin's companions, including the old man who taught him about blacksmithing, had either died or turned into zombies. At that time, the First Order Reinforced Iron Boar appeared like a colossal beast on the horizon, knocking down the trees and crushing everything in its path as it charged towards them. Bai Zimin could still remember that back then it was difficult to kill the beast, not because of the power of the beast itself, but because he back then still wielded the Xianyuan sword that did not have the ability to break through the tough defenses of the evolved boar. "Why did you learn that skill?" Lilith asked, slightly confused. Although there is no doubt that it is a good skill to make both an instant attack and escape from dangerous situations in the blink of an eye, I don't think it suits the path of evolver that you have chosen to walk. She continued, "From your blood manipulation skill to your newly acquired gravity manipulation, both skills grant you the ability to practically freely control different elements. Crimson Blood Judgment is an extremely destructive skill that does not distinguish between ally or enemy. Lightning movement together with invisibility gives you a mortal power rarely seen anywhere else. And even your regeneration skill that you haven't used even once so far is extremely useful in extended combat. Basically, each and every one of your skills were carefully chosen to completely overwhelm. This means that the evolutive path you have chosen is the most difficult but also the best one, which is the path of total supremacy. However, that skill Unstoppable Front Charge somehow doesn't seem to suit any of these skills of yours. Lilith finished, and the more she spoke the more perplexed she became. Call it instinct. Bai Zeman sighed and calmly explained, somehow I feel that this skill will turn into something good after evolving. I wonder where that instinct of yours comes from. Lilith really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the fantasies of the young man in front of her. Hey, in many video games the weakest skill sometimes turns out to be the most mysterious and powerful in the end. Bai Zeman defended before finally confirming the evolution requirements of the skill Unstoppable Front Charge. Unstoppable Front Charge, Evolution Requirements. Kill enemies type Agility, 10,000/10,000. Kill enemies with high jumping power, 10,000/10,000. First Order Soul Stone, 6/6. Those mutated spiders were at least good for something. Bai Zeman smiled slightly as he confirmed the skill requirements. Lilith rolled her eyes and remembered, they also gave you thousands of unclassified soul stones. Bai Zeman did not reply and simply decided to confirm the question of the soul record. Swoosh! 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 The first order soul stones that were inside the bag tied to Bai Zeman's waist immediately flew out, followed a second later by the soul stone that was still in his hand. The 6 first-order soul stones began to spin in the air at speeds that even an extremely powerful existence like Lilith could not follow with her eyes until it reached a point where only a spiral could be seen. Gradually, the spiral of light began to illuminate with a multicolored glow for several seconds before the multicolored light dimmed and turned into a deep black light that had practically blended in with the darkness of the forest. The deep black light flew into the sky and then plummeted down before hitting Bai Zeman's body without him even being able to react. Fortunately, he was already familiar with such a sight, or else he might have been scared out of his wits. The deep black light immediately traveled into his soul and surrounded his spirit for several rounds before finally stopping in front of the rune representing the skill Unstoppable Front Charge. In the next instant, the black light collided with the rune and Bai Zeman's soul shuddered fiercely. His face crumpled slightly as the rune began to change quickly. The rune that previously had a barely visible scribble of a person who appeared to be running suddenly shuddered and the design blurred. It only took a few blinks of an eye for the scribble to change into a huge tree with a large shadow behind it along with strange engravings of mysterious white color. The skill Unstoppable Front Charge Unranked has evolved to First Order successfully. Unstoppable Front Charge Unranked Level 5, First Order Shadow Blink Level 1. Chapter 297, Anomaly, A Huge Mystery. Shadow Blink, First Order Active Skill, Level 1, previously a skill that allowed the user to become an unstoppable shadow capable of moving in a straight line at almost unsurpassable speeds. After evolving, this skill allows the user to blink between shadows of equal or larger size than yours within a range of 50 meters with total freedom. It consumes 30 mana points per activation and has a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Bai Zeman's first reaction after seeing the description and details of the evolved skill Unstoppable Front Charge was to be stunned before his body began to shake uncontrollably. Powerful. An incredibly excited look steadily grew on his face as he read the same message over and over again. Regardless of whether it was range, mobility, utility, everything about the skill had improved to a whole new level. Even with a cooldown time of 60 seconds, which made it difficult to use the skill too many times in a combat, the Shadow Blink skill was undoubtedly powerful enough to be comparable even to second-order skills. As for the consumption of 30 mana points, such a requirement was completely ignored by Bai Zeman. With his current mana reserve, he would need to activate the skill more than 10 times to consume all his mana, which he honestly couldn't imagine, since if he couldn't finish a fight quickly even after using Shadow Blink once to take the enemy by surprise, then it would be better to use it to flee or save his mana to fight with deadly attacks. Lilith was surprised to see the excited look on his face and couldn't help but wonder if the skill was so good that he reacted in such a way. Even in the darkness she could see his sparkling eyes, unable to hide his joy. One must know that even when Bai Zimin evolved blood manipulation to second order, he wasn't as excited as he was now. However, what Lilith didn't know was that Bai Zimin's excitement didn't just come from the fact that the evolution of the skill Unstoppable Front Charge was powerful. A big part of that excitement he felt was born from the fact that he actually gambled well and didn't make a misstep. As a first-order existence, Bai Zimin, just like any other human, could only learn 5 external active skills. This meant that he had to be very careful when choosing which active skill scrolls he chose to learn. After all, once he learned a scroll, a skill immediately took up a slot in his soul, which negated the possible entry of a more powerful future skill. If the skill Unstoppable Front Charge evolved into a useless skill, then Bai Zimin would probably be left with that regret for his entire life. He might even end up dying in the future, since a basically useless skill was no different from slowing his steps. For example, if the skill Unstoppable Front Charge had evolved into a skill that allowed him to perform a forward dash for a distance of 100 meters or something similar, Bai Zimin definitely might have cried in sorrow, since that would mean that the only thing the skill would do with each evolution would be to increase the distance of the dash. Fortunately, his worries were not necessary and, in fact, his gamble turned out to be more than correct. How good is that skill to get you excited to such a degree? Lilith asked. She finally couldn't bear the curiosity in her heart anymore. Bai Zimin looked at her with a smile and extended his hand palm up. Why don't you look it by yourself? Her red eyes looked at his hand for a moment before she smiled slightly and extended her comparatively smaller and clearly delicate woman's hand to take his. When he felt Lilith's hand touch his, even through the leather gloves, Bai Zimin could distinguish the warmth of her body. Even though they had already did this many times since they met, it was still hard for him to control himself completely. It was not for nothing that Lilith was a succubus after all. Her charm was simply too overwhelmingly high. Shaking his head to clear unnecessary thoughts, Bai Zimin focused on the record of his newly evolved skill, and soon Lilith could see the details of the new skill. After reading it once, a glint of shock flashed in her beautiful ruby-like eyes and she muttered in disbelief, "This First Order Shadow Blink? How can this be possible? Oh? Is something wrong?" Bai Zimin frowned slightly, realizing that apparently nothing was as simple as evolving the skill, and that was it. Lilith still looked slightly dazed, and it was only after he gently tightened his grip on her hand that she finally focused and looked at his face. Even though the forest was completely dark, as the moonlight could not break through the thick branches and large amounts of leaves of the huge trees towering high in the sky, Bai Zimin could still see the shock written all over her pretty face from an arm's length away. Lilith took a deep breath and nodded. "That skill. I'm referring to Shadow Blink. That skill, I saw it before. But the strange thing is that the human who used it back then said his skill was third order." "What?" Bai Zimin opened his eyes wide and muttered in shock. "Third order? Nonsense." He looked at his skill again to confirm that he wasn't seeing things. Indeed, no matter how many times he looked at it, the order of the skill did not change in any way. It still clearly stated that Shadow Blink was a first-order skill. "Even if you ask me." Lilith shook her head. She was truly perplexed. What is this all about? Bai Zimin forced a smile and pointed to himself as he said, "I hope that question isn't directed at me, Miss Higher Existence." He had no idea what the world outside of China was even like. Much less was he aware of such distant and strange things as the soul record or its skills. Even if Lilith asked him, there was no way he would know something she didn't. They were both silent, each with different thoughts but at the same time on the same theme. After several minutes of silence, Bai Zimin reasoned, "Could it be that this person you speak of lied to you?" This was the only reasonable thought he could find regarding this. From his point of view, it simply didn't seem to be plausible, this whole thing regarding the same skill but with completely different stages. Moreover, it was not just one stage, but was 2 stages. The difference between first order and third order was colossal, so much so that the difference between first order blood manipulation and second order blood manipulation alone caused the power Bai Zimin controlled over the blood element to increase to a whole new level never seen before. From this one could imagine how big the difference was. No, that's impossible. Lilith shook her head without hesitation. She looked at Bai Zeman and her red eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. Bai Zeman, you may not know how special it is that you can resist my charm even if I am suppressing it as much as possible to not affect your mind. But do you think everyone can do that? Bai Zeman's eyes widened slightly and he whispered, that person. That's right. That person I'm telling you about was a human being, a man. Lilith nodded and said coldly, that man was head over heels for me. It is simply impossible for him to lie to me about anything and the mere thought of doing so would never be born inside him. The fact that a man would fall in love for Lilith did not surprise Bai Zeman at all. Considering her beauty alone, she was beautiful enough for even kings and gods to want to have her. This was something he was sure of. What surprised him a little was that she was speaking in the past tense, which meant that the man was most likely already dead. As to how that person died or the reason, Bai Zeman had his own guesses, but it was also none of his business. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Did you check that person's records just to be sure? You still underestimate my charm, boy. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I guess you'll understand better someday." Lilith shook her head and chuckled. Her face went slightly cold and she said indifferently, "As for your question, no. To check someone's records I need the full approval of that existence and come into direct contact. Do you think I will allow anyone to casually touch me? If anyone ever tries it I will definitely freeze them to death before destroying them into molecular fragments until there is no trace of their existence." Hearing the coldness in her voice, Bai Zeman's heart shuddered. Such a bone-chilling level of indifference was something that could rarely be seen in a person. Bai Zeman had never seen such a depth of indifference and coldness even in Shangguan Bing Xuet. This made it clear that Lilith really valued herself greatly. But at the same time, it caused a huge doubt to grow in Bai Zeman's heart. Since she would definitely not allow other existences to touch her casually, then why did she not hesitate to have physical contact with him? Could it be that she wanted to build a trusting relationship because in the future she would be needing his help? But that didn't seem to be plausible. After all, Lilith had gone as far as lying in the same bed with him in extremely revealing clothes, and even did not show the slightest disguise or murderous intent when he spanked her twice a couple of nights ago. Bai Zeman had many doubts and questions, but somehow he knew that none of them would be answered even if he said them out loud. "I can't think of anything else." He shook his head and sighed wearily, "The only workable option I can find is that this person lied to you. But seeing how sure you are, it seems that's not the case." Lilith was silent as she stared at the tops of the huge trees, more specifically, her gaze seemed to be able to look beyond, straight up into the cloud-covered sky. After a moment, she finally spoke somewhat hesitantly, "I have two theories at the moment. But to be honest with you, I'm not quite sure about this and it's highly probable that I'm wrong." Bai Zeman said nothing and waited patiently. "The first theory is that maybe that person got his skill directly from a scroll." Lilith calmly explained as she continued to look off into the distance, "Although I never heard of anything similar, there is a possibility that weaker unranked skills can evolve into skills that are usually only found in higher orders. Do you understand what I mean?" Bai Zeman pondered for a few seconds before answering in a serious manner, "Basically, a fourth-order skill that comes directly from a scroll can also be obtained by evolving a much weaker skill from a scroll that people would usually ignore and definitely not learn, as this would mean wasting a slot for external active skills." "That's right." Lilith nodded. "Although I've never heard of anything similar, I think that maybe, just maybe, when an existence evolves a weak skill there's a chance that the weak skill will become into a powerful skill. So powerful that even in a lower order it can compare to its counterpart with a higher order, which means with a higher evolutive path. If it really is like that, then I think it's completely natural that you've never heard of anything similar." Bai Zeman shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who in their right mind would do something as stupid as learning a seemingly useless skill and then consuming huge amounts of resources to evolve it to the next order? Probably no one. Even a madman wouldn't be stupid enough to do something like that. Therefore, it was completely understandable that in case Lilith's theory was valid, she had never heard anything like this. Chapter 298, Hidden Effect of the Skill Blood Manipulation? Taking into consideration that Bai Zimin had to not only kill a total of 20,000 enemies with specific characteristics and besides that consume an astronomical total of 6 first-order soul stones, the amount of resources and time needed to fulfill the requirements needed to evolve the unranked skill Unstoppable Front Charge to the first-ord skill Shadow Blink could be considered colossal. To begin with, while it seemed easy, the two requirements whereby Zimin needed to kill 10,000 agility-type enemies and 10,000 enemies with high jumping ability were not easy at all. Sure, killing such beings might not be crazy depending on the overall strength difference, however, finding that number of those specific types of enemies would definitely not be a simple task considering that the soul record had only just reached Earth a little over a month and a week ago. As for the 6 first-order soul stones, it was naturally even more difficult since even if one had the power to take down first-order existences with ease, one would not necessarily will obtain a soul stone by killing them. Moreover, it was also in question whether one managed to find such existences in the first place. Although all of the above was exclusively related to the evolutionary stage of the world and its inhabitants, this did not represent an impediment in Lilith's theory nor in Bai Zimin's reasoning. After all, when the world entered into higher evolutionary stages and its inhabitants became more powerful, the skill scrolls that defeated enemies would drop would naturally be of a higher order. At the very least, the quantity of first-order skill scrolls would no longer be a rarity. In that case, who would bother to learn unranked skills and then consume so many resources to evolve it when they could easily get that skill upgraded from a scroll? Probably no one. With all this in mind, while Lilith's idea sounded a bit fanciful, it wasn't particularly crazy either. Bai Zimin could imagine such a thing happening. Even if it is, it's insane. He sighed and forced a smile as he said, by learning a poor quality active skill we would not only be consuming a precious skill slot, but we would also have to consume a lot of resources to raise it. But more importantly, nothing really guarantees that the evolution of that skill will be good. Wouldn't it be reason for suicide if in the end, the skill ends up morphing into a slightly better piece of junk than the previous piece of junk? Lilith nodded and looked him straight in the eyes. That's precisely why I came up with that theory. It's the only reason with any validity that, at least, somewhat backed up the fact that such an occurrence never became universally known among the higher existences. Bai Zimin sighed again before asking curiously, what about the second theory? Lilith narrowed her eyes and said deeply, my second theory is that you are an anomaly. Thank you. Bai Zimin was speechless. Was that an insult or was it a compliment? Lilith ignored him and said earnestly, either something inside you provoked it or your blood manipulation skill has a hidden effect. Bai Zimin frowned and said puzzled, what does the skill blood manipulation have to do with it? As you well know, we can use skills thanks to the fact that the runes were engraved into our souls. Lilith explained calmly and then asked, tell me something, do you know how the body and soul of a living being works? Bai Zimin raised both hands and said bitterly, before the soul record came to this world, mankind on this planet had not even been able to confirm with absolute certainty that we had a soul or spirit inside our bodies. How am I supposed to know how such mysterious things work? Lilith contemplated for a moment and then calmly said, in that case, how do light bulbs and electricity work? Bai Zimin didn't know why she asked such a question but still answered, the light bulb must be placed on an electric switch with an electrical connection to allow energy to flow through and thus produce luminous energy. That is correct. Now tell me what happens if the amount of energy or power a bulb receives exceeds its own capacity. The bulb burns out or explodes into pieces. Lilith smiled and nodded, correct. It is precisely the same with the human body. I don't understand. Bai Zimin shook his head. Let's take the light bulb as if it were the body and the electricity as if it were the soul. Lilith patiently explained, if the body cannot contain the power of the soul, then the body will immediately collapse and the owner will die, which will eventually lead to the death of the soul as well, since souls cannot live normally without a vessel. Easy to understand, isn't it? Bai Zimin's eyes glittered with understanding and he nodded firmly. Easy. What a joke, it was impossible not to understand something so simple. Even so, there was something he didn't understand. But, what does that have to do with the skill blood manipulation? He asked, puzzled. Lilith blinked at him and narrowed her eyes as she said, remember that this is all just a theory, my thoughts on the matter are based solely on limited information. Seeing him nod, she explained, perhaps, your blood manipulation skill is nourishing your own blood from the moment the rune containing the skill was engraved in your soul. By nourishing your blood, the blood manipulation skill is at the same time strengthening your body unconsciously. This would lead to the consequence that your soul would gradually become stronger, or rather, mold itself to better adapt to a stronger body. After a short pause, she said uncertainly, so. Since your soul silently grows stronger, perhaps the skill runes engraved in it will also grow stronger to adapt to your soul. Bai Zimin was silent for a long time before finally saying with a deadpan expression, what the bloody hell? Blood manipulation strengthens his blood strengthens his body causes his soul to strengthen, and as his soul strengthens the skill runes also strengthen, which would lead as a consequence to a mutation of a poor quality skill to transform it into something stronger. Bai Zimin felt like his head was going to literally explode just thinking about the tedious process of this. However, if Lilith's theory was true, then it could be said that the skill blood manipulation was indeed just incredibly terrifying to the point where it could not be described in words. But if that were the case, why did only the rune of the skill Unstoppable Front Charge improve? Bai Zimin pointed out doubtfully. Besides, the improvement only happened after Unstoppable Front Charge evolved into Shadow Blink. Lilith shook her head and said in exasperation, didn't I just tell you? This is all nothing but my own thoughts. I have no way of knowing if I'm right or wrong, so I can't answer all the unknowns born here at all. She was in a bad mood at this point. Of course, she was very happy that Bai Zimin received a powerful skill from a skill not so outstanding from her point of view. However, when something that she did not expect happened, her mood would immediately darken, as variables were what Lilith hated the most. Variable, unknown, uncertain, these were all words that Lilith hated very much, as variables could be bad, unknown could represent hidden danger, and uncertain meant that the positive could turn negative before she realized it. First, the firmament fragment where the will of the heavenly wolf Sirius rested, and now, the appearance of a first-order skill which Lilith knew in the past as a third-order skill. In such a short time, the surprises she had received from being close to Bai Zimin had been far greater than she had initially expected to encounter, even when she already had a rough idea of where she was getting into. Forget it. Bai Zimin slapped his cheeks hard and shook his head. His wandering eyes regained their usual steadiness and he said casually, regardless of whatever is going on, since it's good, there's no need to worry too much. I'm sure that someday the answers will naturally come by themselves even without us looking for them. Lilith sighed in her heart. Still, she smiled and nodded calmly, maybe you're right. We'll see in the future. But since it's a good thing, I guess it's okay. Now. Bai Zimin pushed the matter of the Shadow Blink skill to the back of his mind, since there was nothing he could do about it anyway. Therefore, he decided to focus and work on what he could do at the moment. What shall I do with this thing? He muttered as he looked at the huge body of the first-order snake he had just killed not too long ago. Should he just leave it here or should he take it back to the base? While it was true that it was highly improbable for an unclassified beast to approach the body of a first-order beast that still exuded its terrifying aura despite being dead, the same could not be said for other first-order beasts. If the precious meat of the huge snake in front of him was devoured by a monster and its valuable scales destroyed, Bai Zimin would really have no place to shed his tears. The problem was that if he carried this first-order snake to the base, it would probably also mean that he would have to carry each and every monster he killed in the forest. Even if his overall speed was high, it wasn't like if he could maintain such a speed for more than a couple of minutes before consuming all of his stamina. Forget it, apparently tonight I really won't be able to sleep as well. In the end, he sighed tiredly and clung to the tail of the giant corpse. I'll give you a shoulder massage later. Lilith smiled and her eyes closed as her beautifully outlined eyebrows curved into a crescent moon shape. I suddenly feel more energetic. Bai Zimin joked before he began to drag the evolved snake's body along. Even with his strength stat, it would definitely not be a simple task to carry the body of a giant monster whose length had exceeded 50 meters. However, just as he was leaving a large furrow in the ground where he passed by, Lilith's voice sounded from behind him. Why don't you use gravity manipulation to lighten the weight of that snake? Bai Zimin's footsteps stopped. You hadn't thought of that, had you? Really? You should stop thinking of skills as only useful in combat. At the end of the day you're still thinking like a normal human doing the hard work. Bai Zimin sighed and obediently activated gravity manipulation. ******. Standing atop a large tower 5 or 6 meters high, 2 armed men dressed in police uniforms observed the surroundings cautiously. Each of them held night vision binoculars that were part of the equipment the police stations were equipped with. Making sure that no monsters, zombies, or human enemies would sneak into the base, which would lead to chaos, unnecessary chaos considering how chaotic everything was already. There were several of these towers placed at different perimeters and at different distances around the entire North Camp. That way, if something bad happened, the base would have time to react when the sentries reported the situation. Today, like most days, was a boring day. The 2 men were only doing their jobs seriously because of the good pay, but honestly, none of them expected anything to happen. Just when everything seemed normal, one of the militants suddenly exclaimed in fright, "Hey, look over there!" Chapter 299, Cute Lilith. The second armed man standing more on the left edge of the tall observation tower jumped in fright at the sudden loud shout of his colleague. However, he didn't even have time to get angry because when he turned his gaze to the right, just to the north, he saw something that made his heart almost burst out of his mouth. In the middle of the dark night, practically devoid of any natural light and barely illuminated by the light of the base's spotlights, a huge silhouette dozens of meters long was approaching at speeds comparable to those of an all-terrain vehicle. Even more terrifying, that strange creature whose body appeared to be similar to that of a flood dragon jumped over 10 meters before slowly falling to the ground and then jumped back once more, closing the distance between them quickly. Shit! The second gunman finally lowered his binoculars and shouted at the top of his lungs. Q quickly! Report to base! The first gunman shouted in alarm as he pointed behind him. The second gunman was so scared that he almost peed his pants as he ran hurriedly to the corner where the handheld radio rested on top of a small wooden box. Wait! Just as the second militant was about to initiate communication and call for urgent reinforcements from the Soul Evolvers, the first man shouted again, so he unconsciously stopped. And now what happened? Shouted the second militant with fear and anger in his voice. Isn't that the leader? The first man pointed forward with his eyes open in the shape of 2 huge round pans. The second armed man raised his binoculars again, and now that the distance between the giant monster that looked like a huge dragon soaring through the skies had shortened to less than 3 kilometers, he could finally make out something that was previously not possible. Just below the huge body of the large, seemingly mystical beast could be seen a comparatively tiny body that had both hands outstretched pointing skyward while holding the giant monster's back. Seeing the black hair and that black armor with spiky protrusions protruding from various parts, the first and second armed man immediately realized who was the person that was carrying the monster in his hands, as if he was the king of the barbarians returning to his village with his trophy of victory in hand. Holy shit! He really is the leader! The second gunman exclaimed in shock and unconsciously took a step back. The first gunman gulped audibly and lowered his binoculars to rub his eyes. Except that he didn't have to use them again, since due to the great distance closed by Zimin's powerful jumps, when he opened his eyes again the distance of 3 kilometers had already been practically closed. Bai Zimin arrived in front of the first guard tower that was closest to the side he was on and stopped before reaching the 10-meter distance to avoid affecting the tower and the guards on it with his skill gravity manipulation in reverse. As he casually threw the body of the first order snake to the side, he looked at the armed men who were staring at him dumbfounded and ordered in a deep voice, "Call in several trucks and tractor trailers. Have one of them take this snake back to the military base and have the rest wait here." He didn't wait for a reply and deactivated gravity manipulation before dashing off into the woods and disappearing in a matter of seconds from the sight of the two men guarding the area. "This? A snake? That giant creature is a snake? Not a flood dragon from the legends?" The second militant gasped. Although he had seen several large monsters over the past month, this was by far the most enormous in terms of length. Now that he was seeing it from such a close distance, he could feel the unconscious pressure his heart felt as every fiber of his body seemed to be begging him to flee. One could imagine how powerful that beast was when it was still alive. The leader is still human. The first man sighed and shook his head. "Forget it, there is no way for normal people like us to comprehend his level of power. The leader is the leader for a reason after all." The second militant also sighed and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. For a moment, the desire to become stronger was born and grew in his heart. Unfortunately, before that spark became powerful enough to generate fire, he saw the massive body of the blue-scaled snake filled with blood. This was like a snowstorm, totally fatal to that little spark with no resistance whatsoever. "Let's call the base. We have orders to follow given by the leader himself." The second man finally shook his head and stopped thinking useless thoughts. After picking up the radio and saying several words to the other side, the two militants went back to carefully surveying the surroundings. However, this time they were infinitely more tense and attentive as they knew that the leader was in the vicinity fighting giant and powerful monsters. Approximately 20 minutes later, the roar of several engines could be heard from the west gate of the base, and then the two men managed to spot a caravan of approximately 15 cargo vehicles including 3 cranes approaching in their direction. Of course, Bai Zimin had no idea that his little act had frightened and discouraged a potential fighter. However, even if he did know, it was unlikely that he would care too much. If such a minor matter was enough to scare a person to such a degree, then there was no point in them becoming soul evolvers to begin with. Soul evolvers might not be impressive for now since most of them could not yet challenge the modern weaponry created by mankind in the past, and a single shot was enough to end their lives. However, the more time passed, the more evident it became that the soul evolvers were really the future and the only hope the human race had if they wanted to overcome the hell they were involuntarily dragged into. As the hope of mankind, the soul evolvers were destined to face existences thousands of times more terrifying than that first-order snake that Bai Zimin had killed several minutes before. Therefore, there was no point in being scared to the point of cowering. If such a thing happened, then there was no future for that person. Inside the dark forest, Bai Zimin's body was like a shadow in the midst of the darkness, flashing through the trees at speeds exceeding 150 km per hour while moving as if he were an agile gecko camouflaging himself with the surroundings. Although he occasionally met some beasts prowling the outer perimeter, these were all ignored by him. Since his main objective tonight was not to casually hunt monsters and his real goal was to train his gravity manipulation skill in combat, what Bai Zimin needed was to find at least a first-order beast, or else all his effort would be meaningless. Unfortunately or fortunately, even after 2 hours of unstoppable searching, Bai Zimin failed to locate a second first-order beast. This discouraged him, as much time had passed without him getting anything in return. However, it also made him feel secretly relieved, since this meant that, while first-order beasts were not a super rarity within the woods, at least they were not in astronomically high numbers either. One had to know that even now the number of existences among humanity that could take on first-order enemies were definitely few and far between. Even Bai Zimin's faction, which was working hard every day to raise the level of its troops, only had a handful of such people. During the 2-hour period, Bai Zimin also tried to test his shadow blink skill. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so. One of the requirements to activate Shadow Blink is precisely that there must be a shadow you can move into, isn't it? Lilith asked after thinking about it for a while. Yeah. I need a shadow equal or larger in size to my own shadow. Bai Zimin nodded as he walked deeper into the huge forest. In that case, it makes sense that you can't activate your skill. Lilith suddenly seemed to realize something as her eyes glinted with understanding as she slowly said, while this forest is dark, that doesn't mean it has shadows. Oh. Bai Zimin looked at her with interest. Darkness and shadows are two things that seem similar but are actually completely different at the same time. Lilith calmly pointed out, for example, this forest is dark due to the lack of a light source. However, for a shadow to exist, it needs light either natural or artificial. Do you understand what I mean? I see. Bai Zimin patted his thigh before smiling bitterly, damn. And here I thought I could casually teleport myself inside this wolf-mouthed dark forest. Hee hee hee, well too bad. Lilith giggled softly. Bai Zimin paused and looked to his right for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. I finally found another one. Without waiting for an answer from anyone, he rushed like a whirlwind into the distance and disappeared into the darkness of the deep forest at the next instant. Lilith pouted prettily and stomped the ground beneath her feet as if she were a little girl trying to express her grievances with the world after being abandoned. Then, she too rushed forward and chased after the cruel man who didn't seem to care about her. After catching up with him in an instant, she said with hidden bitterness, "Little brother Zeman, aren't you afraid that something bad might happen to this big sister? How can you be so cruel as to neglect me just like that?" Bai Zeman rolled his eyes and really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Lilith, there is nothing on the current earth that can threaten even a hair on your body. Am I supposed to need to worry about your safety?" Tisk tisk tisk. Lilith clicked her tongue several times and sighed wearily as she said, "Little brother Zeman, we, ladies, fear the dark by nature. You should be more understanding of us. No, especially with me." "Yeah sure, whatever." Bai Zeman wisely decided not to argue the matter and continued charging forward. "Hey! Don't give me the crazy reason. Holy Mother!" Standing in the middle of a tree that ascended over 400 meters high, right on a branch the thickness of a truck and hidden by hundreds of smaller-sized branches with countless leaves, Bai Zeman looked at the beast 500 meters away and sighed softly. The beast currently had its eyes closed and seemed to be sleeping. Its entire body was covered by a thick layer of scaly skin with 10 pointed protrusions sticking out from its upper back with approximately 2 to 3 meters high each. Its body had a length of approximately 20 meters, but due to its long tail, the total length of the beast could definitely be compared to the blue-scaled snake that Bai Zeman had killed a few hours ago. Its tail was also as thick as a tree trunk and had what appeared to be a large rock-like protrusion at the end tip. The most terrifying thing was that even lying on the ground sleeping, this monster was 10 feet tall. Furthermore, its snoring was so powerful that the surrounding trees trembled while the grass around the monster seemed to have burned due to the heat exuded from its nostrils. What the hell is this? It was definitely a lizard in the past, but no matter how you look at it, this thing definitely looks like a dragon. Bai Zeman was speechless. Chapter 300, Devastating Attack. A dragon. Dragons were legendary beasts and their mythological legends could be heard all over the world. There were thousands of books for adults or illustrated books for young children that told stories about these powerful monsters capable of destroying entire cities with a single breath and capable of causing earthquakes with their stomping footsteps. In China, dragons were a highly revered and respected species. In fact, one of the most important symbols of the Asian country was precisely the symbol of the Oriental dragon which, unlike Western dragons, was characterized by a long body capable of reaching hundreds or even kilometers in length and soaring through the skies like a true king. Although it looks like a dragon, it naturally isn't. Lilith chuckled and pointed out, dragons are beasts with a great talent for magic and they possess a frightfully strong physical body from the first moment they come into existence. Really, those creatures are basically a bunch of walking hacks. Of course, the beast half a kilometer in front of Bai Zimin was not a true dragon. However, it was true that it did look very much like one, more precisely, it was considerably similar to a Western dragon. Perhaps, the clearest difference apart from the fact that its size was not as overwhelming and the pressure exuded from its body was not as terrifying as it should be, was probably that on its back there were no fleshy wings to soar in the air. Bai Zimin sighed and said a bit speechlessly, "That thing is clearly only in the first order, but the soul power inside its body is definitely higher than that of the blue-scaled snake I killed before. Lilith, are you sure that the living beings of this world aren't advancing a little too fast?" Lilith looked at him and rolled her eyes. "Yes, I definitely think so. Haven't you looked at yourself?" "That's..." Bai Zimin frowned and realized that indeed maybe he wasn't the best candidate to say those words, considering that in less than 2 months he was about to break to the second order stage. That aside, Lilith stopped teasing him and sighed with a slight frown, "I think something isn't right here. From the moment you faced those 10 first-order beasts before the second-order archaic bear appeared, I've been thinking that this planet called Earth seems to be moving too fast." "Right." Bai Zimin nodded. "But," Lilith pointed out with a serious expression, "animals and zombies aren't the only ones who are growing and advancing faster than natural. Leaving aside existences like you and that woman named Shangguan Bing Shuet, humans are also growing too fast. The average level in your faction is around 13 at present, and if you were to focus on taking your troops to a forest to train, I'm sure that in a very short time everyone who survives will be able to reach level 25. Considering that there are several beings with great power outside, I don't think mankind is necessarily at a disadvantage." Even though the average level of humans was much lower, Lilith's words were 100% true. Humans had plenty of modern weaponry capable of suppressing beasts and zombies. As long as there was a sufficient supply of the necessary ammunition, then even an army of hundreds of millions of zombies would be easily flattened to nothing. While this was not a long-term solution, since except for those with real skill like Chen He kill the monster, all those who just killed by shooting like crazy would not receive any soul power and could not evolve, the reality was not as grim as Bai Zimin thought. In the past, he obtained a sheepskin scroll that had information to create a substance called magic powder. This magic powder, unlike normal gunpowder, could most likely be used to devise weapons that would adapt to the soul record and its rules, which would eventually lead to everyone being able to evolve correctly. All Bai Zimin needed was time and a bit of luck. As long as he could find more scrolls like magic powder's formula and then the materials needed to make the fabrications, then humanity would have nothing to fear. "All right." Bai Zimin's gaze burned with a fire filled with fighting intent, and before Lilith could say anything else he leaped forward like a cannonball. Taking advantage of the approximately 200 meters height where he was, Bai Zimin jumped high into the sky and soared swiftly over 250 meters in no time. As he looked down, the corner of his mouth tightened horribly and a bead of sweat rolled down his face. At this point he was so high that even he was no longer so sure what he was going to do next. "Damn, I don't think I'll break my legs," he growled and then gritted his teeth. Gravity Manipulation X15. Bang! Bai Zimin plummeted downward as if he was a meteorite breaking through the Earth's atmosphere. The air pressure around him increased as if trying to stop him, but unable to do so, it just burst out in a loud bang wherever he passed. On the ground, the dragon-like beast abruptly opened its eyes as if realizing something and hurriedly raised its head to look at the treetops above it. Its eyes, as orange as the sunset sun, seemed to have the ability to see beyond the darkness, and in its reptilian pupils reflected what appeared to be an object falling at surprising speed. The monster didn't even have time to get up or launch a counterattack when the object reflected in its pupils seemed to disappear. Boom! A monstrous explosion similar to that of a mother bomb detonating shook the balanced calm within the dark forest. Trees 200 meters around were ripped clean out of the ground or directly torn into pieces as they flew everywhere. The earth shook horribly, and even those beasts that were farther away felt a slight shuddering under their feet, which, in conjunction with the dreadful explosion that had not yet calmed down completely, frightened them so much that they roared and began to run around in a disorderly manner. The beasts began to fight each other, and the forest that had seemed calm suddenly seemed to become agitated and savage. Roars and bangs sounded everywhere, while cries followed by explosions became normal. A single action was like throwing a 1-ton stone on a lake that was previously quiet and without ripples, raising huge waves and shaking all the calmness of the place. Roar! A furious but pain-filled roar shook the area a kilometer around the center of the explosion. A cloud of dust so large that it covered everything within 500 meters rose high into the sky, even surpassing the height of several trees and rising beyond to be greeted by the faint moonlight blocked by dark clouds. Swoosh! The dust cloud shuddered in a certain part and a silhouette slid backward quickly before coming to a stop on the large trunk of one of the shattered trees. This silhouette was XIETIAN. Damn! He groaned before his mouth opened and a torrent of blood spurted out uncontrollably. He had greatly underestimated the power of the skill gravity manipulation. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he didn't know how powerful the skill was when he activated it to its maximum. XIETIAN's weight was 75 kilograms, which for his height of about 1 meter 80 centimeters was pretty good. However, he also carried a suit of armor that, although made of leather, still weighed over 4 kilograms. Even more terrifying, on his back, he carried a huge sword that weighed about 1 ton. By increasing gravity x15 times the norm, one could imagine how strong was the impact XIETIAN's body received when he finally hit the ground after falling from a height of over 200 meters. The biggest problem was that apart from not knowing how great the power behind his previous impact would be, XIETIAN was not a genius scientist to know how gravity worked in its entirety. He had the same knowledge that most of humanity had, but that was all. Besides, he relied too much on his current physical body. He believed that with the toughness of his muscles, bones, plus his passive skill bronze skin, he would definitely come out unscathed. Unfortunately, a 250-meter fall along with around 15 tons was still not something he could face without consequences. Fortunately, I was wearing my rank 2 armor, so my internal organs only shook a little. If I had broken a leg... XIETIAN muttered in relief as he wiped the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lilith watched everything calmly from a distance. While she might have warned him earlier, the truth was that such knockbacks were sometimes good. Not only would they keep XIETIAN's feet firmly on the ground, but they would also give him a better understanding of what he and his skills could and could not do. After all, it was different for her to tell him something than for him to experience it for himself. Of course, if she thought he was going to get a bone fracture, she would definitely have stopped him. A leg fracture inside this thick forest might represent the end of his life after all. XIETIAN looked ahead of him and the heavy dust slowly began to settle. Because a large area had been cleared of trees, the moonlight finally reached the ground inside the forest, so his vision finally became considerably brighter than before. A crater that easily reached 500 meters had appeared where previously there had been a pile of flat earth and burnt grass. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the bottom of the crater easily exceeded 100 meters. Fuck its mother! XIETIAN couldn't help but curse. Roar! A second roar proved that the dragon-like beast had not died, and when he focused his vision he saw the beast in the center of the crater. The only reason this monster had not died was simply because XIETIAN never aimed to kill it in the first place. Otherwise, even if it had much more defense, it definitely could not have withstood such a vicious attack as the one before. Still, this did not mean that the monster had managed to escape unscathed. Absolutely not. Its tail, which was as thick as a tree trunk and whose length even exceeded that of the rest of its body, had now been completely ripped off and lay on the ground a short distance away from the main body. A steady stream of red blood flowed out from the broken part where the tail and the body previously connected, and the beast writhed in pain as it glared with its orange eyes filled with fury at XIETIAN. XIETIAN sneered as he sensed the monster's anger. While he had been slightly injured, those injuries were healing at monstrous speeds at the moment, and it definitely wouldn't be more than a few minutes before he returned to his peak condition once again. XIETIAN's nearly 400 health points were not there just for show after all. As Bai Zeman secretly rejoiced about his high stats, the dragon-like beast suddenly opened its lizard-like jaws wide, releasing a strong smell of sulfur that brought the temperature of the place to new heights. A moment later, a terrifying roar followed by a huge torrent of blue-colored fire shot out from the monster's mouth in the direction of Bai Zeman. Bai Zeman didn't have a lot of time to think, as the speed at which the flare was advancing was surprisingly fast. But instead of deciding to dodge the monster's attack, he decided to continue testing the limitations of his own skills, so he activated gravity manipulation again in reverse.